Ages ago, in Japan year 1970, the city of Tokyo looked like it's falling apart. A group of men uses magic to protect their city. They charge their magic to a gigantic celestial creature who seems to be attacking their city, but the monster is indestructible no matter how they attack with their magic. The group of men fighting the gigantic devilish creature became agitated. Later, not just one creature appeared, and it seems to be a set of gigantic celestial creatures trying to genocide the city of Tokyo. The group of men shivered as they feel hopeless for not beating a strong creature. The creature soon strikes its powerful attack not only to the group of men, but also to citizens of Tokyo. The group of men flinched but only felt a wind as the monster attacks, but then they saw a man, glowing like an angel, defended them from the attack. The group of men felt relieved when a man with a white hair who seems to be the hero of the city. They all sob and thankful for the hero's arrival. The hero gave them a brief consolation as he took the part of saving the city. He ordered the group of men to retreat and leave the rest to him. But one of the soldiers seems concerned for the hero, but one of his fellow men enthusiastically told him to not worry a thing since the hero is the founder of magic, as well as the strongest mage. The concerned soldier was left dumbfounded as he realized the hero's name is Akami Minato. His fellow men was proud when his concerned friend finally recognized the hero. Akami Minato fearlessly faced the devilish celestial monsters. One monster struck its attack, but Ikika dodged it as fast as the speed of light. With Ikika's one single blow, the monster fell to the ground, while Ikika with no single scratch challenged the other monsters to come at him. Then the monsters attacked all at once. Before the disaster happened, one day all across the world, a large number of monsters suddenly began to appear. A lot of people died and were hurt by the monsters' genocide, and people across the globe fought back using their weapons like guns, but the monsters seemed to be indestructible. The event was known to as the Calamity. Humanity began opening their eyes to possibilities of magic. Magic soon became the one and only thing capable of defeating monsters. The battle between monsters and humanity continued for over a decade. Now back to the present, where Ikikami's battling with the devilish creatures who were about to attack him all at once. There is nobody but him who could save the world. As Ikikami looked up, he saw a devil looking like an angel with a monster attached to it. His glance seems like it is the first time he has seen the devil, and it appears to be that it is the top-ranked monster. The devil he saw is the boss of the Calamity. Ikika shuddered as he felt the enormous magic power of the Calamity. As he thinks of a solution on how to defeat the Calamity, the monster he defeated before ascended and transforms back to its form. He realized that the monsters were using their full power from the start as the monster used its 14th level magic all of a sudden. The monster immediately used a magic that appears to be so powerful. Ikikami realized that the monster was about to use a 6-element compound magic, and he quickly used a defense looking so intense, fighting a powerful Calamity. As the devil struck while Ikikami defended himself, a big explosion happened. He fell but landed on his feet with wounds on his face, looking worn out but still determined to fight. He looks at the strongest monster with the most intimidating aura. At that point, Ikikami felt so hopeless on defeating the monster, the demon god using all its power to defeat Ikikami, that it left Ikikami no other choice but to use all of his might. Both of their magic clashed and collided, then magic circles appeared one by one on Ikikami. The power of magic is determined by its rank, and the number of magic circles is what determines a magic's rank. Multiple magic circles surrounded Ikikami, showing how powerful he is. He glows looking so fierce. The highest rank a demon god can achieve is the 14th rank, while Ikikami's limit is 15th rank, called the Innocent Void. Ikikami raised his arms with the power he holds, then attacked the Calamity with a magic looking like a huge thunderstruck. The demon god screamed with defeat on their faces, and the city of Tokyo's clouds became clear and blue as the Calamity vanishes from their city. Ikikami fell. He defeated the demon god. The nightmare for every population in the world has come to an end because of Ikikami using all his magic. Ikikami looks so drained and exhausted after the battle. He lies on the ground with satisfaction. Even though his life has come to an end, he believes that it's not a bad way to go. He lived a good life as a great sage. Ikikami slowly closes his eyes while looking at the clear blue sky. His soul passed and finally went up the sky and traveled to a different world. Ikikami's soul went inside an injured patient lying in a hospital bed. The patient with Ikikami's soul woke up flabbergasted. He's wondering why he's still alive after using all his magic in the battle. He looks around and the place isn't familiar to him. As he looked around, he saw himself in the mirror, being so confused. He saw a different man that appears to be him, and the man is Kusanagi Minato, the body where Akiko's soul went into. A doctor went inside Kusanaga's hospital room to check him up. Ikikami, who's trapped in Kusanaga's body, is still flabbergasted, being unfamiliar with his surroundings even to himself. The doctor removed the bandages wrapped around Kusanaga's body to check the wounds and injury, but the doctor and nurse were shocked as they saw a perfectly fine body. It happens to be that Kusanagi has gone through a car accident and lost consciousness. His condition was critical and was sent to the hospital. The doctors cannot believe that for a body with a critical condition to be healed completely overnight. The wounds and injuries were gone since Akiko took over Kusanaga's body. The magic healed it completely. Ikikami thinks about the traffic accident that happened in Kusanagi. Ikikami asked the doctor and nurse if his power depleted. The doctor and nurse are confused with Ikikami's statement since the world he's in is the future. The doctor asked about the magic power Ikikami mentioned, but Ikikami proceeds to tell his story about the monsters he fought in the Calamity. The doctor and nurse began to be worried about Ikika's condition. The doctor asked Ikikami's name and the current year. Akiko answers the question with his knowledge of his own world. He replied that he's Ikikami Minato, and the year is 1970. The doctors assumed that Ikika's state could be a sequela. A sequela is an after effect of a disease or injury. The doctor believes that Ikikami's case could be a memory impairment. The doctor made it clear that Ikikami's name is Kusanagi Minato, the name of the real owner of the body, and the year is 2022. All three of them are beyond their belief, especially for Ikikami. Ikikami inspects everything in the room and looking at the doctor and nurse's face, they don't seem like they're lying. He was dazzled when he saw the television being wide, thin and clean. He looked at the calendar and saw the year that matched the doctor's description. Then he became fascinated with the tablet the nurse was holding. He now realized that he's in the future. Ikikami then frenetically asked about the world state after the Calamity disappeared. The doctor replied that there are monsters, but not that many. The world became peaceful. Ikikami sighs with relief as he realizes that the world achieved peace. The doctor mentioned his knowledge about Ikikami Minato, that he died in the Great Calamity 50 years ago. That Ikikami Minato sacrificed himself to save the world, so therefore, the doctor believes that Kusanagi is not Ikikami. Ikikami then realized that he died after the epic battle he had with the demon god and then reincarnated into Kusanagi Minato. He wonders how he reincarnated into a body from the future. Some weeks later, Ikikami goes home to Kusanaga's place. He first looks through Kusanaga's personal life and learned that Kusanaga's life is a bit depressing. His parents passed away when he was a child, kicked out by his foster parents and sent to a boarding school, and since then he has been getting by with his parents' inheritance. He lies on Kusanaga's bed thinking that there's no such thing as reincarnation magic, or if it's the work of God or is it by chance. Ikikami lays in bed as he gazes at Kusanaga's identification card that he is in fact a student of Kamui Magic Academy student. Ikikami's impressed since there's no such thing as a magic academy in his days. A phone vibrates in his bag. He picked it up but he doesn't know how to use it. Seems like someone is calling him, but Ikikami just tossed the phone and a message appeared that it's someone asking for money. Ikikami went to the school where Kusanagi goes to, the Kamui Magic Academy. He felt a little funny for going to school as a grown-up. He was excited, but seeing the other students use their magic and seeing their magic aura is very disappointing for him. He thinks everyone weak, that even the newbie from his time is more powerful than everyone in the school. He wonders if there's a chance for everyone to succeed as a magician. He then proceeds walking in the school with a bowhead of disappointment. Ikikami now went to his classroom. He felt nostalgic as he remembered what it's like to be young again. He wonders if he had any friends in that timeline. All of a sudden, a boy came in and their classmates were intimidated by this boy. He speaks in an arrogant tone to Ishikami about why he didn't answer his texts and calls. Ishikami asked who that arrogant boy could be. The arrogant boy was pissed as if he was disrespected. He kicked Ishikami's desk, but Ishikami stayed calm. This arrogant boy is the one who calls and texts Ishikami when he was discharged from the hospital. He is Tadano-jun, a school bully. Tadano aggressively insults Ishikami. But Ishikami, a clueless man about Kusanaga's life, thought they were friends. Ishikami was humble to shake Tadano's hands like they're close friends and hopes to get along with Tadano. But Tadano's intention is to rob Kusanagi. He knows that Kusanagi has loads of money from his parents' inheritance. Ishikami then realized that Tadano is Kusanaga's bully, and Tadano was so aggressive and mad that he attempted to punch Ishikami. He almost punched him, but a pretty and lovely girl walked in and made Tadano blush and stopped his violent act towards Ishikami. Tadano reminded Ishikami that they have unfinished business, then walked out. The lecture started and their lesson was history that talks about the Great Calamity. The teacher taught the students about Ikikami Minato's sacrifice and the monsters that suddenly appeared to genocide the world, and how great of a hero Ikikami is as a sage. The teacher then asked the students who was Ikikami Minato. Then the pretty and lovely girl from before named Mizuha looks motivated to answer the question. She answers that Ikikami Minato is the only survivor of the first calamity and the first magician. and also the reason why that Kamui Magic Academy was built. With sparkle in Mizue's eyes that fills with admiration to Ikikami Minato, she also mentioned that Ikikami was the hero and the idol of every magician. The teacher proudly says that Mizue is correct. He then told the class that the Magic Academy was created to turn out many more magicians like Ikikami Minato since he is the greatest magician in human history. Then the teacher gave everyone a test, and just like every typical student, everyone groans after hearing the teacher's announcement. Ikikami bows head the whole lecture because of embarrassment. He's embarrassed and cringing hearing the lecture being about him. He felt like he was being tortured the whole lecture. He wanted to be relieved since the doctor mentioned that the world is finally at peace, but at the same time, he was disappointed after witnessing that everyone has become weak. He stared at the class window like he's sightseeing, and seeing the birds chirping around made him smile because it reminded him how peaceful the world is now. The lecture ended, and before the teacher left, he made a quick announcement that there would be a magic power assessment. After that, Tadano came in again to bully Ikikami. He insults him with what the teacher mentioned earlier about the magic power assessment. It happens to be that Kusanagi doesn't have a magic power, and Tadano expects Ikikami will give a terrible performance at the magic power assessment for his enjoyment. Ikikami maturely ignored Tadano, thinking it would be a waste of time staying in the classroom. But Tadano insults Ikikami, or should we say Kusagani, about his parents having no magic and him being an orphan. Ikikami was pissed that he called Tadano a fucktard. Tadano was heavily mad like Ikikami crossed the line and starts casting his magic to use against Ikikami. Chairs and desks flew away in the classroom, and their fellow classmates were worried about Tadano's power. Tadano attempts to kill Ikikami, then blasts his power that looks like a huge fire. Mizue then runs immediately to stop Tadano because the power is dangerous. Tadano's power charged against Ikikami. As the power charged against Ikikami, everyone defended themselves because they might get hit. Mizue then yells that they must not use magic over a meager squabble or someone might get hurt. Tadano was so arrogantly mad and justified his action that Ikikami wanted to pick a fight with him, and none of it was his fault. As the smoke faded, everyone was worried about Kusagani. Everyone was shocked as they saw the powerless Kusagani is perfectly standing still with no single scratch. The bullies began to be terrified that Ikikami was unscathed after taking Tadano's magic head-on. Ikikami unscathed since the power charged against him is just a level 1 magic. That's why he easily defended himself. Ikikami doesn't actively use his magic. He even tolerated Tadano since he was just a child. But once Tadano crossed the line, Ikikami looks like he's bloodthirsty and craves to punish Tadano. Ikikami hasn't even started yet nor uses his magic, but everyone in the classroom felt his overwhelming aura. No one can move, and they're all terrified since it's their first time to witness such powerful magic. As Ikikami walked closely towards Tadano began to shiver and froze from fear. Ikikami's magic is so powerful that a teacher sensed it and barged in the classroom. The punishment for Tadano was stopped as the teacher barged in. The whole class stood the same from shock. The teacher who is the culprit on using a magic power inside the classroom. Ikikami is the only one who answered the question since he's the only one not terrified. Ikikami denied with a smile on his face, looking so innocent that the magic the teacher sensed is not from their classroom, but it's on the outside. But there's no magic club activity happening on the school grounds, and still suspect that it's possible that a student is using magic as it wishes. The teacher then asked about where the smoke came from, and with Ikikami's bright smile that's making him look innocent, the teacher believes him since he thought he is Kusagani. Before the teacher left, he warned everyone that he would soon find the culprit. While Ikikami apologizes for the trouble, everyone is petrified on how he can act so casual after he almost attempted to release his power. Tadano was so mad but decided to just walk out. After the school fight, Ikikami is still concerned on the possibility that what if another monster appears? Could the students even take down one monster with their level 1 magic power? Even if there's no Calamity, there's still monsters around. Ikikami then decided to check if there were monsters around. Another place appears. It's an old Shibuya. Shibuya looks ruined and abandoned. Ikikami dressed like a hipster walking around with magic. He looks for monsters everywhere but can't sense one, so he continued exploring the ruined Shibuya. But as he explored around, he sensed a monster aura all of a sudden from far away. He didn't just sense a monster but also a lone human, so he quickly ran into that location like the speed of light. As he arrived, he saw a gigantic devil like the one he had fought before. The monster seems like it is attempting to hurt the short-haired woman. The woman whimpers as the monster leans to her. The monster attempts to attack the poor woman, but Ikikami landed on his feet between the woman and the devil to shield her. The monster opened its claws to charge at Ikikami and the woman, but Ikikami defeated the monster with one single blow of his magic power. Ikikami checked on the woman to see if she's okay. The woman is glancing at him with tears in her eyes. Ikikami saw a badge on the woman's chest and realized that it was a police magician. Ikikami told her to be careful while standing looking so heroic. The woman was thankful and astonished. Ikikami flew away and left the woman wonder who the guy could be who seems to be a great magician that saved her. As Ikikami flew away after saving Saw Police Magician, he thought that it was a good idea to hide his identity since he just reincarnated. He doesn't want to stand out. Even though he's thankful that he saved the woman, he's still dispirited knowing that the police's magic level has gone down, that a low-level monster could have almost killed the police magician. Ikikami became unquestionably sure that from the looks of it, people in Kusagani's time could not defeat a monster. Not just the students but the police as well. He sighs with disappointment, but at the same time, he's glad he could help people with his magic powers in Kusagani's timeline. After that, he flew again to annihilate more monsters lurking around the country. The next day, just like the teacher mentioned before, that the school will have a magic power assessment. The teacher who barges in before introduced a device that looks like it has a giant crystal attached to it will measure everyone's magic power. He reminded everyone to make sure they get both of their amount and attributes, since it will be the most important values if the students hope to become a professional magician someday. Ikikami looks worried since he thinks he can't measure his power with the device presented by the teacher, again with his disappointments thinking that even the teachers don't know the basics. Miza confronted her, and their fellow classmates gossips around about their interaction. Miza introduced herself looking like she's trying to be intimidating. She is the second daughter from the magic noble house of Miza Yuika. Ikikami looks weirded out after Miza mentions her nobility, since there's no such thing as nobility in Ikikami's timeline. But Miza felt a bit disrespected and full of herself when she thought that Ikikami should be thankful for having a chance to talk to her. Miza's intention is to confront Ikikami out of curiosity because of the school fight incident between him and Tadano. Miza was about to speak, but Ikikami cuts her off before she even spoke and became like a bubbly boy as the teacher announced that it's time to measure their power. The first one is Tadano. Tadano's magic power is 1000 with a fire attribute. Next is Miza, and hers is 2000 with a water attribute. Their fellow classmates cheered since they are the popular and top of the class. They believed that they are the powerful ones. Next to be examined is Ikikami. He thought that maybe he should just hold back a bit as a humbling thought, but as he reads the room, he realized that Kusagani must have been underestimated by everyone and decided to give his might to the magic power measuring device. Ikikami touched the crystal of magic measuring machine with only the tip of his fingers. With the tip of his fingers, he released his power looking so effortless. As he released his power, the room shines bright looking like a stunning blow because of Ikikami's power. Ikikami smiles while giving his all, but he's not doing it to brag, but hopes to inspire people with his great power as a sage. The room looked like a thunder inside a kaleidoscope. The light was so intensely bright that people got distracted by it. All Ikikami did is do his best, but his aura was sensed all over the campus like a student minding her business in a classroom. A boy trying to take a nap on the bench on school grounds, and especially the students who's with Ikikami inside the classroom were mesmerized and felt the intense aura. They all can't tell what's going on since they have never witnessed a power this strong. The magic measuring machine started to float, and its reflection of the light was so bright that it looked like it was about to open a portal in the sky. Ikikami's power was too strong for the machine that it exploded to its limits. Students became mesmerized to suddenly try to defend themselves as the crystal shards goes everywhere when the machine breaks. As expected for the great sage Ikikami, not one scratch was seen on his body. He stands perfectly still with dismay written all over his face, thinking that even a machine couldn't handle his power. He also thought that the machine was specifically designed for the students. Ikikami stares at the wounded students, wondering if they could ever be a magician. Their teacher instantly responded to the explosion by checking the wounded and hurt students, and his relief that the students were okay. The teacher checks on Ikikami, who he thought was Kusanagi. He's worried since Kusanagi was known as someone with no magic. By the looks of it, Ikikami was still underestimated. No one suspected that the explosion came from his power. Though it's their first time to see the machine break down, the teacher believes that it could be a malfunction. The teacher still didn't suspect Ikikami, and he's worried that they won't be able to check the student's power and attribute. Ikikami asked how important it is to measure power and attributes. The teacher answered the question that once the power and attribute is recorded, students will be divided into groups for their combat class. But since the machine broke down, it's going to be a delay. The teacher called Tadano and asked if he could take Kusagani Act, Ikikami, to be part of his group. Tadano be looking at his friends, thinking about committing another scheme. Tadano, being a two-faced bully, accepted the teacher's request for Ikikami to be part of his group, looking like an innocent boy in front of their teacher. Tadano came closer to Ikikami, smirking like a typical villain, and whispers that he's looking forward for Kusagani to be part of his group with a bad intention in his mind. The next day, the whole class went to Shibuya for a practical class and divided into groups. In Shibuya, there are monsters still inhabiting places that were severely destroyed by the Great Calamity. The current Shibuya is abandoned and completely destroyed. At regular intervals, magicians and police subjugate monsters in the said ruined place. The teacher gave a brief background for the reason why they take a practical class in Shibuya. The class must also participate for the community on annihilating a monster. Their teacher told them not to worry much since the professional magicians took out half of the monsters. As Ikikami looks around the place, his classmates seem to be calm and treating the practical class like a field trip. For Ikikami, he also didn't worry much since students will be working together to cast out a single monster. Ikikami then felt uneasy for still sensing monsters lurking around even though he wiped out the monster a day before their practical class. He sensed that there is no sign of any disaster yet questions why there are monsters showing up near them. Ikikami heard his two classmates having a laugh competing in a practical class. He was bothered with his classmates for being unaware of the danger around them and being egoistic for a possibility that they might underestimate a monster that a single one of them could not defeat. Ikikami sighs out of dismay while Mizuha glanced at him the whole time out of suspicion. Mizuha seems to be the only who's aware of Ikikami's power level. The practical class finally started as the teacher calls everyone's attention to make sure everyone works as a team. Tadano calls Ikikami to proceed with his bullying scheme. He pushed Ikikami somewhere where no one could see them, but Ikikami stayed calm and gave Tadano a blank stare. Tadano and his friends acting cocky and thought Ikikami would just get in their way. Ikikami just dusts off his shoulders being mature while Tadano still acts almighty and high, trying so hard to be intimidating and threatening. Ikikami maturely asks them to just leave him alone if they don't like him. Tadano responded to not talk back at him as if Ikikami is low-class dirt. Out of nowhere, Tadano, being jealous, suddenly asked why is Mizuha interested in Ikikami. Ikikami, who doesn't even care about their teenage drama, looks confused. He then smiled brightly as he realized that Tadano is infatuated with Mizuha. Tadano was so mad and thought Ikikami's teasing him. He's so angry that veins popped out of his skin. Tadano being a hot-headed bully, he's so pissed off with how Ikikami interacted with him, so Tadano and his friends attempts to attack Ikikami again. Ikikami didn't even flinch, nor was it amused by their arrogance. Ikikami, being cool and calm, told them to not do it, implying that there's something more viscous behind them. The three bullies were petrified as they turned around to see a huge monster called the Demon Soldier. Friends of Tadano depends on him since they believe Tadano is one of the most powerful magicians in class. Tadano trembles but fakes his confidence to prove he's still strong. Tadano then tried his best and began to recite a spell to cast against the Demon Soldier. As he charged the attack, the three of them were relief and cheering as they idolized Tadano, thinking they completely defeated the Demon Soldier. The friends were distracted by their relief that the Demon Soldier tensed up its aura while standing still after Tadano's attack. Tadano froze out of fear and realized that his attacks were completely useless. Ikikami in the back observes Tadano's attack and the Demon Soldier's capability. Ikikami distinguishes that Tadano's level 1 magic power is ineffective and won't be able to take down a Demon Soldier. The Demon Soldier then came closer to Tadano and his friends. The Demon Soldier walked slowly while his aura became intense as it moved. Tadano and his friends lose their cool. Tadano fell on the ground and was terrified of not being able to defend himself and his friends. The friends held each other out of fear while crying as they trembled. Tadano even peed himself, thinking at that moment it was going to be his last. The Demon Soldier reaches its claws looking so bloodthirsty, attempting to brutally murder Tadano and his friends. As the monster tried to attack Tadano, the Demon Soldier felt an unusual aura. He looked up and the Demon Soldier saw Ikikami looking so fearless and calm. The demon can tell if a person is strong. When the demon senses Ikikami, he backs away while Ikikami moves forward to the demon monster. Ikikami had joy in his face, thinking of annihilating a Demon Soldier. The Demon Soldier does not underestimate Ikikami. It is aware of his powers. Ikikami glows when he releases his powers, but since the Demon Soldier is aware, the demon monster immediately casts a spell to attack. Ikikami, being a professional, let his one magic circle out to battle the Demon Soldier. Even though the three bullies are crying out loud while snots coming out of their noses still underestimated Ikikami. They are positive that they're all going to die, believing Ikikami only has a level 1 magic. The Demon Soldier uses 2 magic circles and casts a huge rock called the level 2 magic rock break and throws it to Ikikami. Ikikami, who only uses one arm to cast a spell and 1 magic circle, he smirks as he realizes that he can handle the demon so easily. Ikikami cast a spell named level 1 magic fire arrow. He cast it against a huge rock. The collision between the huge rock and Ikikami's spell causes the huge rock to explode to pieces of bits, but the spell Ikikami cast isn't just to defend himself to the rock, but it also aims the demon soldier. When the huge rock exploded, it affected the demon soldier. The demon soldier evaporated as its attack and Ikikami's single blow collides. The bullies were flabbergasted that Ikikami could single-handedly defeat a demon that majority of them in the class couldn't even kill it. Ikikami's glad that he killed the demon soldier, but a flashback happens when he got familiarized with the demon soldier's appearance. He remembers that the demon soldier was one of the first one to genocide the country in his days when he watched countless of people being brutally murdered with his own eyes. Tadano was embarrassed about the incident. He felt insulted when he witnessed Ikikami annihilated a demon soldier instead of him doing the job. Tadano and his friends just walked out but didn't even think of thanking Ikikami. After the incident, Miza seems to be eavesdropping and witnessed the whole incident. Before the demon soldier appeared, Miza was busy with the school activity. Miza uses her magic power called Level 1 Magic, Aqua Saucer. The monster was defeated immediately. Miza's group mates were dazzled by her skills as she uses her skills while thinking so high of herself. Even though her group mates complimented her, she sees them as ordinary people being a drag. Miza acts conceited every time people feed her ego. She thinks she's a genius and it cannot be helped. She was focused on the school activity until she saw Tadano's group. She does not care about Tadano, but what caught her eyes is Ikikami. Miza told her group that she would be back in a minute. She followed Tadano's group out of concern for Kusagani act. But she's concerned that Ikikami is outnumbered and could be beaten up by Tadano and his friends. Miza finally caught up with them. She was about to confront the boys until she saw a demon soldier. Miza was distressed as she saw the demon while being fully aware that none of them could kill a single demon soldier. She trembles just like Tadano, but she didn't care what might happen to her even though the situation is extremely dangerous. She reminded herself that she is a noble and will never do such thing to disappoint her bloodline. She was motivated and willing to risk her life to save her classmates. As Miza ran towards them, she was stopped by Ikikami's powerful magic power. Miza was in awe. Miza witnessed the explosion of the huge rock and the demon soldier evaporated with Ikikami's one single blow. When the smoke fades from the explosion, Miza gazes at Ikikami. She knew her classmate her whole life in school for her. It was like she was looking at a different person. The Kusanagi she knew was someone timid and had no aptitude for magic. Miza is appalled by Ikikami, who didn't even chant a spell. In the present, people seemed to be more comfortable casting magic after a brief chant. She squinted with curiosity running around her head that how could Ikikami, who she thought was Kusagani, could beat a demon soldier with a level 1 magic power. Miza was in awe since she had knowledge about a demon's strength. A demon's strength is determined by its number of crystals. This is also how their ranking is established. For a magical beast with 1 crystal, the demon is ranked 6. Demon soldier, 2 crystals, ranked 5. Demon captain, 3 crystals, ranked 4. Demon general, 4 crystals, ranked 3. Demon King, 5 crystals, ranked 2. She determined all the demon rankings. That's why she knew that it's impossible to beat a demon soldier with a level 1 magic. Miza still hid behind the wall observing Ikikami walking away after he single-handedly the demon. Miza caught herself being amused by Ikikami. Until Ikikami calls her out. Miza was shook when she realized Ikikami knew she was eavesdropping in the first place. She asked Ikikami out of curiosity. Ikikami responded that if you are a mage, it would be easy for you to sense someone's presence. But Miza glares with confusion on her face. With Ikikami's as usual reaction, he once again realized that everyone is not as powerful as the people in his era. Ikikami walks away, and Miza chased her since Miza's curiosity kept bothering her mind. As she ran in the alley, Ikikami suddenly disappeared. It appears that Ikikami was on top of the building. He took himself unnoticed to focus on other important things. He looked around while being on top of the building. He sensed multiple magical beasts, a kind of low-ranked beast lurking around near the area where everyone's doing their school activity. Ikikami's now worried for everyone's sake after witnessing Tadano's power against a monster. Ikikami has nothing on his mind except the fact that his classmates could be in danger with their situation. Ikikami decided to reduce the monsters to help his classmates. He didn't plan to wipe it all out to avoid suspicion. Ikikami releases his power like a ray of sunshine. His power has the range to cover area around Shibuya Station. He used 2 magic circles looking like a guardian angel to reduce the number of magical beasts. He called it level 2 magic, Magic Barret. Then a beam of golden light spread across the Shibuya Station hunting down a magical beast. Some of his classmates saw the beam of light and thought it's a shooting star. One girl was about to be attacked by the magical beast, and the girls screamed so loud until Ikikami's power haunted the beast down. Ikikami's relieved to wipe out some magical beasts, but as he observes, he felt dumbfounded for overdoing his power. He ended up killing most of it, and the class won't be able to proceed. He advised himself to hold back next time. Ikikami then flew away after wiping out most of the monsters. He went into an alley where no one could see him. He didn't mind showing his powers, especially if it's necessary. It's just he humbly doesn't want to stand out. The teacher inspects the area full of dead beasts. The teacher has no idea that there will be countless monsters in the area since he was informed that the police magicians eliminated most monsters in the said area. The teacher was informed that one of his students was almost attacked by the beast. He seemed nervous, but he was thankful for the mysterious skilled magician who annihilated the monsters that almost killed his students. By the looks of it, the teacher knew that it would be impossible if one of his students were responsible for wiping out most of the monsters. One of his students was infuriated for almost dying, but the teacher humbly apologized, and he also believes that he is responsible for putting his student's life in danger. The teacher clenched his jaw from also being infuriated with his decision. He wrongly informed, but he also thought that he could have double-checked and get confirmation from the school's side. The three students who were almost brutally murdered by the beast stared at each other and thought that the teacher was valid for being wrongly informed about the place. The girl with braids asks if somebody saved them. She wanted to look for the hero and offer the hero gratitude. The teacher confirms that it must be someone outside the school using magic illegally. But he didn't mind since the hero he was referring to Ikikami saved them all. He thanked the mysterious hero with his whole heart. And as per the students, including the teacher, they all had a face of relief, especially for Ikikami, who saved them all. After the practical class period, everyone walks home. As they were walking, they were all gossiping about the mysterious hero and the beam-light-looking power they saw. Ikikami's satisfied not only because he killed the monster, but he's also satisfied seeing everyone okay and are able to see their family in the end of the day. Ikikami's thankful even for Kusagani's bullies behind him who look like they're cursing him. Miza still couldn't get Akiko out of his mind, being able to defeat the demon soldier with her thought that Ikikami only has level 1 magic power. She still denies her gut feeling since for her knowledge it is impossible for a person to have multiple attributes, especially for Kusagani, who she believes is weak. She thought that she might be overthinking, it might be a different person. She glares at Ikikami, wondering who he could possibly be. As for the bullies, they still couldn't believe they were saved by who they thought was a weakling, but in spite of their overwhelming ego, deep down they were pretty impressed with Ikikami. Tadano was displeased with his friends who were talking about Ikikami's unbelievable skills non-stop. Despite being saved, Tadano felt humiliated and believes there's something fishy with Ikikami. Tadano's friends just agree with him like they are followers of Tadano, and change sides all of a sudden, calling Ikikami a weakling. Tadano, who's always been fractious, thought Ikikami was definitely cheating. He's furious and wanted to reveal Ikikami's true character so bad that his veins are starting to pop out. After school, Ikikami walks home alone. He then bumped into a group of men who looks threatening. They appear to be Tadano's followers. They look like a gang who craves to beat the life out of Ikikami in Tadano's order. Tadano then came out looking so cocky and arrogant, and told Ikikami that him and his followers were waiting. Akami, who is self-aware that even though he is outnumbered, he can finish off the gang in a second. Ikikami then maturely told the gang how persistent they were, and instead of wasting time to pick on someone, they should study the use of their magic. Tadano was pissed off, thinking Ikikami is trying to trash talk him and calls Ikikami a cheat. Ikikami was confused. Tadano became more furious, thinking Ikikami is playing dumb since he believed Ikikami couldn't use that amount of magic power. Tadano then tries to act someone threatening and told Ikikami to run away. Ikikami replied with confidence that there's no reason for him to run away. Tadano then was irritated of Ikikami talking back at him. Ikikami was dragged to a playground, and Tadano instantly attacked him with a punch until one by one Ikikami was outnumbered, and they all beat him up. Tadano was so satisfied as he beats up Ikikami, thinking he's giving him a taste of his fist until he dies. But Ikikami wasn't even hurt. He has a barrier that automatically protects himself from punches or any danger. So even if the gang mutinously attempts to hurt Ikikami, it would be ineffective. But Ikikami doesn't care since he's not someone who's fragile like Tadano. Ikikami was so annoyed that he just acted like he was really getting beaten by the gang. But then out of nowhere Miza appeared and made the gang stop from beating Ikikami. Tadano was embarrassed to see Miza witnessed his violent action since he's infatuated by Miza. Tadano denies their bullying scheme, that they're all just playing around. Tadano thought he could fool Miza, but she angrily replied that she knew they've been bullying Kusanagi. She then lectures the gang that to think they are all students of the prestigious Magic Academy acting so violent to a poor person is a shame. The gang didn't feel bad but embarrassed that someone like Miza felt an ike for their violence. Tadano didn't even think of his actions and still blames Akami why Miza is disgusted by him. Miza being a good example is a student of the said academy, and a Nobel grabs Akami's hands to save him from Tadano's gang. Tadano was furious and instantly chanted a spell to attack Akami without thinking it could also hurt Miza. Magic Law. Tadano was very furious when Yuika held Akami's hands that he suddenly chants a spell to attack Akami. Akami, who just wanted to go home, was bored since Tadano doesn't want to stop his fragility. As soon as Tadano chanted his spell, his gang went with his scheme. They all chanted a spell all at once to attack Akami without even thinking that Yuika could also get hurt. Yuika starts panicking since she is aware that she won't be able to defend herself with outnumbered magic spells. She yells Tadano's name so he could stop his immaturity, or else she might also get hurt. The gang used a fire form magic then instantly attacked Akami. Yuika tried her best to defend herself and Akami, while Akami on the other hand was chill since the gang only had level 1 magic that he could easily sway and defend. A big explosion happened when the gang attacked all at once. Yuika screamed but nothing, and not even one bit of magic scratched her. Tadano was satisfied thinking he finally killed Akami, and laughs diabolically while mocking him that he is nothing against an outnumbered magic power. Tadano's friends were concerned and had a feeling of regret since they went too far and thought they might have ended someone's life, but Tadano just gaslit them. Tadano suddenly comes up with a lie to justify his recklessness. He convinces himself that they accidentally used magic outside the academy, and it got out of control. Then Akami just got caught in the middle of it. He did not regret anything while feeling all the satisfaction that he took the life out of Akami. The smoke fades and Tadano saw Akami's shadow standing perfectly still, and he was startled. Akami made a speech that he only tolerated Tadano and the gang since they're all just a brat. Akami believes that stupidity can only be cured by death. That was the moment he realized he must discipline Tadano and the gang for abusing their magic, while Yuika on the back is still shaking because of Tadano's attack. Tadano and his gang were terrified to see Akami being alive along with Yuika. Yuika was in disbelief that she was still alive, and the person whom she thought was weak protected her. Akami then lectured the gang for dragging Yuika in the fight when all she did was protect her classmate from severe bullying. Akami then mockingly asked Tadano if how rotten could he be. Tadano became more intense and blamed both Akami and Yuika for making a fool out of him. Tadano did not stop since his ego was hurt, and his gang went along again like they're a loyal follower of Tadano. Tadano then yelled that they all won't stop until Akami dies. Akami on the other hand only used the tip of his finger for the magic power he'll use against the gang. Tadano and his gang laughed since they still underestimated Akami and insulted his magic, then called it crappy. The gang was so sure they will end Akami's life and attacked all at once. Akami then used his power named Magic Drain. Then a huge and long vine came out of his small magic circle. It didn't even attack the gang. He only used the magic to stop them from their abusive behavior. The vines then held the gang that they weren't able to proceed with their magic. The vines glow as it absorbed their magic power. They felt their strength being sucked out of them. Akami then retrieved the magic. Then Tadano and his gang all passed out from getting their magic drained by Akami. But before Akami leaves and goes home as he should be in the first place, he analyzes the gang. He realized that he only absorbed a bit of their magic power, yet they all passed out in a second. After the fight, he hopes that they learned their lesson. Yuika was still in shock to witness Tadano, who's known to be one of the strongest, got knocked out by someone who she thought was weak. Akami was ready to leave and picked up his school bag. Yuika became more curious. Then she persistently asked Akami multiple questions like what kind of magic did he use, what happened and how he knocked out the bully, and how was Akami able to use magic properly. But her most important question is who is the person that uses Kusagani body. Akami was annoyed since he just wanted to take a rest and go home. But Akami denied all the question by making Yuika realize that she should first thank him for saving her. Yuika replied that she will give Akami her regards for helping her, and thanked Akami as she blushed for secretly admiring Akami. Yuika turned around and she saw Akami disappeared. She was annoyed since it was the second time Akami dodged her question and disappear all of a sudden. Later that night, Akami once again roamed around the old Shibuya where active monsters lurks around. Akami uses his magic circle to investigate the place while wearing a hoodie so that he won't be recognized. Akami then stood at the top of the building to sense all the active monsters. Akami had a bad feeling, so he came to check the place out, as he thought after he killed all the monsters on their practical class before, yet the place was full of monsters again. He wonders if those monsters were some kind of a bad omen. He is sure that if it was just Shibuya where the monsters live, then he alone could handle it. But he can sense monsters in other places, and perhaps the situation is too much for the police. But the police aren't just what crossed Ikikami's mind but also the others. Even though Ikikami has a godly power, he still won't be able to wipe out all the monsters in Japan all by himself. As he gazes on top of the building, he thought that he must come up with a plan to wipe out the entire monster species. Ikikami decided to kill the monsters around Shibuya first, but he must do it carefully so he wouldn't stand out. He uses his glowing magic like he did before and instantly killed the monsters around Shibuya. While Ikikami was busy wiping out the monsters, there was a drunk man walking alone that night. But the drunk man isn't aware of the threat behind him that he's being followed. The monster opened its jaws to munch the drunk man. But before the monster even attempted to attack, Ikikami interferes to save the drunk man. The drunk man turned around and saw nothing while Ikikami hides with the monster to avoid being recognized by a citizen. The drunk man assumes that the noise must have been his imagination. Ikikami was thankful that he didn't get caught, and the drunk man proceeds to walk home. Ikikami leaves using his green magic circle without him knowing that someone was recording him. A young hipster shivers as he saw Ikikami's ability and strength. He was impressed that he decided to record it with his phone and post it to his social media account, then hopes the video could go viral. The next day at the academy, Ikikami, Yuika, and Tadano were in the guidance office to be lectured about the incident the other day. It has come to the teacher and principal's attention that some students of their academy were seen using magic outside their school. Yuika, who's known to be one of the achievers, was nervous when the teacher then told them that if the allegations were true, then they had no choice but to expel that student. Tadano was also scared to be expelled. Then he once again came up with a lie and pointed his fingers at Ikikami to throw him off the bus and told the principal that Ikikami was the one who came to his gang to pick a fight. Ikikami thinks Tadano was so childish to just lie so casually. But Ikikami wouldn't let that slide, so Tadano could get away with his bratty behavior. It was a drag for Ikikami, but he needs to explain himself. Tadano and his friends were shocked when Ikikami stood up for himself. But as he was about to speak up, Yuika was furious with Tadano trying to get Ikikami expelled by his casual lies. Yuika speaked up that Tadano and his gang were bullying Ikikami, and it was Tadano who used his magic power first. But the teacher who tries to analyze their defense realized that Ikikami also used his magic, which was not allowed. But Yuika immediately stood up for Ikikami that Ikikami only used it as an act of self-defense and did not do anything bad. Ikikami was impressed by Yuika's strong and considerate act. Tadano was anxious for being slowly getting caught, but Yuika shuts him off from telling more lies. Yuika then lectured Tadano on what kind of a bully who blames their victims after facing their well-deserved consequences. And Yuika then called out Tadano that he must be ashamed of himself. But Tadano didn't even feel guilty and continued on justifying his bullying schemes, that Ikikami is just a trash that needs to be cleaned up. But Yuika calmly looked at Tadano with a fierce look and told him straight up that he is the one who's not worthy of their academy. Tadano kept reasoning out that he is one of the top students in their school, and he is the only one who is worthy of standing beside Yuika, and not someone like Ikikami. But Yuika was confused with Tadano being out of context. Tadano, who became a creep all of a sudden, told Yuika to not cover her eyes and to stop covering for Ikikami. With tears in his eyes, he told Yuika to become his woman like a dominant trash. But Yuika, who's creeped out by Tadano, rejected him instantly. Tadano was shocked for getting his heart crushed. Meanwhile, Yuika keeps on telling him all the reasons why she would never go out with someone like Tadano, who's a bully, violent, and because the timing of his confession makes zero sense. Ikikami stares at Tadano, whose heart was broken. Ikikami pity him not just because he deserves the consequences, but also he was brutally rejected by Yuika. The teacher waits for the principal to make a decision, and as the principal analyzes their defense, he was pretty sure that Tadano and his friends were at fault in the situation and Ikikami was just using his magic power as his self-defense. He then made up his decision that Tadano and his friends are officially expelled, since he believes that magic is not supposed to be used for an individual's selfish desire. Tadano still knocked out by Yuika's rejection, while his friends begged the principal to not get them expelled, and they were just following Tadano's orders. The teacher was glad that someone like Ikikami and Yuika is innocent, and he cheerfully told them to go back to their classroom. As Yuika and Ikikami walked to their classroom, Yuika vented her anger how much she hates Tadano, and that she has never been so mad her whole life. Ikikami asked Yuika out of curiosity on what will happen to Tadano and his friends since they're all expelled. Yuika replied that an expelled student won't be a mage anymore. Yuika stopped Ikikami and advised him to learn how to stand up for himself. Ikikami was bewildered since that's what he was about to do earlier, but Yuika interfered. Ikikami just stares at Yuika. He reminisced the times when Yuika stood up for him without her thinking that she might also get hurt. Like back in their class when Ikikami got into a fight with Tadano, and recently when they were being lectured in the dean's office. Ikikami was impressed by Yuika's good personality and called her a crazy good girl. Yuika blushed as Ikikami complimented her. Then she ran away like a typical teen girl who gets awkwardly shy when a guy admires her. She then runs to the classroom for being fluttered. As Yuika left the hallway, that left Ikikami to wonder how Kusanagi really died. He was curious that it could be possible that he was bullied to death. Or was it just a normal car accident? Ikikami's not sure, but he has a gut feeling that someone is guilty with Kusanaga's death. He looked up at the sky as if he was trying to send a message to Kusanagi that he hoped that taking away Kusanaga's bullies had paid off. Meanwhile, in the dean's office, the dean called two who seemed to be one of the top students. He informed them about the incident of the students who recently used magic power outside their academy. The dean also followed up that there was no harm was done in the public. The two students were curious of the reason why they were called at the dean's office. The dean responded that Mizuha Yuika got caught in the middle of the fight. The dean did not even elaborate the situation, but the blue-haired girl immediately understood the dean's purpose of calling them in. The dean then gave regards to the blue-haired girl. And the blue-haired girl appears to be someone like Yuika, who's also a Nobel with her father that invested in their prestigious academy. But Yuika being almost harmed isn't what just caught their attention. After hearing the dean's report, they immediately made a conclusion that Ikikami could also be absurdly strong since fighting multiple mages is impossible for them. The blue-haired girl is positive that an individual wouldn't win in that kind of situation unless there is a huge power discrepancy. The two students believe that Ikikami is not even close as stronger as they were, but they are interested in Ikikami's ability. As they walk down the hallway, they are making a decision and they decided to confirm it first by seeing Ikikami, and then they will decide whether to expel Yuika or not. The blue-haired girl appears to be Yuika's older sister named Mizuha Ruka, who is recently in her 3rd year. The boy named Katsuragi Ryuji, who's also in 3rd year, replied that he's interested in the plan. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Ikikami was bored while having a peaceful day. Then his classmates in the background saw the video that went viral recently. A video of him in disguise while he was roaming around Shibuya. Ikikami was labeled as the Black Mage. Ikikami, who has no idea that he was the one being viral, thought the Black Mage is some sort of another magic noble. He acts so chill, being a clueless man, that he is the one being gossiped around. He was then called by their teacher to get measured, since they all still thought that the machine just had a malfunction last time. Yuika, who's still curious of Ikikami's real identity and ability, snooped inside the room to see Ikikami's magic power. That was the moment she thought she finally had a chance to see Ikikami's capability. But before the measurement starts, Yuika's sister Ruka and Ryuji interfered, trying to act almighty. Yuika was confused by their interference, and Yuika looked intimidated by her older sister. Ikikami then came forward to the magic power measuring machine. Ikikami tried his best to hold down to avoid another destruction. As he touched the crystal, he focused on giving his lowest and weakest power. The machine starts to measure the power, and Ikikami acted as if he was tired. That made the teacher concerned for him. The results showed and the teacher was worried, while Yuika was not amused. Ryuji and Ruka also participated to see Ikikami's power level and attributes to learn if their conclusion was wrong or not. Then the machine's result was level 100. Ikikami's classmates murmurs around, thinking that Ikikami will have no place to go and no chance to be a mage after seeing his result. Ryuji was disappointed, thinking that the report was a lie, that Ikikami defeating a gang. Both Ruka and Ryuji lost interest since they thought they have found their match to compete with. Ikikami's classmates underestimated him for getting a 100 power level, which is the lowest level in their academy. But Ikikami didn't mind. The teacher comforts him so he wouldn't feel bad for getting the lowest result. But Yuika's not satisfied, since she has a gut feeling that something is definitely wrong. She knows that Ikikami got what it takes, while Ikikami, on the other hand, is glad that he didn't stand out. Yuika had a feeling that Ikikami could have adjusted his powers, and she was infuriated that Ikikami once again tried to be mysterious. Ikikami didn't mind that people around him thinks of him as someone who won't achieve anything. He's just glad that he has gotten a grip of his own magic. After the assessment, Ikikami walked with Yuika down the hallway and asked Yuika what was her purpose to be attending the assessment. Yuika replied that she was curious of something. Then they were both stopped, and why Ruka and Ryuji. Ikikami asked about who could they be. Ruka introduced herself with pride that she is the eldest daughter of the Mizuha family, and the boy he was with is Katsuragi Ryuji, who's also in 3rd year. Ikikami asked the two well-known top students if they need something, but Ruka came forward to tell Ikikami that he is no longer their concern. As Ruka walked straight forward to Yuika, Yuika was scared of her older sister. Ruka looked down on Yuika to make her realize that she's weak for not being able to defeat Tadano and his gang. And the fact that Yuika was saved by a guy whose magic power amount is merely 100 She then wants to know if those information she heard was true. Yuika, who looks terrified of her sister, told her the truth, that all those information was correct. Ruka then yelled at Yuika that she must leave the academy, like she just did a dishonorable act for their bloodline. But Yuika insisted, since she dreams of being a mage. Ruka then asserted her dominance and acted more arrogant and told Yuika that she never even won against her. Whether it was academics, sports, or magic craft, Yuika never failed to lose against Ruka in everything. She then put Yuika down by telling her that she will never be suited as a mage, since her being one is more than enough. Yuika tried to explain herself, but before she even speaks, Ruka cuts her sentence and ordered her to do what she says and quit the academy and enroll in a normal school. Yuika grips her skirt as if she has no other choice. She started crying and was about to agree with Ruka's decision, but Ikikami speaks up and called out Ruka being quite arrogant. Ruka, who acts almighty, felt disrespected. Ikikami then told her that Ruka kept talking nonstop without bothering to listen to what the other party wanted to say. He also told her that if her attitude isn't arrogance, then what else should Ikikami call her? Ruka then told Ikikami to stay out of it, since the conversation is only between family members. But Ikikami corrected her that it wasn't even a form of conversation, that it just sounds like Ruka is just ordering Yuika around. Ruka was deeply offended when Ikikami called her out for her arrogant and cocky attitude. He then corrected her that it's never right and allowed to force someone out of their way of living, even if it is a family member. Same goes for forcing an individual to give up on their dreams. Ruka didn't stop insulting her sister, while Yuika felt her dignity being crushed by her sister's words. Ruka kept justifying that Yuika will never be a mage, since Yuika always loses against her. While Yuika cries in the background, she slowly agrees with her sister that she has zero talent. Yuika was never arrogant nor looked down on others. She just compliments herself, like calling herself a genius, and like she has the aptitude to be one to only validate her hard works and to also feel better for herself. But all of those achievements became nothing to Yuika when she realized that she never even won against Ruka. Yuika felt like her life was over because of all the pressure. But Ikikami put a bright smile on his face and believes in Yuika. She told Ruka that Yuika can win against her. Yuika was touched by Ikikami for standing up for her, that she stopped crying and her eyes began to sparkle. But Ruka, who's being arrogant, thought that it will be impossible for someone like Yuika. Ikikami then told Ruka that it would be impossible to duel against Yuika for now. Ruka then settled a schedule for their duel in 2 weeks' time. She then made an offer for a 2 versus 2 duels. Ikikami was happy to hear the offer, since he'll be joining the duel. But Ruka tried to provoke Ikikami that he had been spouting nonsense, and she assumed that Ikikami will just run away. Ikikami then told Ruka that it would be nonsense to run away, and he is determined to participate. Ikikami turns around with a bright smile to Yuika and asked her if she's interested in joining. Yuika was overwhelmed with the offer and Ikikami being by her side. Yuika breathes in as she thoroughly thinks of her decision. She then answered out loud with confidence that she will participate too. Ikikami was proud of Yuika being confident after he lifts up her spirit. Ikikami made a deal that if they win, Ruka must not speak harshly towards Yuika anymore. But as for Ruka's side, if they win, then Yuika will quit the academy. Ruka didn't stop talking even though they were all settled. She tried to be intimidating by informing her opponents that she wouldn't hold back and they must be prepared to face reality. Later then, Ikikami and Yuika had a conversation on the academy's rooftop. Yuika asked for Ikikami's help. Yuika was perseverance to be taught more about magic, while Ikikami still wonders why he was called on the rooftop all of a sudden. Ikikami still pretends to be weak by saying that he's a lowly mage whose amount of magic power is 100. He asked Yuika if she's sure to be taught by someone like him. But Yuika is sharp to realize that Ikikami was just hiding his real powers, and she's aware that Ikikami's way more stronger. Ikikami was impressed with Yuika's intelligence. Yuika was certain that Ikikami knew a way to be stronger, and that's why he told Ruka that Yuika has a chance to win. But Ikikami only spat those words, since Ruka is the type of person who desperately wants to control everything. And that's why he set it up so that Ruka would get provoked and suggest a fight against him. But there's no way Ikikami would turn Yuika down. Yuika begs Ikikami to help her. But of course, Ikikami said yes, since he's the one who provoked the duel. Yuika asked Ikikami again to be sure. Ikikami made one condition, that Yuika must follow his instructions, and Yuika shouldn't back out midway of their training. Yuika jumped as she felt so jolly with Ikikami helping her. Ikikami assures that there's no way he'll decline Yuika if she begged that way. He's also proud to see a mage who's willing to be stronger. Besides, they need to prepare for what's going to happen from then on. Ikikami then told Yuika that from then on, they must start with their training and look for a place to train with. Yuika blushes for being shy as she suggested her place to be their training ground. After school, they proceeded to Yuika's place. Ikikami was fascinated with how big Yuika's place was. Yuika then told him that his father is a nobleman, so it's natural. Yuika warms up and she realized that it was her first time to invite a boy over to her home. She then became nervous around Ikikami. She was conscious on how would Ikikami think of her, but for Yuika, it's not like she has any weird intentions. Ikikami calls Yuika's attention for them to get started. Yuika, who's slowly infatuated by Ikikami, awkwardly asked him why he would call her by her given name. Ikikami was weirded out since Rukas also goes by Miza, and people wouldn't know who he's addressing to if he calls Yuika by her surname. Yuika felt awkward while Ikikami suggested that he can call her by a different name, but Yuika insisted that she's fine with being called by her given name. They finally moved forward for their training. Ikikami first asked Yuika about how she defines a magic power. Yuika confidently answered that a magic power is the energy inside their body that is needed to perform magic. Ikikami then asked about incantations. Yuika answered that it was a program-like way to automatically turn magic power into magicraft. Then she followed up her answer that it is impossible to deliberately increase a mage's magic power, since the limit of one's magical power amount is determined pre-birth, and the amount will stop a person once they reach a certain age. Yuika was so confident to answer all the questions so perfectly, but Ikikami disagreed since Yuika's answers were all incorrect. Yuika couldn't believe her answers were all wrong. Ikikami couldn't believe that the current mages were so foolish. He wondered what just happened for the past 50 years. Ikikami corrected Yuika that a magic power isn't just within a person's body, but it also exists by nature. And the incantations are simply tools to back up their magicraft. And it is possible to intentionally increase a person's magic power. Yuika still believed Ikikami and told him that all of his information was all lies. In Yuika's defense, if Ikikami was right, then the Magicraft Academy would overturn itself. Ikikami didn't care whether Yuika believed it or not yet. He will just simply teach her the 3 things he spoke about. He first made Yuika sit down to channel his magic power into her, and Yuika should inform Ikikami once she felt the power. Yuika didn't know that a mage should feel a magic power from others. Ikikami told her that she will never be strong if she can't feel any magic. Ikikami then puts his palm on Yuika's back as she closes her eyes to focus. Ikikami proceeds to channel his power that looks like a blue flame. But it was not enough since Yuika didn't react. He then intensified his power, but still no response from Yuika. And after intensifying it, Yuika finally felt the power on her back. Ikikami then taught Yuika that what she felt was a magic power perception. Yuika then learned what Ikikami said earlier about feeling the magic power. Ikikami advises her that she must remember how it felt. Ikikami then told Yuika that if an individual can feel it, they'll be able to detect it and will be able to find the magic power in nature. And that should be Yuika's first goal to their training. Yuika once again felt so confident that she could handle it in no time since she's the second daughter of the Miza family. Yuika was so jolly while Ikikami sort of doubts her since Yuika only sensed it after he poured much more magic power. He assumes that Yuika doesn't have the talent to be a mage. 1 week later, Yuika cries for help since she still couldn't do it. Ikikami was nearly pissed off since it's been a week and Yuika has been practicing diligently, and Yuika's slow at understanding. But Ikikami didn't give up and told Yuika that once again he will pour magic into her until she can master it. He puts his hands on her back and released the power. Ikikami made Yuika open her eyes, and to her surprise, she finally did it. She can see the magic power. Yuika stares at her aura that she couldn't believe that she finally mastered it. Since Yuika finally has the ability to see magic, she looks at Ikikami to see his magic power. But she couldn't explain why she could barely see Ikikami's power. Ikikami praises her for finally achieving her first goal. Yuika blushes and acted like it was all natural for her. Since Yuika finally managed the magic power perception, then they will move forward with their next training, which Yuika should learn to adjust the amount of magic power she has by using the magicraft with the appropriate amount of magic. And she should discard all futilities and focus more on efficiency. Yuika should also use her magic power up to its limit. And after Yuika depleted her magic, the amount will increase after he recovers. But since Yuika can now sense a magic power, she should be able to maximize her power. Yuika was curious if their next training will be any different from the basic teachings of their academy. Ikikami answered the question by telling her that it's okay if she doesn't believe him since he's aware that he's telling facts from the beginning. But Yuika trusts Ikikami now and she swears that she doesn't doubt him anymore. Ikikami was glad as they moved on to the next stage of their training. She then told Yuika to move back a little. Ikikami took off his blazer to battle Yuika. Yuika was SP determinate since she always wanted to see Ikikami's real powers. Yuika used 1 magic circle with her power called first level of aqua sorcery, then 2 waters shaped like a swirl charged against Ikikami. Ikikami stands still as Yuika's power attacks him. He then uses his shield power that looks like a honeycomb to block Yuika's attack. Yuika was impressed with Ikikami's ability. Ikikami called the power he used as the first level non-attributes magic barrier. He lectures Yuika that if can't destroy Ikikami's shield, then beating her sister Ruka would be impossible. Yuika became serious with the training as she uses another attack she called Ice Bullets. Ikikami casually blocks Yuika's attack while advising her to move as she uses her magicraft, because if she stopped, her movement means defeat when facing a mage. Yuika followed Ikikami's advice and continued on attacking. After their sparring, Yuika was worn out. Ikikami offered her a towel. Ikikami observed that Yuika used too much magic power in an inefficient way. He then lectures her that once Yuika could adjust her power, then she'll no longer need any incantations, since a mage can use magicraft as long as they have magic power. Ikikami demonstrates Yuika's magicraft with his magic, which looked like a spit of fire. Ikikami then compares Yuika's power to his by demonstrating the power he used, which looked like a blast of fire. Yuika realized that her magic power dispersed in her magicraft. But Ikikami reminded her that it's possible to perform magicraft even without incantations as long as a mage can adjust their magic power. Yuika then realized that it's no need to chant. Ikikami then told Yuika that she must first shorten her incantation, and once she adjusts her magic power, then she'll learn that she won't need to chant any incantations, since it'll be advantageous in a battle if a mage can shorten their chant. And from then on, a mage can no longer waste their magic power to incantation chants. Yuika realized that it could strengthen her magicraft. Ikikami stood up and told Yuika to start over again, or their training would be meaningless otherwise. Ikikami then became scary as he advised Yuika to practice like her life depends on it. Yuika was terrified. Yuika couldn't handle Ikikami's power, then she passed out on the ground after their practice battle. But Ikikami reminded her that they'll be practice battling every day until she masters Ikikami's lesson. Later that night, Ikikami roamed around Harajuku. He sensed monsters around in Harajuku. He realized that the monsters don't decrease in number despite the constant exterminations. He still couldn't figure out what's going on with the monsters. As he roams around, he saw something that caught his eye. He saw a girl who's about to be attacked by a level 1 monster. Ikikami rushes to save the girl. And before the monster attempts to chomp on the girl, Ikikami immediately killed the monster. Ikikami, with his disguise on, checks on the girl if she's alright. But with tears on the girl's eyes, she didn't say anything and just took Ikikami's picture. But the girl didn't get the full image of Ikikami, since he instantly flew away like a speed of light. Ikikami was irritated with the girl taking pictures without even thanking him. As he flew away, he thought of wearing a mask the next time he roams around. The next day, Ikikami and Yuika still trains for their duel against Ruka. Yuika gets defeated every time. Yuika's on the ground panting as she ran out of breath. Ikikami in his mind remembered that the duel was only a few days left. He observes Yuika's progress, which was getting better. But in Yuika's case, he still lacks in all fields compared to her sister Ruka. Ikikami believes that there's no way for Yuika to win if she continues being defeated by Ikikami's level 1 barrier. Yuika was dead serious as she slowly rose from her worn-out body. She told Ikikami that it's okay to give up, and that she has always been compared to her sister, that she can't beat her at everything, and Yuika was forced to give up on many things. But Yuika was courageous, since magicraft is the only thing she refused to give up on. Ikikami warns her that she won't be able to win in her state. But Yuika yelled at Ikikami to be more stricter. Ikikami was pleased to see Yuika being brave and persistent to be a better mage. He then told her that he wouldn't hold back. Yuika then tries her best to proceed with their training. Both Yuika and Ikikami trained all day. Ikikami lectures her more about the right usage of magic power. They practice battle again and again, and Ikikami carries Yuika every time she's worn out. Until the next day, after all the trial and errors, they battle once again. Until Yuika finally managed to break Ikikami's magic barrier, and she passed. Yuika lays on the ground as she celebrates her success. Ikikami, who doubted Yuika before, was proud once again with Yuika's determination and hard work. Yuika smiles with success on her face. The next day, both Yuika and Ikikami were outside the academy as they prepare for their duel against Ruka. But someone approaches them. That blocked them to the entrance of academy. It appears that a bunch of media reporters were also interested with the duel. Yuika felt dumbfounded with the press who has information about their duel. Ikikami realized that just from a battle between students showed him that how important the lineage of a noble mage was. Then the duel will happen in the school's coliseum, and it appears that the students of the academy were also looking forward to the duel. Ikikami thinks that it might be a bit too much for other students to participate. Yuika replied that it's rare for a magic duel to occur. That's why the students of their academy treat it like an event. Both Yuika and Ikikami prepares for the duel, until the announcer calls their name to come forward to the stage. But Yuika was a bit nervous, so Ikikami calls her name before she goes. Ikikami cheered for Yuika to do her best. Yuika's stage fright turns into motivation after lifting her spirit up. She then moves along to the stage. As she walks, she finds Ikikami a mysterious person with words that could resound her heart. Both Ruka and Yuika faced each other. Ruka tried to provoke her by her surprise that Yuika didn't run away. Yuika talked back that she won't run away. Ruka called Yuika uncouth for assuming she can win, especially against someone like her. Yuika yelled that she'll definitely win. But Ruka observed Yuika that she has progress in the past 2 weeks. Yuika analyzes her sister as she realized that Ruka is strong. She saw the difference between their magic powers and saw that Ruka's powers were bigger. But Yuika will still try her best. The duel was then commenced, and it cues both Yuika and Ruka to start. Yuika remembered all the things she learned to Ikikami as she attacks. Ruka also made her move. Ikikami on the side of the stage analyzes the fight between Mizua's sisters. He noticed that Ruka should also know the basics of a battle between two mages. But in Ikikami's comparison, Yuika was so nervous that she forgot to move in a battle, and also Yuika lost the advantage of speed and chanting. The Mizua sisters didn't hold back as they fight. They both used the same magic called the first level aqua sorcery, and both their magic powers clashed to each other. But Yuika was hit, and she was surprised to see herself manage to counteract Ruka's power. Ruka was impressed that Yuika has gotten stronger in just 2 weeks. Yuika was touched as her sister Ruka praises her like she always wanted Ruka's validation. Ruka then speculates Yuika's expression being happy, but Ruka made it clear that she just said a mere comparison, and she really wasn't praising Yuika. Ruka was provoked and decided that she'll raise her level of magic power. Yuika managed to block the attack. While Ruka didn't stop with her attack Khalid's second level water blitz, Ruka's attack was continuous, until Yuika couldn't handle it anymore. Yuika fell off the stage beside Ikikami. Ikikami looks at Yuika hoping that she won't give up. Based on Ikikami's observation, in terms of enchanting speed, Yuika's chance of winning is higher, but it happens that Ruka was just stronger. Ruka called Ikikami a cruel guy for not helping Yuika despite after he protected Yuika from her before. But in Ikikami's defense, he didn't help Yuika since he doesn't underestimate her. Ruka was confused, until Yuika got up to fight more. Ruka was then terrified to see her sister standing up after she uses her level 2 magic against Yuika. Yuika kept telling Ruka that she won't give up. She was persistent that magicraft is the only thing she has, and even if she loses everything, she still has pride for magicraft. Yuika did her best to attack Ruka once again, so Ruka charged her magic as well. The Mizua sisters fought again, but Yuika's body couldn't handle it anymore while she repeatedly reminds herself that she must not give up, until Yuika finally passed out. And for the first round, Ruka was victorious. Yuika kept hating herself on the ground for not being able to defeat her sister. Ikikami then approaches Yuika to comfort her defeat. Ikikami noticed that the battle of magic usage was based on magical power adjustments, but Yuika simply lost in terms of the amount of magic power. Ruka hopes that Ikikami could finally understand that Yuika has no talent. Ikikami stood up while talking back to Ruka. He believes that Yuika might have no talent, since Yuika's clumsy, barely progressed, inefficient, and gets even weaker during the real deal. Yuika heard everything as she cried on the floor. But Ikikami proudly told Ruka that Yuika is a hard worker. Yuika stopped crying for a moment until Ikikami acknowledged her hard work. Ikikami then called Yuika diligent when she practiced every single day like an idiot. But Ruka was disappointed with the result, while Ikikami still defended Yuika that she might have lost, but he likes hard-working people like Yuika. Yuika cries with joy as she heard Ikikami still believes in her after her defeat. Ikikami then told Ruka that Yuika is her disciple, and he finds it displeasing whenever Ruka speaks badly to her sister. Yuika cries more when Ikikami stands up for her like it gave her hope to not give up. Ruka was so pressed and thinks that Ikikami's being too cocky for someone with a magic power amount of 100. Ikikami looked intimidating as he replied that a guy like him with a magic power amount of 100 will defeat Ruka. Ruka thinks Ikikami was spouting nonsense again, but she will not be Ikikami's opponent for now. Ryuji was glad to be his turn to duel. Both were so confident that I'll finish Ikikami in a second. Ikikami then carries Yuika out of the stage since she's all worn out. He then advises her to pay attention on his battle to adapt more for her skills. But Yuika strangely noticed that her body doesn't hurt anymore, and her wounds are healing. Ikikami walks forward to the stage as he reminds himself that he might defeat Ryuji with just a magic power amount of 100, but there's no way he can win if he doesn't go all out. He swears to himself to keep his magic power at 100 using only none attribute and proceed with no incantation. He also didn't set a magic barrier, and if ever Ikikami gets hit, he might actually die. Both Ryuji and Ikikami tried to intimidate each other by attempting to not hold back their power. As the match begins, the students in the crowd teases Ikikami by cheering to Ryuji to be nice to his opponent. Ryuji starts to use his 8,000 magic power, he believes. As Ikikami observes Ryuji's aura, he thinks it might be a big deal since the only magic power amount he'll use is only 100. Ikikami might actually die if he let his guard down. The second duel then begins. Ryuji began to use his magic with 3 magic circles while being full of himself. But Ryuji really plans to not hold back since he's curious if Ikikami really defeated the gang before. Ryuji started to chant as he wondered if Ikikami could withstand his power. But Ryuji didn't got a chance to attack. Ikikami immediately puts him to sleep. Ikikami only uses 100 amounts of power with only the tip of his fingers, yet he managed to knock out Ryuji. The crowd was flabbergasted to see the match ended in an instant. The match was settled since Ryuji still lays on the ground. The victory goes with Ikikami. Ruka immediately rushes to her friend as she bewilders how Ikikami made Ryuji unconscious with just one hit without using any incantations. As Ruka wonders, Ikikami mocked her by telling her the match ended quickly as Ruka wished for. Yuika was astonished to witness Ikikami's ability. Ruka realized that Ikikami is someone who shouldn't be underestimated and believes Ikikami's still spouting nonsense. But Ikikami didn't stop provoking Ruka as he told her that he's better than her. Ruka began to use her power to duel with Ikikami. Ikikami observed Ruka's magic power with an amount of 10,000 which is stronger than Ryuji's. Since Ikikami immediately defeated Ryuji, Ikikami's performance has gathered much attention. In the third match, people will decide the winner of the duel. Ikikami used the same attack he did on Ryuji, while Ruka starts chanting her magic. Ikikami will continue to use a low magicraft power for Yuika. Ikikami aimed at Ruka's head but Ruka defended herself. Ruka seems to realize that it's better to not move and defend herself. Ruka recites another incantation to attack Ikikami. Ruka didn't hold back with her magic, but Ruka felt skeptical to see Ikikami standing perfectly still unlike her sister Yuika. Ruka analyzes Ikikami but still couldn't think of any reason how he's not hurt by not using any magic. The crowd couldn't get their eyes off to Ikikami as they saw Ruka just hit him, yet Ikikami didn't get wet by Ruka's water magic. Yuika was galvanized with Ikikami's technique. Ruka then attacked Ikikami once more as she believes Ikikami still uses tricks. But Ikikami was able to dodge all the attacks. Ruka realized that Ikikami's just dodging it without using any magic. Yuika did listen to Ikikami to analyze him by using the same amount of power she has. Yuika realized that a mage could counteract a magicraft with another magicraft even if both sides have differences in power. A mage could possibly annihilate their powerful opponent. Ruka began to be irritated with Ikikami, who used a level 2 technique with a different speed and mass. Ruka doubts that Ikikami could escape unscathed with her magic. Ikikami tried to guess Ruka's thinking. Ikikami in his mind believed that it's possible to defend, as long as a mage can sense and detect magic power. Ruka didn't hold back with her last powerful blow. Ruka then uses her power with a massive water named third level, Azure Splash, coming out of her magic circle. The crowd got Ruka's attention as she uses her powerful move. A big splash directly hit Ikikami. While Ruka thinks she got her victory and Ikikami won't be able to dodge her power at that moment. She was then hit with the same power Ikikami uses against Ryuji. But unlike Ryuji, Ruka's not unconscious. She then asked Ikikami how was able to do it all. Ikikami explained that he used a magic drain that's capable of consuming magicraft and simply walked through the center of the magic. Ruka then saw the stage being demolished by her power except the ground where Ikikami walked through. Ruka was then impressed with Ikikami's ability. Ruka laughed it all off as she realized she was defeated with a low magic power amount. Ruka accepted her loss to their duel. Ikikami then owns his victory over all the match. Yuika rushes to the stage to check both Ikikami and her sister. Ikikami smiled and told Yuika he won. Yuika smiled back with pride in her heart. Ruka stood up as she said that she'll do what she promised by not saying any more harsh things to Yuika, and she will never force Yuika to quit school again. But Ikikami has a thought in his mind. Ikikami still teases Ruka by telling her that Yuika's wounds were quite shallow, and it seemed that Ruka has been holding back unlike her match with Ikikami. Ikikami, who's been a teacher to Yuika, proudly told Ruka that Yuika has gotten stronger within 2 weeks. He advised Ruka to stop being overprotective to her little sister. Yuika was determined and promised that she'll get stronger to make her sister stop worrying about her. Ruka was thankful to hear her sister's determination. Then the Miza sisters shares a laugh. But all of a sudden, Ikikami sensed a strong power. The strong power came from the sky. The sky began to look red like it was back then. Ikikami was familiar with the abnormal magic power he sensed. They were all terrified since it was the Calamity all over again. Meanwhile, back in the school building, Tadano and his friends were looking for something since they have lost their people in the gang because of Ikikami and the duel. But they only found textbooks on Ikikami's bag. Tadano still believes that Ikikami's been cheating and kept on searching to use to expose Ikikami. But as they search, Tadano's friend was terrified. It then caught Tadano's eyes to see the sky turning red. Tadano and his friends realized that it was the Calamity. The students of the academy trembles to witness and feel the magic of the Calamity, but at the same time they're in denial that the incident could happen again. Ikikami was terrified to sense the Calamity. He remembered the incident in Shinjuku. He remembered that the first Calamity happened in Shinjuku. Ikikami hoped that the event isn't a coincidence. Then all of a sudden, 3 large portals were opened on the crown and 3 monsters came in. People started to panic to see the monsters close up. Students panicked and ran away while their teacher tries to calm them down. Ikikami then annihilated the monster using his magic that looked like a glowing beam light. Ikikami then told everyone to calm down using his green magic circle as his microphone. Everyone then just stood on their place as they listened to Ikikami while being terrified. Since Ikikami got everyone's attention, he told everyone that only weak monsters will come out during the first opening of the Calamity, and it should be fine as long as the students could handle it rationally. He then advised every student to evacuate to the gymnasium and to move in groups since it's dangerous to go alone. Ikikami then told the Miza sisters to evacuate while Yuika wonders what Ikikami plans to do. Ikikami planned to save the people in their school building while the teacher was worried about Ikikami's decision to go on by himself. Ryuji volunteered to go with Ikikami and believes that there wouldn't be any problem since he had seen what Ikikami's capable of. The teacher then told the group that he understood Ikikami's potential, but he's just worried that his students might force themselves. Ryuji confidently told the teacher that there's no way he'll die, but Ikikami's not sure. Yuika then said goodbye to Ikikami and reminded him to be careful out of concern. Ryuji then moves to go save his fellow schoolmates. Ryuji tried to show off by telling Ikikami that his speed allows him to run 100 meters within 10 seconds. He asked Ikikami if he can keep up with him. Ikikami then uses his green magic circle like the one he uses to roam around Shibuya. Ryuji was caught off guard to see Ikikami being ahead of him. Ryuji was impressed with Ikikami's monstrous speed. Ryuji was inspired and he decided to closely observe Ikikami's true power and save everyone along his way. Ikikami detects that there are 58 magic power users in the academy's building, but what he's concerned about is there might be a human with no magic power in the building. He then jumps in front of the school building and decides to look around the entire school. As he enters, there were monsters attempting to hurt the students. Ikikami instantly jumped right in and uses his glowing magic to kill all the monsters he saw all at once. The girls who were about to be attacked by the monster whimpers until Ikikami kills it with one blow. Then a monster from Ikikami's behind attempts to kill him. But with Ikikami's ability to sense and detect, he killed the monster from his behind. Ryuji rushes in to check on Ikikami, but he only saw Ikikami with dead monsters around him. Ikikami entrusts Ryuji with their schoolmates' evacuation. Ryuji then told Ikikami to wait up for being worried to Ikikami going all alone. But as Ryuji turned around, Ikikami was gone. Ryuji felt a little embarrassed thinking that he might be a burden, though he can't say anything since it might be true. Ryuji was amazed with how Ikikami annihilated the magical beast within mere seconds as he looked at the dead bodies of the monsters. Ikikami, on the other hand, was in hassle since he can kill all the monsters all at once like what he did in Shibuya if the monsters were outdoors. But the monsters were indoors, and if he used his magic bullets, some students might be harmed. Ikikami had no other choice and decided to just use a low-grade magic to attack the monsters ceaselessly. Ikikami kills the monsters getting in his way without hesitations. He goes door to door to make sure every monsters in their building are wiped out. Ikikami saved the students even before they get killed horrendously. The students thanked Ikikami with all their heart. Ikikami then thought that it would be a waste of time if he continuously bring the students to the gymnasium every time he saved one. But then he remembered that Ryuji was his ally. Meanwhile, Ryuji serves as a guard as he guides the students to the gymnasium. But then, one student saw something from their behind. Ryuji saw his schoolmates fell from the building but then floats because of magic to protect them. Ryuji believes that it must be Ikikami's power. He's starting to doubt Ikikami's identity. Ikikami's glad to see Ryuji being able to handle it on his own. Ikikami then sensed another student in danger. There's a girl in the hallway, surrounded by viscous monsters. She was cornered and sat down and can't think of any plan to escape. She hopes for someone to save her and screamed for help. The girl suddenly saw a bright glowing light, and the monsters being killed by it. She was speechless as she saw the magic power again. She then remembered the last time she was saved in Shibuya, and the magic she saw was the same one back then. Ikikami appeared in front of her to check if she's okay. The girl connects the dots as she saw Ikikami and asked him if he's the one who saved her. Ikikami responds yes to the girl. She then realized that Ikikami was the one who saved her on their practical class in Shibuya, but Ikikami didn't mind since his goal is for everyone to be saved. The girl bows her head and thanked Ikikami with all her heart for saving her twice, but Ikikami told her that it's nothing special. The girl then developed a feelings for Ikikami as she witnessed his generosity. Ryuji rushes to where he heard the girl's scream. Ikikami moves along and guided the girl to follow Ryuji so she can be safe. The girl starts to admire Ikikami more. Ikikami ran as fast as he could since he still can sense people in the building that needs to be saved, and he has no time to wait for the police to arrive. Meanwhile in the Kanto, the Prime Minister announced that the calamity has occurred in the Kamui Magic Academy. The people in the meeting began to question the Prime Minister multiple questions since the calamity has stopped 50 years ago. The Prime Minister then thought of a solution to contact both the Beast Countermeasure Division of their Metropolitan Police Department and the Magic Nobles, and he also informed his men that the Ground Self-Defense Force has been preparing. But their panic didn't stop there. Turns out that the only available mages in their self-defense force are the ones specialized in handling disasters and not battling with the monsters. The Prime Minister realized that their lack of response in disasters were the effect of living peacefully for 50 years, that most of the military expenditure was allocated to the national defense of international affairs. The only people they can rely on is the police and magic nobles. The Prime Minister slams the table with his fist since he can't think of any backup ideas. He then misses Ikikami Minato since he's the only capable of handling every disaster. The magic police drove fast to the academy. Both the police were talking if the calamity really has happened. The policewoman wondered how the calamity can happen again. She then thought that their peace might be temporary. Then the policeman named Shidu Shaogo of Beast Countermeasures Division of the Metropolitan Police Department Inspector was confident to not worry a thing, thinking that they'll handle it easily. The policewoman named Sanada Karin, a sergeant in the Metropolitan Police Department, promised that she'll do her best. They proceed to drive through the academy with their backup in the department. Reporters were in the helicopter to see the calamity in the academy. But not only weak monsters appeared, but there are also flying soldier monsters roaming in the campus. Meanwhile in the gymnasium, a reporter showed the state of the students being evacuated. Outside the building, the teacher guides his students to defeat the monster. And other citizens were watching the news and were impressed with the teacher and students teaming up to kill the monsters. Then the two guys watching the news became terrified as they realized that the academy was near their whereabouts. More unfortunate things happened when monsters began to appear in the streets. The calamity has caught a lot of attention, that it can be also seen from afar. But some kids aren't taking the calamity seriously while watching the news. But elderlies were horrified since they witnessed the calamity before. Back with Ikikami in the building, he sensed that the monsters kept pouring in huge numbers and it was almost time for the second stage, where stronger monsters will appear. Ikikami still goes door to door as he speaks in his mind that beast will keep on appearing no matter how many times he defeats it. Since the boss was left undefeated, more monsters will terrorize the country. Ikikami decided to hold on until then since the final boss will appear on the final stage. Ikikami began to be irritated by the calamities bothersome. Ikikami was a little burned out with his hard work for not only annihilating monsters, but he's also saving people using his magic to shield the people. Ikikami then moved forward to save more people. Meanwhile in Tadano's case, he has been fighting for his life. He was exhausted and cannot launch more attacks. Tadano and his friends once again faced the demon soldier. Tadano's friends have seen the demon soldier before and cried out of fear. Same goes to Tadano, who started to cry, but at that moment he felt insecure since someone like Ikikami defeated the demon soldier with just one hit, but he couldn't. As Tadano cries, he heard Ikikami's voice responded to his self-doubts that he's weak. Tadano then saw a huge fire in front of him, and all of a sudden, the soldier demon disappeared except for his legs. Ikikami then appeared and walked past them, but instead of thanking Ikikami, Tadano was furious since he was saved by Ikikami again. Tadano chased Ikikami. He asked why would Ikikami save him and wondered if Ikikami ever finds him annoying. Ikikami responded like any other hero that there was no particular reason, he just saved Tadano since he's capable of doing it. But as always, Tadano has a fragile ego and thought he's being humiliated. Skip ulit young tupik na nalit. Tadano thought Ikikami has been messing with him. He's in denial that Ikikami or Kusanagi is nothing but a wimp that can't use magic properly. Tadano asked how could Ikikami become so strong. Ikikami then told Tadano that Kusanagi, the owner of the body, died in a traffic accident and he was reborn. Tadano couldn't believe how Ikikami got stronger. He was petty, thinking that it should have been him and not Ikikami. Ikikami doesn't see Tadano as someone who's strong. He believes that the strong doesn't oppress the weak and the weak doesn't oppress those weaker than them. Ikikami told Tadano that has been consumed by a sense of superiority that fooled Tadano into thinking that he was strong. Ikikami looked Tadano in the eye and hoped he doesn't attempt to fight him. Ikikami walked out after he scolded Tadano. Tadano was on his knees feeling ashamed. Tadano finally had self-realization that he had been running away from the fact that his power hasn't grown much since he was in junior high school. All his years were spent venting all his frustrations onto those weaker than him. But he was saved by Kusanagi-Ak, a Ikikami who was supposed to be a weakling and he can't accept the truth. Tadano and his friends were self-reflecting. They realized they've been wasting time on bullying other people. Tadano was still on his knees. He then cried after facing the truth. Moving on with Ikikami. He's still on the run to kill every monsters that's on his way. The flying soldier demon tries to get inside the building and broke in to seek some human blood. Ikikami tried to kill it, but the demon soldier dodged. Ikikami then uses more power with a fire attribution, and it killed the demon soldier instantly. He stands still while looking like he still has more powers to use. He then realized that the numbers of demon soldiers have been increasing and he's expecting for the boss monster to show up soon. Ikikami then told his schoolmates to be at ease since they're saved. On outside of the building, Ryuji was fighting with the monster. He was fearlessly fighting the monsters to protect everyone. But one girl ran and screamed as soon as the monsters came closer to her. But Ryuji killed the monster before it even horrendously killed the girl. Ryuji promised that he'll protect everyone and to rest assured everything to him. The students saw Ryuji as their big brother as he shows bravery. Even though Ryuji acted all confident for his schoolmates, he doesn't know how he could handle the numbers of monsters that suddenly appeared in front of him. Then Ikikami finally went outside the building to help Ryuji, but Ryuji was startled since Ikikami arrived out of nowhere. He then told Ryuji to escape with the others as soon as he defeats the monsters in front of them. But Ryuji thought it would be impossible and suggests to just use a different route. Then Ikikami used his magic like he did in Shibuya, and instantly killed all the monsters on their way. Everyone was in disbelief with Ikikami's capability. Ikikami then told everyone to hurry up and go. The students ran to the gymnasium after being astonished by Ikikami. But as they run, Ikikami killed the monsters who attempts to attack the escaping students. Ryuji starts to idolize Ikikami, thinking that he's somewhat awesome. Since Ryuji and the rest were gone, Ikikami decided to go back in the school building to search more monsters to kill and students who's in danger. In front of the gymnasium, the teacher and some students were buying time until their rescue arrived. Yuika's still struggling since she's still all worn out from the duel, but her sister Ruka supported her back. Ruka tried to provoke Yuika that if she can't fight then she must go back in the gymnasium. But Yuika insisted and told Ruka that she has no time to rest. Ruka stares at her baby sister being all grown up, but deep down she's low-key proud of Yuika. But then, Ryuji finally arrived with the students he rescued a long way. Ryuji then joined the forces to hold back the monsters. But Yuika was worried since Ikikami's not with Ryuji. Ryuji replied with a smile on his face, telling Yuika to not worry a thing since he fully trusts Ikikami to handle the monsters on his own. Yuika was relieved. Ryuji has pride for Ikikami. He constantly compliments him for being an amazing guy and being a big help in the Calamity. Yuika agrees with Ryuji and she kept on fighting while being inspired and relieved since Ikikami's on their side, until the students felt a huge weight of power that made them stop using their magic. The teacher yelled and told the students to evacuate immediately since he's aware they couldn't handle the amount of power of the next stage monster. The monster steps in, but not just a single monster but a whole army going towards the gymnasium. Even the prideful Ryuji admits that they couldn't handle the situation and must escape. The monsters attacked and everybody ran as fast as they can. Even the 3 known best students in the academy ran. Yuika was about to be attacked, until a blood splatter around. Turns out she was saved before even got killed. The police magicians finally arrived. Xiaogo ordered to eliminate all the beasts. They all attacked at once and kept in mind to prioritize the civilians' safety. The students felt relieved to see the police magicians. Xiaogo then told the students to not worry a thing and must evacuate again since their rescue has arrived. Yuika suggested to fight along with the police magicians, but Xiaogo thinks it's a risky and bad idea. Ruka replied that they are not civilians but mages. Xiaogo went along with the Miza sisters' plan and he instructed them to attack from the rear. But deep down, Xiaogo felt ashamed that their policeman has a low number of team but also thankful at the same for the students being a big help. While Karin on the other hand stood as the healer for the injured students. Ikikami's still in the school building and decided to leave the rest to the police magicians. But Ikikami's anxious to see their country's response, thinking that the Calamity is a huge disaster while the country wasn't prepared for its precaution measurement. even though Ikikami's disappointed with the system. He's glad to see the possibility of the country being at peace again. Ikikami then moves along to save the remaining students in the building. Meanwhile, the reporter observed the situation from the helicopter. Though the police had arrived, yet the number of beasts was still growing. The reporter wondered if the police magicians could handle it all. The reporter then broadcasts that the nation waits for the mage nobles to arrive. But there are also people who didn't take the Calamity seriously and were excited to see the magic nobles as if they were a superhero. While the old ones really expect the magic nobles to arrive since they've been paying their taxes. The reporter alerts the magic nobles to come and was desperate to resolve the Calamity. But even though the Calamity was a tough event, one of the magic nobles named Fuka Jin, the head of the Fuka household, decided to just ignore the Calamity. The butler asked if Jin was sure about his decision, but Jin thought the police were more than enough to handle the small-scale Calamity, and there's no need for the mage nobles to get involved. Jin stood up and it made the butler wonder where he would go. But Jin just decided to sleep despite the crisis, while his butler just greeted him a good night. Xiaogo struggles since the situation's getting worse. He asked one of his forces if they could take care of the beast on the entrance, but unluckily, they couldn't since there were too many monsters to handle. Xiaogo realized that the beasts were appearing at a faster rate than he expected and it was impossible to evacuate the civilians on time. Xiaogo tried to think of a plan, but the rear support was all the self-defense forces were obligated to do and yet they haven't arrived. The citizens could only rely on the magic nobles, but the forces couldn't contact them. Xiaogo was mad to think the nobles doesn't show while the country's on crisis. He believed that the nobles were absolutely useless. The students tried their best to be at help. Xiaogo had realizations as he recalls from his knowledge about the Calamity. He knew it was called a calamity for its horrendous events. He wondered how the people in the past handled the crisis, and he was worried what will happen to them if they encountered the boss. Multiple monsters kept appearing, until they paved a way to a purple light. It was the boss monster's entrance. They all suddenly felt the intense power, and were all horrified. Xiaogo shivered thinking it would be impossible for a demon captain to be the boss. Ruka observes that the demon captain that she rarely see in the country. She thought that magic nobles were the only ones who could defeat it, while Yuika was aware that they need a higher magic power to defeat it. The demon captain didn't hesitate to bring out his intense power using 3 magic circles with a fire attribute. The attack aimed for Yuika, but Ruka shielded her baby sister. She uses her power to protect Yuika, but the fire attribute was so strong that it became ineffective and made Ruka hug her sister to be protected. Ruka was hit while hugging Yuika. She screamed with pain. Yuika saw her sister in front of her eyes being helpless and defeated. Yuika checks on Ruka, but Ruka warned her to run away. All of the students ran except for Yuika. Yuika cuddles her sister and stayed by her side as she begs for help. The rest of the students and the police magicians kept fighting while screaming for help. Ryuji had injuries all over his body, but he's still determined to fight as he begged the monster to stop. The police magicians stood and almost accepted their fate. While Yuika was crying for help while holding her defeated sister, she screamed for Ikikami's name. But the demon captain didn't stop with his attacks. Yuika didn't stop screaming Ikikami's name, until another portal with fire attributes appeared, and another boss monster entered the battlefield. But before they even attacked, they felt something strange. They sensed someone with a great amount of power. Ikikami's power stopped the huge fire attribution of the demon captain. Ikikami stood before the Mizuha sisters as he apologized for being late. He apologized for keeping them waiting. Yuika cried for her sister's severe state, but Ikikami calmed her down by telling her that Ruka just passed out. Ikikami analyzes Ruka, while Yuika desperately wanted Ruka to wake up. But Ikikami also sensed the rest of the student being severely injured. He was furious to see all of them being almost lifeless. Ikikami stood up to face the monster. He looked back and promised Yuika that he'll defeat it. Yuika trusted him heartfully. But before Ikikami fights the boss monster, he first used his healing magic to everyone. Yuika was fascinated by the healing ability of Ikikami. She also realized that Ruka's wounds been healing. Yuika was deeply captivated. Same goes to the injured student who suddenly felt light and healed. Karin went out to see the magic called the Sacred Heal. She was curious who the person could be behind the majestic ability. Karin rushes to Xiaogo to check his state. Xiaogo replied with a smile that he just ran out of power. Karin was worried with the defense forces situation. Xiaogo wasn't sure of the monster's purpose, but his priority was to save the civilians. Karin advises Xiaogo not to be too reckless, or else he'll die. But Xiaogo never thought of himself. He only thinks about the people's safety. Karin appreciates his determination, but she believed it would be impossible to win, since the majority of their forces were annihilated. Xiaogo felt a bit hopeless when Karin informed him that both the self-defense troops and mage nobles were nowhere to be found and they couldn't do anything. The monsters kept moving forward to destroy the country. The reporters were scared for their life to see their rescues being annihilated. The students who jokes around before became serious when they realized the mage nobles were completely useless. Even the oldies lose their hope and assume that it will be the end for everybody. Until Akami steps forward to the numerous monsters. Karin was deeply scared for Akami while Xiaogo scolded him to run away. Akami and the boss monster faced each other. Akami called the boss monster out for just doing violence whenever they want. The boss monster glared horrifically and said the word kill. The boss monster repeatedly said the word kill, to the point everyone was frightened, even the professional police magicians. But Akami loses his patience and instantly attacked the monster. Akami was annoyed and wanted the monster to shut his mouth. The boss monster growls. All the monsters teamed up to kill Akami. But Akami thoroughly analyzes the consequences that if he uses all of his might, some people might be involved by the overwhelming power. The monsters then struck their powers combined towards Akami. Xiaogo assumed that Akami died for being hit. The students stepped backwards as they were frightened. But the dark attributes of the monsters slowly fade, as Akami brought light and defended the attack. And it was Akami's turn to strike back. He then brought out the power he used to kill all the monsters all at once. Not even a single monster was left behind. Xiaogo couldn't understand how can someone like Akami could do it. As for the reporter, she witnessed Akami's strength and pointed the camera to his overwhelming battle with the monster. But the camera was destroyed by a water attribute. Yuika destroyed the camera to avoid distractions since she's aware that Akami has been hiding his real strength all along. Akami stood still as he released all the power he can use to annihilate every monster. The students were in awe to see a fearless battle, until some monsters tried to kill them. But the monsters got killed before they even attacked. Xiaogo killed the monsters. He believed that they must also give Akami a hand to be his support. Akami was proud to witness the police magician's determination despite being severely hurt. Akami kept on charging his powers, but the boss monster growls louder to see Akami being undefeated. The boss monster then released multiple magic circles. Xiaogo was again terrified with the boss monster's 6th level magic that magic nobles also use. He was so sure that they'll have zero chance. The boss monster summoned his most powerful attack. Everyone was scared, deeply fought their life. They even hugged each other thinking it will be their last breath. Xiaogo still tried his best to protect the students. And all of a sudden, the boss monster didn't hesitate to attack. After the boss monster attacked, everyone just accepted their fate while being helplessly scared. Karin even prayed for the students to be saved instead. Xiaogo still thought Akami would be defeated, but Yuika was the only one who believed in Akami's capabilities. Yuika glazes at him with her full pride that Akami will win the battle and save them all. But Akami observed that the demon captain's attribution was huge yet slow. Turns out the demon captain was just forcing itself to use the 6th level magic. Akami realized that he wouldn't win if he kept using a 2nd level magic. He didn't want to stand out, but he was left with no other choice. Akami THN brought out 4 magic circles with a water attribute. The water went bigger as he wishes. Yuika didn't expect for Akami to go all in. She was enchanted to witness Akami's incredible power. The water transformed into a snake. Xiaogo was familiarized with the huge water serpent that was used by a synthesis magic. The demon captain uses the same technique with its fire attribution, and Akami was ready to attack. Both water and fire attribution clashed with its godlike power level. The demon captain craves the idea of murdering Akami. The demon captain motivated himself by thinking of killing the humanity, but the use of its power was forced, and it got to the point where Akami became bored. Akami didn't hesitate to go all in. The demon captain's power slowly fades and its entity questioned itself about being defeated by a human, until the demon captain was washed away, being annihilated by Akami. The demon captain disappeared like a dust. Akami was disappointed with the battle being easy for him since the demon captain didn't train enough. Akami resumed that he could do better, but the monster was weaker than he expected. The sky was finally a beautiful blue sky. Akami is relieved that the calamity has passed, and the demon captain was defeated. Everyone felt dumbfounded since they all expected to die, but in the end, they were saved. Everyone cheers and celebrates being alive till the end. Even the reporters cried with joy in their hearts. Karin even hugged and comforts the student that they're all safe. And for Xiaogo, he thinks it was unbelievable for a student to defeat the demon captain. He then became uncertain for the mage nobles to defeat a single boss monster after Xiaogo witnessed Akami's capabilities. Xiaogo fell down since he's all worn out from the long battle. Akami approached Yuika that he finally put an end to the calamity. Yuika still holding her sister Ruka as she believed in Ikikami's determination. She then thanked Ikikami with a pure heart of expression. Ikikami was happy for everyone got their smile on their faces. Then Ikikami was approached by his schoolmates. They all gathered beside him while complimenting him non-stop. Ikikami understood, but he doesn't like human affection so much. He was irritated to become the same him 50 years ago who has a lot of fans. Yuika laughed to see Ikikami being annoyed. The next day, good news has circulated around about the calamity that occurred in Kamui Magic Academy has been safely put to a stop. Even after the incident, that academy announced that they will not be disclosing the information of the student who defeated the boss, which was Ikikami. And luckily, there were no casualties, but several people have mild injuries. Meanwhile, in their classroom, Ikikami's still annoyed since his classmates wouldn't stop clinging to him. They were overjoyed to be present with their current celebrity hero. And after the calamity, Ikikami has been promoted into an S class. Then the girls in the classroom treated Ikikami like a king and lectured the boys to not talk to him since Ikikami is in a higher level at that moment. But the girls in the classroom persistently asked him how he got so strong and assumed that Ikikami might have drunk the blood of a magic noble. But one student has a defense towards Ikikami that he had been growing conceited from being wrapped up. He then made it clear that there is no student who can be strong as Ikikami. The rest of the class started to debate with the boy with eyeglasses. They defended Ikikami that he was just a generous hero, but the boy with eyeglasses finds it weird for Ikikami being suddenly strong. But while they debate, Ikikami quietly walks out to breathe. Ikikami felt relieved to be away from his new biggest fans. Then Yuika teases him from being the new idol of their academy. Yuika told Ikikami that he won't get away from his fans since he saved everyone. Ikikami then remembered that Yuika has also been promoted to an S class. Yuika wondered why Ikikami wasn't happy despite being victorious on both the duel and the calamity. Ikikami really was happy since there was a certain someone who's by his side through it all. He then asked Ruka's condition. Yuika responds with the good news that her and Ruka had been talking more recently. Yuika was glad. She was glad that she met Ikikami. But after a wholesome moment, Ikikami smacked her forehead. Yuika was confused why would Ikikami smacked her. But Ikikami believed that thanking him once was enough and Yuika doesn't need to bring it up often. Yuika smiled with Ikikami's humble heart. Meanwhile, in the government's meeting, the Prime Minister informed his men about his conversation with the teleconference. They finally made a plan just in case the next calamity happened again unexpectedly. One of the Prime Minister's team thinks finding a support will be hard since other countries had so much on their plates to handle their problem. The Prime Minister asked about Ikikami who defeated the boss. His team reported that the scene was chaotic, that most police magicians were knocked out. The Prime Minister observed other country leaders being skeptical after the brief calamity. He understood the reaction, but he still needs the mage nobles to be back. The Prime Minister then ordered his team to set up a measurement conference to prepare for the next calamity. Back in the Kamui Academy, both Ikikami and Yuika was called out on the roof by Ruka and Ryuji. They didn't intend a duel. While Yuika and Ikikami waits for them to speak up, Ruka then asked Ikikami a favor. Ruka actually wanted to be Ikikami's disciple. Back in the Miza sisters' home, both tried to talk about the calamity. Ruka realized how Ikikami defeated the boss. Yuika then told Ruka that Ikikami used the 4th level synthesis magic. Ruka was shocked since based on her knowledge, the magic wasn't possible to use even for the magic noble. But Yuika was trying to tell the truth. Ruka instantly believed since she's aware that her baby sister would lie. Yuika was curious why Ruka thought she would never lie. Ruka described Yuika's personality ever since they were kids. Yuika has always been an upright kid who's always obedient and never lies. She's also someone who's gentle yet a serious hard worker. Ruka smiled as she was proud of her sister's pure kindness. She complimented Yuika that she doesn't have the qualities of a talentless mage. Ruka realized how much of a bully she was. Yuika was touched. Yuika then stood up and promised Ruka that she'll become stronger so Ruka could be at ease. She then told Ruka to rest easy. Ruka was speechless to see her baby sister being mature. Ruka's proud to see how much Yuika has grown. Yuika was glad to make her big sister proud. Meanwhile, in Ruka's mind, she wondered how Ikikami's power could surpass a magic noble like her father's. She then asked Yuika a favor. Back to the moment when they're on a rooftop, Ruka realized if things continued like her state being the same, she'll end up being just a high-class mage. But she intends to become more stronger. But in order to achieve it, she needed Ikikami's help. Ruka deeply apologized first for insulting and looking down on Ikikami. Ruka is aware how selfish it would be for her to request something to Ikikami. However, she's willing to swallow her pride to ask the favor. Ruka was about to ask Ikikami to be his disciple, but she was cut through her sentence when Ikikami instantly said yes. Ruka was confused and Ikikami made it clear that he's willing to be Ruka's teacher. But Ruka thinks Ikikami's a weirder since she has done so many awful things to Ikikami. Ikikami actually forgave Ruka since she apologized. Ruka was touched with Ikikami's kindness. Ryuji was also willing to be Ikikami's disciple. And Ikikami thinks it's not a problem to teach 2 or more people. Ryuji was so pumped up. The Mizuha sisters admired him with his generosity and humbleness. Ryuji clings to Ikikami until he was annoyed while the Mizuha sisters thinks he's just a mysterious guy. After their deal, they were called at the conference room. But only Ikikami and Yuika, Shaogo and Karin introduced themselves. But before they get to their point, they showed gratitude for helping them fight the Calamity. Ikikami was grateful and thought thanking him once was enough. He then asked why the police magicians would visit him at school. They explained that the investigation related the Calamity was over but something had piqued their interest. Shaogo heard it from other students and believed that Ikikami's power had been awakened after encountering a traffic accident. But one piece of information has gotten Shaogo's attention. He heard that Ikikami became a whole new different person after the accident. Ikikami didn't respond. Shaogo also noticed that Ikikami Kusanaga's personality changed and he became abnormally strong enough to defeat a demon captain. Both the teacher and Yuika was concerned about Shaogo's interrogation. Yuika defended Ikikami since Shaogo's questions become Tachi. Shaogo changed the question to be more precise. He asked if they have any idea who the black magician was. But it seemed that both Yuika and Ikikami doesn't have an idea. Shaogo then showed a viral video of Ikikami in disguise. Shaogo told them that the black magician was a mage who defeated beasts and helped people under the cloak of the Dark Knight. Ikikami immediately understood the sudden interrogation. But Yuika still doesn't get Shaogo's point. Shaogo replied that the black magician and Ikikami were similar, though they were both in stature and age. Based on Shaogo's investigation, the black magician was said to be quite considerable mage, but in his case, there's barely anyone at a young age who would be able to use a powerful magic. He also noticed the day the black magic first appeared in public was also the same day Ikikami was discharged. Shaogo followed up his knowledge that it's illegal to use magic in their city without a permit, and if ever the black magician was a student of the academy, they will leave the discretion to the school to some extent. But unfortunately, the black magician has gathered so much attention on public and it left the police magicians no choice but to take action. Shaogo promised that if Ikikami confessed, they will lessen his punishment. They hoped Ikikami answers the question with utmost care. Shaogo stared at Ikikami directly and asked him if he was the black magician. Ikikami with a dead serious face denies the question. Shaogo smirked, and his face expression changed like he was convinced that Ikikami's not the black magician. Shaogo then said that it was all good. Shaogo and Karin decided to leave and thanked the student for their time. After the interrogation, Shaogo noticed how Ikikami didn't fluster. He believed it was a lot of courage if Ikikami really was the black magician. He thinks Ikikami is nothing but a regular high schooler, but he still felt something fishy about Ikikami. On the other hand, Karin actually knew Ikikami was the black magician since she was the first woman Ikikami saved back in Shibuya. Karin noticed the similarities of their ambience and voice. Karin doesn't want to spoil Ikikami's real identity to Shaogo even if it meant for her to be a failure for a policeman. She knew Ikikami was a nice person who saved her. Both of the police magician had different points of view as they walked down the hallway. Shaogo badly wanted to get more information while the other party would do anything to hide Ikikami's identity. After Yuika and Ikikami was called on the conference, they went to their new classroom in the S class. Their new classmate was so delighted to see Yuika and Ikikami. They even persistently asked them multiple questions. The class was so caught up with their new school idols and didn't even notice their lectures about to start. Ikikami was tired all day because of his fans. He remembered the reason why he didn't want to stand out, but he was called again by one of his fans. It was the red-haired girl he saved twice. The next day, Ikikami got a message to meet on the school rooftop, thinking it was a regular friend gathering. Yuika was up there too but hiding because she saw Minato, a girl who liked Ikikami, wanted to chat alone. Yuika listened and secretly. Minato surprised Ikikami, who couldn't remember her. She reminded him how thankful she was because Ikikami had saved her twice during the past school calamity. Minato had a vivid memory of a combat lesson outside the school, where she was in a tough spot but was saved by a beautiful display of magic that she strongly believed that it was Ikikami's. Fortunately, Ikikami did remember that particular moment. When Minato expressed her gratitude once again, Ikikami downplayed it, saying he was just genuinely helping out. Minato blushed and called Ikikami a genuinely cool person. However, Yuika was struggling to hear their entire conversation from her hiding spot. With a surge of courage, Minato took a deep breath and openly confessed her admiration for Ikikami. Yuika, hidden and listening, was utterly shocked, as if she had just witnessed a surprising revelation. Ikikami, on the other hand, remained calm and nonchalant, his reaction not giving much away. Minato continued, acknowledging that she might not be among the top students in the academy or the best in anything. Nevertheless, she sincerely expressed her hope that she could be Ikikami's girlfriend, bearing her feelings with honesty and vulnerability. Ikikami felt a sense of gratitude for Minato's bravery in expressing her feelings. Minato stood there, waiting with hope in her eyes, eager to hear his response. However, Minato's expression soon changed as Ikikami began to speak. He gently apologized to her, explaining that, at the moment, he just didn't have the time to date anyone. Minato lowered her head, accepting the rejection with grace and understanding. She thanked Ikikami sincerely for his honesty and kindness. As she turned to leave, Minato's eyes started to well up with tears, a mixture of disappointment and appreciation. Following Minato's confession, Yuika was startled when Ikikami seemed to sense her presence despite her attempts to hide in plain sight. She had thought she had concealed her mana well, but Ikikami playfully teased her, suggesting that her mana was scattered everywhere. Ikikami teases Yuika like she's some voyeuristic for eavesdropping. She decided to change the topic, asking Ikikami why he had rejected Minato when she was quite cute. Ikikami patiently explained to Yuika that he wasn't interested in dating at the moment. However, he couldn't help but think about the vast age gap between himself and his schoolmates, trapped as he was in Kusanaga's younger body. Yuika, upon hearing Ikikami's response, felt a subtle sense of relief. She couldn't quite figure out why she reacted this way, but she was glad to hear that he wasn't interested in dating at the present time. As they left the rooftop together, Yuika found herself unexpectedly caught in a whirlwind of thoughts about Ikikami's love life. She looked at Ikikami, trying to decipher her own feelings, and soon her gaze softened as she observed him, her emotions a mixture of curiosity and a growing fondness. As Ikikami and Yuika walked down from the rooftop, Ikikami offered some advice to Yuika, suggesting that she should work on her mana skills as she hadn't been practicing much lately. Yuika, ever the proud one, held her chin up confidently as if she knew exactly what to do. However, beneath that facade, Yuika was determined to put in the effort and work harder, hoping for the day when Ikikami would acknowledge her abilities. Later that night, Ikikami went on his usual nighttime stroll, and to his surprise, he discovered that the number of monsters in the area had not decreased, despite their previous victory over the Calamity. But not only were monsters prowling the streets, as a woman was being chased by a perverted man and her safety was at risk. Without hesitation, Ikikami leaped into action to protect the vulnerable woman. The thug, feeling frustrated that Ikikami had intervened, was far from pleased. Ikikami swiftly used his skills to incapacitate the man, delivering a well-aimed kick that quelled any potential ruckus. He harnessed his magical powers to give the thug a taste of his own medicine, teaching him a lesson he wouldn't soon forget. As the man lay knocked out, Ikikami assessed the situation and concluded that this criminal possessed no experience in combat against other mages, evident in his lackluster mana abilities. The woman, relieved and grateful for her rescue, immediately recognized Ikikami as the viral figure known as the Black Mage. To avoid any undue suspicion, Ikikami made a swift exit from the scene. He couldn't help but wonder how his mysterious alter ego, the Black Mage, had gained such popularity. The following day, Ikikami decided to consult his friends, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji, about the phenomenon. His friends enlightened him, explaining that the Black Mage, secretly known as Ikikami, had become renowned for appearing at night and acting as a hero. Ryuji deduced that the widespread popularity of the Black Mage was largely due to the power of the internet. However, unlike the younger generation, Ikikami had no familiarity with the concept of the internet. When he expressed his lack of knowledge about it to Yuika and the others, they couldn't help but exchange puzzled glances. Even though Ikikami's lack of knowledge about the internet initially puzzled his friends, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji were patient and kind as they explained to Ikikami in simple terms what the internet was. It was a joyful moment when Ikikami finally grasped how to operate this modern gadget. The group of friends cheered in celebration of his newfound skill. Following this delightful moment, Ruka gently reminded Ikikami about his promise to train them. Grateful for their help with the internet, Ikikami agreed, suggesting that they could start their training after school. But Yuika had a feeling that Ikikami wouldn't hold back during their training, and her hunch proved to be right. Later that day, they were all thoroughly exhausted as Ikikami pushed them through an intense and hardcore training regimen. Despite the fatigue, Ikikami encouraged them, emphasizing the importance of training as if their lives depended on it. Determined not to disappoint, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji mustered all their energy to continue. Ikikami was delighted to see their spirits undeterred, so he challenged them to come at him with everything they had. The three friends joined forces, channeling their magic as they embraced the challenge and honed their skills. Meanwhile, near the iconic Tokyo Tower, chaos was unfolding. catching the attention of some nearby detectives, and it had been just a moment ago that the Tokyo Tower looked perfectly normal. They shivered, sensing that something was awry. At that location, a horde of menacing monsters had gathered, poised to unleash terror upon the city. Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji were visibly fatigued from the rigorous training, but Akami continued to motivate them, occasionally provoking them to see if they were ready to give up. However, the three of them were resolute and unwilling to back down. They were determined to show their true potential and keep pushing forward. Akami remained composed and unfazed by the display of power from Ruka and Ryuji. They were surprised to feel the force of Ikikami's magic, even though it was as small as a pea. While Ikikami was busy with the other two, Yuika saw an opportunity to attack from what she thought was his blind spot, believing he might be momentarily unaware. However, to her astonishment, Ikikami was never caught off guard, revealing his vigilance and readiness at all times. Yuika couldn't believe how Ikikami had effortlessly dodged her attack, making it seem as though he had anticipated it. Just like Ruka and Ryuji, she too felt the impact of Ikikami's precise magical strike, as small as a pea. Recognizing that the three of them were already exhausted, Ikikami decided it was time for a well-deserved break. Yuika eagerly grabbed her water bottle, guzzling it down to combat her fatigue. The trio looked visibly worn out and grateful for the opportunity to rest. Ryuji, curious about Ikikami's incredible strength, asked him how he had become so powerful, especially when the original body's owner, Kusanagi, wasn't known for his strength. Ruka echoed Ryuji's sentiment, noting that Ikikami had surpassed even the top students in terms of magical abilities and combat prowess. Yuika joined Ruka and Ryuji, her curiosity piqued after growing closer to Ikikami. They all fixed their gaze on him, eager for answers to their burning questions. However, instead of providing a straightforward explanation, Ikikami appeared somewhat annoyed. Ikikami decided to fabricate a story, claiming that after Kusanagi, the body's original owner, had been in an accident, he mysteriously gained magical powers upon waking up. Ruka and Ryuji contemplated this idea, suggesting that a near-death experience might trigger one's latent magical abilities. While Ruka and Ryuji seemed to accept this explanation, Yuika sensed that Ikikami was withholding something. Yuika, concerned that Ikikami might be hiding something deeply personal, decided to halt her quest for answers, realizing that some things were better left unsaid. Meanwhile, Ikikami got worried since the trio were too gullible. Later that evening, Ryuji and Ikikami walked home together, and Ikikami complimented Ryuji for his resilience and strength. Ryuji was looking forward to going home to make dinner for his younger siblings, but it became evident that Ikikami had been neglecting his own needs when he confessed that he usually survived on cup noodles, indicating that he hadn't been eating properly. Ikikami, having originally come from the 70s, considered cup noodles to be incredibly convenient. However, Ryuji pointed out the fact that cup noodles were far from a healthy choice, expressing genuine concern. Ryuji extended a friendly invitation to Ikikami, inviting him to join for dinner at his home. Deep down, Ikikami was genuinely thankful to have met someone like Ryuji, who had the makings of a potential hero for the city and displayed true kindness. As they reached Ryuji's apartment, Ikikami was warmly welcomed into their home. However, once inside the apartment, Ikikami found himself slightly annoyed by Ryuji's younger siblings, who were playful and hyperactive. As Ryuji busied himself with cooking dinner, he apologized to Ikikami, feeling responsible for the behavior of his younger sibling. Ikikami, however, reassured Ryuji that there was no need to worry, as he had used his magic to make the kids float temporarily to keep them from being overly hyper. Ryuji scolded Ikikami gently, reminding him that magic shouldn't be used for playing. Nevertheless, Ryuji was surprised by Ikikami's skill with children. What he didn't know was that Ikikami had saved numerous children during the Calamity, which had left him with a soft spot for kids and a deep desire to bring them happiness. Ryuji playfully teased Ikikami, remarking that he sounded like an old man with his caring and nurturing demeanor. As they sat down for dinner, Ryuji observed Ikikami and concluded that he was indeed a kind-hearted person. The group took a moment to say a prayer before they began their meal, and Ryuji's younger siblings were overjoyed to eat his cooking. Ikikami, for the first time in a while, enjoyed a proper meal, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that he loved Ryuji's cooking. Reflecting on the moment, Ikikami realized that his continuous battles against the monsters had caused him to neglect the basic need of eating regular and balanced meals. He took the opportunity to ask Ryuji about his family, and Ryuji explained that he didn't have a father, while his mother worked hard to support the family. Ikikami recognized that Ryuji had a busy life, managing household chores and looking after his sibling. However, Ryuji wore a genuine smile on his face as he admitted that he didn't dislike his lifestyle. Ikikami was genuinely happy to see Ryuji's positive attitude and the absence of complaints about his life. Ryuji believed in hard work as a way to navigate life's challenges, and his outlook was an inspiring one. After dinner, Ikikami was invited for a sleepover. Ryuji apologized for the last-minute invitation, explaining that his younger siblings had grown quite attached to Ikikami. Ryuji was grateful that Ikikami didn't mind, and he valued his presence. Additionally, Ryuji expressed his gratitude because Ikikami had helped improve Ruka's character significantly. Ruka seemed to have become a more radiant and positive person, and Ryuji credited this transformation to Ikikami's influence. Ikikami was taken aback by Ryuji's statement, briefly believing that Ryuji and Ruka might have had romantic feelings for each other. Ikikami's curiosity got the best of him, and he asked Ryuji if he had romantic feelings for Ruka, but Ryuji quickly denied it. He explained and believed that he was out of Ruka's league, and their relationship was purely that of friends. Ikikami found himself relating to the term misfit, as it seemed to describe his own life, being a time traveler stuck in a different era. The following day, Ikikami and Ryuji were late for school. Their tardiness irritated Yuika and Ruka. Ryuji explained that Ikikami was hard to wake up, and the girls felt somewhat left out since Ikikami and Ryuji had a sleepover. What Ikikami didn't realize was that their group had become closer, and these gatherings felt increasingly natural. As the group made their way to school, they were unexpectedly stopped by two detectives, Xiaogo and Karin, which left them curious and somewhat uneasy about the reason for this interruption. Ikikami had an inkling that he would be bothered by Xiaogo and Karin again, considering they had interrogated him in the past. However, this time, the detectives began by apologizing for the disturbance. Karin explained that there was an urgent issue at hand where beasts had started to appear abnormally around the Tokyo Tower, and they desperately needed Ikikami's assistance. Ikikami, though, responded by stating that he was just a student. Xiaogo and Karin were well aware of Ikikami's capabilities, especially after he had saved the school from the Calamity. Ikikami, on the other hand, wanted some assurance since two police officers casually asked help from a student, but Xiaogo's desperation was palpable as he sought Ikikami's assistance to handle the crisis at hand. Xiaogo remained determined to persuade Ikikami to lend his help. However, Ikikami suggested that he'll instead lend his power to the police force. Ikikami preferred not to stand out or attract attention, and yet, it seemed as if fate had other plans, pushing him toward fame. In response to Ikikami's reservations, Xiaogo and Karin promised that they would contact the Academy to arrange for Ikikami to work with the police, addressing his concerns. With the situation being incredibly urgent, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji volunteered to help with the crisis. However, Xiaogo bluntly explained that their assistance was not required for the operation. He emphasized that the trio's abilities were more suited to school-level challenges. He made it clear that they needed someone with magic power on par with Ikikami's. Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji felt disheartened by this response, as they had a strong desire to contribute. Xiaogo and Karin then invited Ikikami to join them in their car. Before departing, Ikikami aimed to lift the spirits of his friends. He motivated them, stating that they needed to catch up to him and become stronger. His words struck a chord with Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji, and their determination was reignited. They promised to work hard to become as powerful as Ikikami and contribute to future crises. Ikikami arrived at the police headquarters and was directed to the head office of the Calamity Emergency Countermeasure Room. Inside, a gathering of police officers discussed the recent crisis at the Tokyo Tower. A higher-ranking officer in the room called for Ikikami to come forward. Ikikami stood with pride, ready to cooperate, but it was evident that some of the police officers underestimated him, likely due to his status as a student. Karin felt uneasy being watched by her colleagues, given that she and Xiaogo had recruited Ikikami. However, Xiaogo stepped up to the microphone to address the room. Xiaogo captured the full attention of his colleagues. He proudly informed everyone that Ikikami possessed substantial power, having witnessed him stopping the Calamity at the Academy. Xiaogo hoped that this would lead his fellow officers to view Ikikami as a valuable asset, rather than underestimating him. Among the police officers, one was particularly intimidated by the fact that a student like Ikikami possessed more power than a professional like himself. The captain of the police officers reminded everyone to stay focused on the agenda, emphasizing the importance of their mission despite having a student in their midst. Karin's concern deepened as she observed that some police officers were becoming increasingly agitated due to Ikikami's presence. After the meeting, Xiaogo approached Ikikami and offered his apologies for the rudeness displayed by some of their colleagues. Xiaogo was relieved to see that Ikikami was unfazed by the negative comments, and he admired Ikikami's maturity. Xiaogo scolded Karin for her reluctance to stand up for Ikikami. In response, Ikikami, ever gracious, smiled and assured both Xiaogo and Karin that they needn't worry about him, as he was not bothered by the negative comments. Karin was deeply moved by Ikikami's kindness and understanding. The three of them returned to the car, and Xiaogo explained to Ikikami that the police force required at least 80 mages for the upcoming combat. Akami began formulating a plan and suggested that the middle-rank mages should use level 2 magic, while the higher-ranking mages should employ level 3 spells. Xiaogo couldn't help but feel a sense of shame as he admitted to himself that Akami was possibly the strongest among all of them, especially since Akami was capable of using level 4 magic. During the drive to the Tokyo Tower, Akami expressed his curiosity about the police force's plan for dealing with the crisis, which Xiaogo explained that it would primarily involve a magic combat. Akami believed that fighting the monsters wouldn't be too difficult if they were only dealing with demon soldiers and magical beasts. However, he cautioned that things might become significantly more challenging if their opponent turned out to be on a higher plane, like the demon captain, who possessed greater intelligence. Akami criticized the police force for lacking appropriate equipment, to which Xiaogo explained that they typically relied on easy-to-move outfits or suits. Akami's curiosity was piqued as he became aware of the existence of anti-beast equipment, which Xiaogo explained was primarily used by the magic nobles and not available to the police force. Akami couldn't believe the unfairness of the system and wondered how things had changed in the 50 years since he died in the 70s. As they drove toward the Tokyo Tower, Xiaogo noticed that Akami was deeply engrossed in formulating a plan. After a lengthy journey, the trio arrived at the Tokyo Tower, which had been severely damaged. They parked on the side of the building. He was keen to understand the reason behind this unusual surge, especially since there was no apparent calamity event. However, the number of monsters was abnormally high. The police officers who had underestimated Akami were now shocked to see the immense horde of monsters. Their shock deepened when they spotted a demon captain among the creatures, and they realized they would need the assistance of the magic nobles to confront this dire situation. Xiaogo was visibly frustrated as he realized that their backup, the magic nobles, who were usually busy, might not be available during this crisis. Panic spread among the police officers as they contemplated having to handle the situation on their own. Turning to Akami, Xiaogo asked if he could eliminate the monsters. In his characteristically nonchalant manner, Akami confidently assured Xiaogo that he could indeed annihilate all the beasts. However, his self-assured statement didn't sit well with two jealous police officers, who accused Akami of being full of himself. Amid the negative comments from the two police officers, Akami remained unperturbed and calmly informed them that he had noticed something unusual. All eyes turned to the horde of monsters, which were now cheering as they looked up toward the sky. Akami and the others followed their gaze to see what had caught their attention. Suddenly, the sky above turned a foreboding shade of red. Panic ensued as the significance of the red sky became clear. It was a sign of the calamity. The police headquarters immediately issued an urgent alert, notifying every single post to make them aware of the dire situation. As the news spread, panic continued to grip the city as it became apparent that the calamity had occurred across the entire country. The police headquarters repeated the urgent report to ensure it will spread. Meanwhile, Akami remained unfazed as he thinks of a plan, while the rest of the officers knew the situation was harder than they thought. The media issued warnings to the public, cautioning that some areas might be without police officers due to the sudden outbreak of the calamity. People were puzzled by the recurrence of the calamity, which had just happened days ago. Akami couldn't help but feel that the monsters had become smarter, as if they could now trigger the calamity at will, when it typically occurred naturally. Amid the growing chaos, some police officers confronted Xiaogo, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need for reinforcements. Xiaogo was struggling to come to terms with the unfolding reality, even as Akami indicated that something was unusual about the behavior of the beasts. The situation escalated further when the monsters began moving toward the city. Police officers began brainstorming, recognizing the immediate danger to civilians. Akami, however, was disappointed with the apparent incompetence of the officers, and his frustration triggered a heated response from one of the officers. Akami was resolute and determined to take charge of the situation. Without hesitation, he leaped into the midst of the monsters, catching them by surprise. As he landed amidst the horde of monsters, the horde of monsters approached Akami thinking he was a prey. They all appeared bloodthirsty as Akami stood there. The police officers shouted at Akami to run to avoid being annihilated. However, in that critical moment, Akami unleashed his formidable skill, the third-level magic, Wind Cutter. The officers who had previously underestimated Akami were now astonished by the incredible power he possessed. Xiaogo, on the other hand, felt a sense of pride, especially since he had been one of the few who believed in Akami from the start. With Akami's impressive display, he swiftly annihilated all the monsters that had come at him, leaving them in disarray. However, this only triggered the remaining monsters, and made them unleash their own magic spells. Their aim was clear, and that is to target Akami, and yet, Akami effortlessly deflected their attacks. With his formidable magic barrier ability, which not only protected him but also safeguarded the bystanders from the monster's onslaught, Undeterred, Ikakami continued to eliminate the monsters with ease. However, his relentless actions filled Xiaogo with a sense of dread as he realized the extent of Ikakami's monstrous strength and versatility in using various magic attributes. Xiaogo quickly ordered his colleagues to provide backup for Ikakami, recognizing that they needed to support the formidable young mage. Some officers couldn't help but be scared. Despite their fear, some of the police officers summoned their remaining courage, refusing to stand idly by. They realized they couldn't simply watch the situation unfold without taking action. As they lifted their spirits and determination, they joined Ikakami in the fight against the monstrous creatures. Ikakami was genuinely proud to see the police officers doing their best, fighting alongside him to eliminate the demon soldiers. However, the most formidable challenge awaited them. As the form of the demon captain, a powerful and menacing adversary appeared. The police officers were filled with anger and frustration, fully aware that they were no match for this superior foe. To their astonishment, Ikakami took the initiative and directly confronted the demon captain. With a display of his water attribute magic, he unleashed a powerful attack that obliterated the demon captain. Ikakami remained calm and collected, assuring everyone that he would handle the demon captains while they focused on dealing with the demon soldiers. The police officers who had initially underestimated Ikakami were left in awe by his swift and decisive defeat of the demon captain. It was a powerful reminder that Ikakami was, indeed, incredibly strong and capable. Xiaogo, in light of this turn of events, advised everyone to heed Ikakami's guidance and remain vigilant until the final boss, so to speak, made its appearance. As Ikakami continued to combat the ongoing threat, he couldn't help but reflect on the recurring nature of the Calamity, which aimed to bring destruction to the world just as it had done 60 years ago. This realization fueled his anger, as he understood the potential global consequences of the Calamity's resurgence. Ikakami felt a deep sense of purpose in his reincarnated form, as he believed it was his fate to be present at a time of great need and to confront this menacing threat head-on. Karin found herself in a perilous situation as the menacing demon captain drew nearer, its monstrous hand poised to strike. But just when it seemed as if there was no escape, Ikakami arrived in the nick of time, swooping in to save her. As Ikakami shielded Karin from the danger, she couldn't help but feel a deep sense of familiarity when she looked at his back. It was a moment of déjà vu for her, as she recalled a similar situation from the past when she had been saved by a mysterious hero of the night who bore a striking resemblance to Ikakami. With a helping hand, Ikakami assisted Karin to her feet, ensuring her safety. Yet, in that moment, both of them realized that the circumstances mirrored a previous encounter, and Karin might begin to piece together the identity of the enigmatic hero of the night. Karin's curiosity about Ikakami's transformation into the Black Mage and his incredible strength lingered in her mind. She considered questioning him about his past, but she worried it might irritate him in the midst of their current perilous situation. Lost in thought, she couldn't help but feel a growing admiration for Ikakami, despite the fact that he was just a student. However, her introspection was abruptly interrupted when she narrowly avoided being struck by another monster. Ikakami once again came to her rescue. Ikakami offered her a piece of advice to remain focused in this perilous environment. He suggested that she stay close to him since she couldn't use combat magic. His advice left Karin feeling overwhelmed and blushing. As she observed Ikakami in action, Karin couldn't help but sense a maturity beyond his years, which only deepened her admiration. Meanwhile, among the police officers engaged in the battle, an eerie sensation overcame them. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as an inexplicable fear washed over them. To their astonishment, a new kind of demon captain emerged on the battlefield, one of a higher, more menacing species. Xiaogo's shock was palpable, knowing that this formidable adversary surpassed their previous encounters. The police officers were gripped by terror, doubting whether even a magic noble could stand against this monstrous foe. Yet, Ikakami remained completely composed in the face of this new threat. The police officers warned him of the tremendous risk, but Ikakami's confidence remained unwavering. He assured them that he could defeat this higher species of demon captain, and it left everyone speechless. In a surprising turn of events, the trembling of the officers' bodies ceased as they watched Ikakami with a newfound sense of hope. Karin prayed for his victory, while Xiaogo began to believe that Ikakami possessed the power of a magic noble. They faced a momentous decision: whether to bet their trust and hope on Ikakami's ability to triumph over the formidable foe before them. Xiaogo was willing to stake everything on Ikakami's strength and determination. Xiaogo and the other police officers rallied their strength, determined to support Ikakami as they faced the menacing higher species of the demon captain. On the other side, the demon captain and Ikakami engaged in a tense standoff, their eyes locking onto each other, acknowledging one another as the only worthy adversaries on the battlefield. As the demon captain began summoning its formidable magic spell, a destructive force gathered around it. It launched its devastating attack with an air of intimidation. But Ikakami did not waver. He stood resolute, his gaze unwavering. refusing to be cowed by the sheer destructive power displayed by his opponent. In the midst of this intense showdown, the police officers wondered about the sudden appearance of the higher species demon captain, while Akami remained steadfast, his nonchalant demeanor defying the intimidating presence of his foe. The demon captain, puzzled by Akami's presence and his humility, inquired about his identity. Akami modestly introduced himself as just a student, downplaying his own incredible power. However, the demon captain, seemingly able to sense the immense strength within Akami, grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, Akami unleashed his overwhelming mana, revealing the full extent of his power. This abrupt display of strength further enraged the demon captain, who realized he was facing a formidable adversary. In response, the demon captain elevated his power to level 6, sending shockwaves of terror through the police officers who watched in dread. While Akami observed the demon captain's escalating fury, he remained considerate of his allies, recognizing the destructive potential of his own powers, ensuring that they would not be caught in the crossfire. The situation grew increasingly challenging as the demon soldiers showcased their newfound ability to synchronize their attacks. With impeccable coordination, they unleashed their magic spells simultaneously, creating a daunting onslaught. Even Xiaogo was struck by the apparent increase in the monster's intelligence. Amidst the escalating chaos, Karin's concern for Akami deepened, and she urgently advised him to flee the dire situation. However, Akami remained steadfast, contemplating a strategy to counter the relentless assault. The demon captain, enveloped in fiery attributes, charged towards Akami, its power growing ever more formidable. Akami skillfully deflected the demon captain's attack using his own water attribute magic. The fire vanished as Akami's tremendous water attribute power ceased it. While engaged with the demon captain, Akami also had to contend with other monsters attempting to pounce on him. Thanks to his magic barrier, he was shielded from harm, defying the relentless assault. The demon captain, bewildered by Akami's exceptional strength, couldn't deny his adversary's prowess. On the other hand, Akami appeared nonchalant and somewhat bored, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding him. Xiaogo, who had initially held high expectations for magic nobles, found himself in a state of shock. Even Karin struggled to comprehend how Akami could possess such incredible abilities. He had never anticipated Akami's overwhelming power and felt as though he were in a dream. Xiaogo still believed that magic nobles could pull something like Akami, yet he and Karin were both surprised. Xiaogo marveled at Akami's ability to control multiple forms of magic simultaneously, and began to reconsider the hierarchy of magical power. Xiaogo wondered how Akami could use magic simultaneously. He became convinced that a mage like Akami was unquestionably stronger than a magic noble. Xiaogo couldn't help but feel a sense of vindication for his decision to trust his instincts and bring Akami on board. He now saw Akami as their greatest hope in this dire situation. While the demon captain grew increasingly furious, Akami continued to maintain his composure. He decided it was time to shift the battlefield to a more advantageous location. The demon captain was perplexed by Akami's actions, unable to comprehend his calm demeanor. Suddenly, Akami unleashed his aerial magic, creating a powerful burst of energy that sent the demon captain soaring through the air. The demon captain, consumed by a sense of humiliation, sought to regain its pride. It matched Akami's aerial magic and prepared to confront him. The demon captain was resolute in its mission to exterminate humanity, and faced Akami head-on. Akami, however, remained undaunted by the strength of his opponent. He berated the monster's invasion of the human world and vowed not to show any mercy. The demon captain, undeterred, launched a series of attacks at Akami, but Akami effortlessly evaded every one of them with his swift movements. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Akami's physical strength proved to be a match for the demon captain's. Akami's unyielding stance allowed him to withstand the force of the demon captain's punch. While Akami stood there, the demon captain took the opportunity to launch its attack with magic. As the demon captain attempted to launch a magical attack, Akami remained vigilant, his sharp eyes tracking every movement. An enormous explosion filled the battlefield, obscuring visibility with billowing smoke. Within the smoky haze, the demon captain exploited the opportunity to charge towards Akami's blind spot, preparing for a devastating strike. The demon captain's fists found their mark, sending Akami crashing to the ground. The demon captain peered down to confirm if its devastating strike had taken out Akami. Yet, it hesitated to underestimate its adversary as it observed, waiting for any sign of Akami's return. As the smoke and fog began to disperse, revealing the battlefield, the demon captain's shock was palpable. Below, Akami stood, completely unharmed. The demon captain couldn't believe its eyes, its frustration growing as it dawned on them that defeating Akami might indeed be an insurmountable challenge. Now, it was Akami's moment to make a move. Sarcastically, Akami suggested to the demon captain that they should resort to hand-to-hand combat since its powers had no effect on him. He assured the demon captain that no matter what combat style they chose, it would always end in the same result, his victory. Akami wanted to prove his capabilities as he uses his fist to give the demon captain a solid punch. He delivered a powerful punch, telling the demon captain that they wouldn't land a blow on him. He delivered a mighty punch that landed right on the demon captain, and the impact was so powerful that it sent the monstrous creature crashing to the ground. Despite the humiliation, the demon captain refused to give in. However, to its utter shock, Akami had vanished into thin air. The demon captain, trembling, realized that Akami was a formidable adversary. Suddenly, Akami reappeared in front of the bewildered demon captain, his grin radiant, and taunted the demon, revealing that he possessed more than just magic tricks. Akami was about to unveil his very own secret technique, and the demon captain was about to find out just how deep Akami's bag of tricks really went. Akami radiated with an intense brilliance as he unleashed his extraordinary powers. It was as if the attributes he commanded combined into a dazzling display of magic. Even the demon captain, once confident, couldn't help but feel the overwhelming might that Akami possessed. His power was a spectacle to behold that Karin and Xiaogo, who stood nearby, was captivated by the immense energy radiating from Akami. Akami stood unwavering, his body surrounded by a pure, bright, and potent magic aura. Every ounce of his power was harnessed, ready to be unleashed in a climactic showdown against the formidable demon captain. With determination in his eyes and a body ready for battle, Akami stood tall. His aura radiated with raw, untamed power, and his unwavering confidence was palpable. Akami's power only triggered the demon captain, thinking that even though Akami has such tremendous power, it would still defeat Akami since Akami is just a human. Akami, who had shown incredible magic prowess, was now ready to prove himself in hand-to-hand combat as he advanced toward the demon captain with an air of challenge. The demon captain, though initially doubtful, was suddenly taken by surprise as Akami landed a punch on its face. Before the demon captain could react, Akami's lightning-fast movements left the creature dazed as his glowing aura left only fleeting imprints in the demon captain's vision. Akami, undeterred, approached with determination, ready to continue the battle. Xiaogo stood there in awe, watching the fierce battle between Akami and the demon captain. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing, a human using his fists to stand up against a monstrous creature. It was a revelation that changed Xiaogo's preconceived notions about the limits of human strength. On the other side of the battle, the demon captain found itself in a state of disbelief. Like, how could a human like Akami have the power to overwhelm a formidable monster like him? Akami decided to enlighten his adversary, explaining that typical weapons were futile against such powerful beasts, and that's why he had to rely on his extraordinary magical abilities to confront the demon captain. Akami's unique fighting style was a fusion of magical powers and martial skills, combining the two seamlessly into a powerful fighting form. With confidence, Akami called his style the magic martial arts. The demon captain, on the other hand, couldn't bear the idea of a human Akami surpassing its kind, so it prepared to launch another attack, hoping to regain its dominance in the battle. Akami, unfazed by the demon captain's fury, concentrated his strength into his palm. He clenched his fist, ready to deliver another powerful blow in this incredible showdown. With a swift and powerful strike, Akami's punch collided with the demon captain's abdomen, creating a destructive force that tore a hole through the monster. In its final moments, the demon captain realized the true extent of Akami's monstrous strength. The other demon soldiers watched in shock as their mightiest ally was defeated. In this victorious moment, the sun shone brightly, signifying Akami's triumph. The police officers couldn't help but feel proud as Akami once again emerged as the savior, stopping the calamity. Xiaogo cautioned the police officers not to lower their guard, reminding them that there were still some monsters left to deal with. Akami, on the other hand, had confidence that the police force could now handle the remaining threats with the greatest challenge defeated. He continued to hover in midair, taking a moment for self-reflection. Akami recognized that it had been a long time since he had actively strived to become more powerful. He also noted that it was his first time using the magic martial arts, and he had demonstrated its effectiveness during the battle. Akami decided to rejoin the other police officers and checked on their well-being. He was relieved to see that the police force was handling the situation effectively. All of the police officers gathered as they approached Akami to pay respect. Xiaogo spoke up, expressing their collective gratitude for Akami's contributions. They saluted him, acknowledging his dedication and hard work. The next day, news of the calamity's end filled the headlines, with all the credit attributed to the magic nobles and the police officers. But the citizens, many of whom were not blind to the truth as they witnessed the incompetence of government officials and police forces, disillusioned with the authorities, the people began to place their trust and hope in the Black Mage, finding solace in his presence. The citizens had found a new source of inspiration and strength in Akami. On social media, conversations buzzed with admiration for the Black Mage, recognizing him as the true hero who could save them from impending calamities. And of course that Black Mage is Akami, who's now sitting in the classroom looking shy, overwhelmed. As Akami sat in the classroom, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the attention and adoration directed toward him. Amidst the chatter and excitement that surrounded him, Ikakami's expression revealed his discomfort since he never sought the spotlight. But Yuika, ever observant and caring, noticed Ikakami's unease. As the class settled down and the commotion surrounding Ikakami's recent heroics began to subside, their teacher stepped to the front of the room. The teacher emphasized the importance of being prepared, even for students like them who were just beginning their journey as mages, because in a world where unexpected crises like the Calamity could occur, every individual's abilities had to be honed and ready for action. With a warm smile, her eyes then settled on Ikakami, an unspoken acknowledgement of his experience and strength. It was clear to everyone in the room who the teacher was talking about as the students gazed at Ikakami, who had proven himself as a capable and courageous mage in the face of danger. Until Karin barges into Ikakami's classroom all of a sudden and caught everyone by surprise, including their teacher. The teacher raised an eyebrow, expressing her disapproval of Karin's behavior. However, Karin quickly justified her actions, explaining that their request was of utmost urgency, and that they had obtained permission from the headmaster to approach Ikakami. Karin then called out to Ikakami. She made a request for his assistance on behalf of the police force, asking if they could once again borrow his remarkable powers to address a pressing matter. Ikakami couldn't help but feel that this sudden intrusion was rather unnecessary and painted the police force in a less honorable light, having to rely on a student for assistance. Deep down, Ikakami couldn't help but feel a deep sense of embarrassment and discomfort as all eyes in the classroom were fixed on him once more. Despite the embarrassment he felt, Ikakami mustered the courage to stand up and approach Karin. He wanted to hear some explanations regarding the police force's request, but Karin was keen on assuring Ikakami that his cooperation would not go unrewarded. Karin proceeded to explain that monsters and beasts had been appearing all over the world, and illegal mages from underground were becoming increasingly active. The situation had escalated to the point where they desperately needed assistance. She expressed her apologies to Ikakami for the inconvenience, but emphasized that his unique powers were essential for the operation. Ikakami, feeling slightly frustrated by the attention, asked Karin to contact him through his phone next time to maintain a more ethical approach. Karin was intrigued by the prospect of having Ikakami's contact information. Ikakami inquired about his initial task in the operation. Karin clarified that he was to address the situation in Harajuku, where beasts had appeared. She extended an invitation for him to accompany her in the police vehicle. However, Ikakami preferred to use his magical abilities to travel to the location directly to ensure he wouldn't be late. The police officers, along with Karin, were astounded by Ikakami's incredible speed. In Harajuku, the once vibrant town had turned into a desolate and abandoned place. However, amidst the ruins, two frightened children were struggling to survive against the relentless onslaught of the monstrous creatures. The older brother, though trembling with fear himself, stood bravely to shield his younger sibling from harm. Facing the terrified children, a menacing demon soldier loomed ahead. The older brother tightly clutched his baby sibling's hand, desperately attempting to flee. Suddenly, the younger child stumbled and fell, tripping on the uneven ground. In that perilous moment, the older brother embraced his baby sibling protectively as the demon soldier closed in. Just in the nick of time, Ikakami appeared. His fearless presence stood as a shield between the vulnerable siblings and the approaching threat. The two siblings were in awe of the courageous man who had come to their rescue. Ikakami approached the children and praised them for their bravery. Gently, he picked up the baby brother's dropped doll and handed it back to him. The kids' faces lit up with happiness, having a hero standing before them. Ikakami felt moved by the sight of these young children managing to survive in the face of the menacing demon soldier. As Ikakami continued his mission, he left a message with the children, assuring them that they could trust the police officers who were nearby. The kids nodded and expressed their gratitude to Ikakami for rescuing them. The baby brother clutched his cherished doll, a miniature version of Ikakami from the 70s. As Ikakami patrolled through Harajuku, he could see that the mission was more challenging than it initially appeared, with innocent civilians fleeing in all directions due to the chaos in the town. Ikakami possessed the ability to distinguish between the magic of beasts and humans, but his challenge lay in identifying those without magic powers who were vulnerable to the monsters. He had no option but to patrol the area diligently and confront the monsters one by one to ensure the safety of the townspeople. Meanwhile, the police officers who had underestimated Ikakami earlier were equally committed to rescuing the civilians in need. As he looked up, his eyes caught Ikakami. He wanted to have a quick conversation with Ikakami regarding the mission. Ikakami noticed the man who had previously underestimated him as he approached. The man seemed eager to engage in a quick conversation with Ikakami, seeking updates on the situation in the town. The two of them continued to battle against the monsters while discussing their progress in the operation. The man concluded that they are in such a situation where they are unable to reach the east side. After hearing the man's report, Ikakami insisted on taking on the task of handling the east side. The man expressed his concern about the east side, noting that it was a challenging area to reach due to the presence of illegal mages. The man, who had initially underestimated Ikakami, now recognized his strength and capabilities. He watched Ikakami head out to confront the situation, feeling confident in his abilities to carry out major operations. A new police officer, who was a relative newcomer to the team, was in awe as he witnessed Ikakami effortlessly vanquishing the monsters in an instant. He was convinced that Ikakami had a special purpose, always appearing in times of need to save them all. Ikakami employed his powerful 6th-level burst stream skill, utilizing its water attribute to obliterate the monsters that stood in his path. Ikakami carefully assessed the situation and came to the conclusion that demon captains now had the ability to appear outside of Calamity, which was highly unusual based on his previous experiences. He also noted that the number of monsters was increasing, and they seemed to be growing stronger, posing a significant threat. Ikakami admits that the situation exceeded to an amount where he even barely could handle. Despite the overwhelming situation that had exceeded his expectations, Ikakami acknowledged that he needed to take precautions to prevent things from spiraling out of control. The citizens expressed their deep gratitude towards Ikakami, recognizing him as their savior. With the civilians now safe and out of harm's way, Ikakami's priority was to protect them from any potential threats. Karin quickly stepped in to care for the rescued civilians, ensuring their safety and well-being. Surrounded by grateful and happy faces, Ikakami was the center of admiration. The people admired him for his bravery and selflessness in the face of danger. The police officers shook Ikakami's hand as a sign of their heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that he had significantly reduced the damage and burden of the operation. Ikakami remained humble and attributed the success of the operation to the dedicated efforts of the firefighters and police officers, emphasizing that he was just there to lend a helping hand. The police officer who had previously underestimated Ikakami was now in awe of his abilities and thought he was incredibly cool. The police officers who had once tried to bully Ikakami were overcome with regret and bowed their heads, offering sincere apologies for their earlier actions driven by selfish pride. Ikakami, ever the understanding individual, reassured them that such behavior was typical for a student and encouraged them not to dwell on it. They all shared a brief laugh as they realized how mature Ikakami was. Karin, too, extended her apologies to Ikakami for relying heavily on his strength. She recognized that they had leaned on him throughout the operation, and she felt grateful for his help. Karin and Ikakami discussed the growing burden of an increasing number of stronger monsters, highlighting the need for a solid plan to tackle this issue as they both understood the importance of finding a way to deal with the escalating threat. Amid their conversation, the two young siblings whom Ikakami had saved earlier approached him with admiration in their eyes. Grateful and relieved that the children were safe, Ikakami was pleased to receive their heartfelt thanks. The younger brother, looking up at Ikakami, couldn't contain his admiration and referred to Ikakami as the Great Sage. While the child's statement was not entirely incorrect, as Ikakami was, in fact, a reincarnation of the legendary Great Sage, Ikakami decided to playfully act confused. His gaze fell upon the doll that the child was holding, a doll that remarkably resembled his appearance when he was known as the Great Sage in his previous life. Ikakami had a smile on his face to remember the old times. With a fond smile on his face, Ikakami decided to indulge the child's admiration by confirming that he was indeed the Great Sage. The child's happiness only seemed to grow as he admired Ikakami even more. Ikakami's recollection shifted to a conversation from his past, a discussion with a person who had been persistent about creating a doll in Ikakami's likeness. This individual had wanted to create various merchandise like photo cards and key holders featuring Ikakami's character. But despite the person's efforts to convince him, Ikakami had been quite skeptical and didn't believe that anyone would buy such items. The man tried to convince Ikakami that the merch signifies his heroism and it is made specifically for kids. He emphasized that they would still have value in helping and inspiring people, even a century from now. Reflecting on this conversation, as Ikakami held the child who admired him, he realized that the man's statement had indeed held some truth. Although a doll may not save people directly, it could be a representation of the Great Sage's heroism. It made Ikakami consider that his reincarnation's purpose was to be a great sage once again in the current. Meanwhile, in a certain place in the capital that looked like a bar, a group of individuals gathered, all reporting to their superior about the black mage, Ikakami. Their superior, revealed to be Kuroi Akuto, was the president of an underground mage guild known as the Black Rebellion. He had a particular interest in Akami, whom he believed to be an illegal mage, and Akuto considered Akami as his rival. And while the individuals were merely delivering reports, Akuto approached them with a menacing demeanor, indicating the seriousness of the matter. Akuto's underlings, cowed by his presence, trembled in fear as they stood near him. He issued a stern command for his men to uncover the true identity of the black mage, Akami. Akuto made it clear that they were allowed to employ any tactics necessary to capture Akami, emphasizing the importance of this mission to him. Kaga Shuji, a branch manager within the group, mustered up the courage to ask Akuto whether their objective was to annihilate Akami. Akuto, with a sinister smile on his face, contemplated the idea of resorting to violence to deal with Akami. The conversation hinted at the dark and ruthless nature of both Shuji and Akuto, suggesting they were willing to take malicious actions to achieve their goals. The next day, Akami resumed his training with the trio, and Ruka couldn't help but be curious about the extent of Akami's magical power. Yuika also had her speculations, suggesting that Akami's power might be around 500,000 or so. With unwavering confidence, Akami revealed that his power level was approximately 99 million. This astronomical figure left the trio utterly flabbergasted, as it far exceeded any expectation. Ruka pointed out that even in the history books, the great sage was recorded to have only 1 million magical powers. This realization was a surprise for Akami, as they were essentially discussing his past self. Ruka shared her knowledge, explaining that 1 million was considered the limit for most mages. Akami, intrigued by this, attempted to use his phone to research more about his magic power. However, he quickly became perplexed, realizing that he lacked the literacy or familiarity with current technology to navigate the internet effectively. Frustrated with his futile efforts, Akami decided to abandon the online search. But just as he put away his phone, it began to ring with an incoming call from Xiaogo. Xiaogo called Akami and hoped he had a moment to talk. He requested Akami to put the call on speaker so his friends could also hear the announcement. With Yuika's assistance, Akami managed to activate the speakerphone function. Xiaogo then revealed that the police force was planning to establish a specialized anti-monster unit. Xiaogo introduced the team as the Special Magic Team. He expressed his desire for Akami to lead the unit, where Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji would be part of Akami's team as its members. Yuika was surprised knowing that any typical mage would die to get that kind of title. She hoped that Akami won't refuse. But to her surprise, without any hesitation, Akami refused Xiaogo's offer. Akami got nervous with Yuika's expression and decided to hear out Xiaogo's explanation first. Xiaogo, while handling some paperwork, informed Akami that the police force needed an extra hand, especially with the current situation where the police can't fight alone. Akami understood, especially in the present time where mage magic had become so low. Akami wondered about the magic nobles who were more suited for the job, and Xiaogo explained that mage nobles like Miza, Hamurai, and Kaichai were all busy overseas, though mage noble Fuka is present, but he's also busy. Xiaogo's mention of magic nobles piqued Akami's curiosity about Yuika's parents, who were also part of this prestigious group. However, Yuika explained that she had been living away from her parents for some time. Despite this revelation, Xiaogo continued with his discussion and revealed that he had recommended Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji to be part of the special unit. Xiaogo assured the trio that there would be rewards and school credits awaiting them, but in return, he emphasized the importance of their commitment to this job, which could be advantageous for their future careers. Xiaogo is desperate and hoped that Akami would accept the offer, especially when Akami and his friends were the only hope. As the weight of the situation became apparent, Akami took a deep breath, recognizing that he had a significant role to play. And ultimately, he accepted the offer, knowing the crucial role he and his friends needed to fulfill. Xiaogo's enthusiasm caught his comrades by surprise, but they were relieved that Akami had finally accepted the offer. Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji also expressed their willingness to help. Although Akami had some lingering concerns, he ultimately accepted the offer, recognizing the opportunity to train more mages and contribute to the city's safety. The following day, news began to circulate, with people starting to criticize the magic nobles, particularly the Fuka family. The media criticized the Fukas, suggesting that they had neglected their responsibilities. In response, the head of the Fuka family felt frustrated, believing that the citizens had unrealistic expectations, assuming magic nobles could handle all issues. As the head of the Fukas fumed over the news, one of his servants sought to enter his room. The servant came to report that he had received a document from the Metropolitan Police Department. The head of the Fukas was initially offended, feeling that the establishment of a special magic team was a veiled insult, suggesting his incompetence. However, he realized that it might be an opportunity to appease the public's criticism. In response, the head of the Fukas instructed his servant to summon his son, despite the apparent distance between them. The next day, Ikakami and his friends arrived at the police headquarters. They gathered, with Ikakami positioned in the front, as he would be the leader of the special magic unit. Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji were present, eagerly awaiting the orientation. Xiaogo commenced the discussion about the unit's procedures. Ikakami was taken aback when he learned that Xiaogo intended to have dozens of members in the unit. Xiaogo apologized, explaining that they had potential candidates. But the issue was that their applications hadn't been sent. Ikakami understood that the candidate's withdrawals might be due to his status as a student, which made it challenging for him to lead. After a brief discussion, Xiaogo presented Ikakami with an offering, a temporary mage badge. Xiaogo handed out badges to all of them, signifying their roles as public servants. He made it clear that Ikakami would no longer be treated as a mere student and addressed him as Captain Kusanagi, instilling a sense of responsibility and authority in the young leader. Ikakami was happy as he felt like it's been a while to stand before people. Ikakami decided to go in front for his speech. He introduced himself as the captain of the special magic team, and pledged to make the team members stronger than the magic noble leaders. This declaration left Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji in shock as they realized the enormous task ahead of them. Even the police officers seemed surprised, doubting the feasibility of Ikakami's ambitious goal. Ikakami was determined to prove them wrong and demonstrate his commitment to their success. Ikakami inquired if the police had any magic power measuring devices to track the trio's progress. Upon confirming their availability, they proceeded to the testing room where the trio's magical abilities would be assessed. Ikakami called upon Ryuji and Ruka to demonstrate their strength, starting with Ruka, who unleashed her magic power to its fullest extent, aiming it at the testing device. Ryuji followed suit and demonstrated his magical abilities, just as Ruka had done. While they tested their powers, Ikakami explained that previously, Ruka's magical strength had measured at 10,000, while Ryuji's had been at 8,000. Ruka was shocked and pleasantly surprised to discover that her power had improved significantly, now measuring at 30,000 points. Ryuji, too, couldn't believe that his magical abilities had reached 28,000 points. The police officers were amazed at their progress as they had entered the highest grade mage class. After this revelation, Ikakami called upon Yuika to test her magical powers. Yuika, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, stepped up for her turn. Yuika's heart was racing as she stepped up to test her magical abilities. She worried that her magical power might not measure up to Ruka's, fearing that she might be judged by the others. She had put in a lot of hard work during her training, but there was an underlying fear that her progress might not be enough. But despite her nervousness, Yuika was resolute, and she would face the results with courage and continue to give her best effort. As Yuika summoned her magical powers, she made a silent promise to herself she would never let her insecurities deceive her again. While Yuika was afraid to be judged, Karin and Xiaogo was astonished with the power she holds. As the magic testing device displayed her results, Yuika couldn't help but feel anxious and asked others about the results. Though Yuika was the lowest among them, the results showed that Yuika had made significant progress, with her magical power amounting to 26,000 points. Xiaogo was profoundly impressed by Yuika's progress, considering that her magical power had been just 2,000 points before. He recognized her dedication and hard work. Ikakami approached Yuika, sensing her disappointment at having the lowest score among her friends. With a warm and encouraging presence, Ikakami reminded Yuika that improvement takes time and effort, and as long as she didn't give up, she would continue to grow. To comfort her, Ikakami gently patted her head. Yuika was moved to tears by Ikakami's words of encouragement and the pride he expressed in her progress. Ruka, her older sister, couldn't help but smile, seeing her little sister's determination and the support from Ikakami. She was genuinely happy that everyone was making significant progress. Ikakami gathered everyone together and commended them for their hard work and achievements. Ruka attempted to maintain her composed and aloof demeanor, suggesting that it was expected for noble mages like her and Yuika to improve. However, Ikakami didn't let her humility go unnoticed and offered praise, patting Ruka on the head. This display of affection from Ikakami took everyone by surprise, and even the normally cool-headed Ryuji and nervous Yuika couldn't help but feel concerned for Ikakami's well-being. Given Ruka's occasionally fiery temperament, Ruka playfully flicked Ikakami's hand, asserting that she was no child. This act of camaraderie brought relief to Yuika and Ryuji, who were initially worried about Ruka's reaction. In response, Ikakami decided to jokingly pat Ryuji's head, which, given that they were both men. However, the light-hearted moment was interrupted when a mage noble arrived at the scene. Xiaogo felt a tinge of nervousness upon the unexpected arrival of the mage noble. He realized that this encounter wasn't in his plans, and he quickly decided to introduce the mage noble to Ikakami and his friends. The mage noble in question was Fukushu, the eldest son of the head of the Fuka family. Xiaogo explained that due to the existing system, the approval of mage nobles was a prerequisite for their enlistment. Ikikami couldn't help but recall a past incident where the Fuka family had ignored a dispatch request when the academy was under attack by the Calamity. Shu, the mage noble, exuded an air of arrogance and superiority as he looked down upon Ikikami and his friends. Xiaogo introduced Ikikami to Fuka Shu, emphasizing that Ikikami had been the one to stop the Calamity and was now the captain of the special magic team. Shu couldn't fathom the idea that someone who wasn't a mage noble had the capacity to stop the Calamity, a feat typically attributed to their esteemed class. Shu's condescending demeanor was further showcased when he purposely stomped on Ikikami's shoes, a disrespectful act that left those present stunned by his audacity. Ikikami remained composed despite the insult, refusing to let the mage noble's behavior rile him. Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji couldn't stand by and watch Shu belittle Ikikami. They spoke up in defense of their friend. This intervention prompted Shu to halt his bullying, as he realized that both Ruka and Yuika were mage nobles, a status he held in high regard. Shu begrudgingly acknowledged the presence of the two noble mages in the special magic team, reluctantly giving them some credit. Shu smiled so viciously. Shu's arrogant and aggressive demeanor continued as he declared that he would be the captain of the special magic team, but Xiaogo firmly opposed this suggestion, emphasizing Ikikami's competence and suitability for the leadership role. Despite Xiaogo's reservations, Shu was unyielding in his determination and proposed that the captaincy be decided by whoever could defeat the boss in the next Calamity. His challenge left the others, including Xiaogo, taken aback by his audacity and disregard for their objections. Xiaogo expressed his apologies to Ikikami for not being able to prevent Shu's rude behavior. But Ikikami, being a mature and understanding individual, didn't let it affect him too much. Even though Ikikami was calm, his friends were determined not to let Shu win and be a bully. Even though Ikikami was known for his calm demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder why his friends were more fired up about the situation than he was. Later on, they all headed to the Metropolitan Police Department grounds for their training, determined to hone their skills and be prepared for any future challenges. Ikikami contemplated what lesson he should impart, especially given that the police officers' magic power levels were around 10,000, significantly lower than his own. Eventually, he decided to focus on the importance of magic in various aspects of their work. To illustrate this, Ikikami asked Ryuji to join him at the front and demonstrate how magic could serve multiple purposes. Intrigued, Ryuji stepped forward, ready for Ikikami's challenge. Ikikami didn't hold back, urging Ryuji to punch him with all his might. Ryuji accepted the challenge with enthusiasm, hoping that Ikikami wouldn't complain about the result later on. Ryuji threw a powerful punch at Ikikami, but to his surprise, Ikikami created a magic barrier that prevented Ryuji from touching him. While Ryuji kept on trying to land a punch, Ikikami explained that mages with a significant amount of power could naturally generate a magic barrier, especially when they possessed a substantial amount of magic. Ikikami referred to this ability as automatic magic. Ikikami emphasized the importance of taking notes as he explained that a mage's magic capacity was a crucial aspect of their abilities. He then proceeded to assist the police officers in enhancing their magic and connecting with their own mana, which left them astonished by the untapped potential within them. Meanwhile, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji continued with their regular training. At the end of the day, Ikikami pondered the significance of acquiring anti-monster equipment, which was in high demand due to the ongoing monster crisis. When he inquired with Xiaogo about the availability of such equipment, he was disheartened to learn that it was limited. Realizing the scarcity of craftsmen in the current environment, Ikikami contemplated the possibility of crafting anti-monster equipment himself, determined to find a solution to the growing threat of monsters. Ikikami searched through his belongings of suitable materials for crafting anti-monster equipment. He then stumbled upon a simple yet well-maintained ring. It bore a sense of importance, possibly a keepsake left behind by Kusanagi. Encouraged by this discovery, Ikikami decided to venture out and shop for additional affordable jewelry pieces that could be repurposed for creating anti-monster equipment. Just as he was immersed in these thoughts, his train of thought was abruptly interrupted by a ringing phone, catching him off guard. Ikikami was genuinely surprised when he saw Ruka's name on his phone's screen, since Ruka wasn't typically the affectionate type, and such calls from her were rare. As he answered the call, he could sense that Ruka was putting in an effort to express her thoughts and feelings. Ruka eventually managed to convey her support for Ikikami's leadership as the captain, which brought a small, heartfelt laugh from Ikikami. Taking advantage of the conversation, Ikikami extended an invitation to Ruka, suggesting that the two of them go shopping together to find the accessories they needed. He emphasized that a smaller group would be more manageable and efficient for their purpose. Ruka felt a bit overwhelmed by the idea of spending time alone with Ikikami. Ikikami on the other line waited for Ruka's answer. In the end, Ruka agreed to go shopping with Ikikami. Ikikami was excited and Ruka chose to go shopping at Harajuku. The two of them made plans like typical teenagers. As they hung up the phone, Ruka was still having a hard time showing some emotions. And as for Ikikami, he's excited to make some anti-monster equipment for all of his members. With a bright smile on his face, he started crafting Kusanaga's ring. After their phone call, Yuika calls for her big sister Ruka since dinner was ready. Yuika noticed that her sister Ruka hadn't replied immediately as she usually did when called for dinner. Curious and slightly concerned, Yuika called out to her older sister once more and decided to enter Ruka's room. As Yuika entered Ruka's room, she discovered her older sister meticulously choosing her outfit for the upcoming shopping trip with Ikikami. Yuika felt a sense of bewilderment seeing her older sister so engrossed in what she considered unimportant matters. Ruka turned to face her younger sister and inquired why she had entered her room. Yuika informed Ruka that dinner was ready while Ruka's clothes scattered across the room. Watching Ruka's excitement, Yuika started thinking about why her sister was acting this way. Then it clicked in her mind that Ruka was probably thrilled about going out with Ikikami. The next day, Ikikami found himself waiting at Harajuku Station. On the other hand, Yuika was there too, trying to stay hidden while watching Ikikami and Ruka's outing. Yuika made sure to conceal her mana so she won't be detected. However, as she observed them from her hiding spot, Yuika started to feel a bit foolish for secretly spying on her own friend and sister. After a while of waiting, Ikikami spotted Ruka in the distance. As she got closer, dressed in a tomboyish outfit, many people couldn't help but notice her. When Ruka finally reached Ikikami, she hoped that she hadn't kept him waiting for too long. Ikikami told Ruka that he had just arrived at the station. Meanwhile, many onlookers were envious of Ikikami, thinking that he might be Ruka's boyfriend, as they couldn't help but admire her beauty. Yuika, on the other hand, was shocked, thinking that Ruka and Ikikami were on a date. Ikikami explained that the reason why they were shopping right now was because Ikikami wanted to buy some rings. Ikikami explained that he needed several rings. Ruka was surprised and assumed that Ikikami might have many love interests. She jokingly called him a womanizer, which left Ikikami deeply confused. Ruka and Ikikami began shopping, and Ruka informed Ikikami that she knows a place where they could buy cheap, yet best items. The two of them went around shopping, but Yuika just couldn't stop spying on them. Yuika made sure to not let her magic mana to be detected as she keeps her distance. Later on, Ruka and Ikikami realized that what they were looking for is kinda hard to find. Ruka and Ikikami discovered some lovely rings, but they were way too pricey for them to buy. Meanwhile, Yuika couldn't help but wonder what Ruka and Ikikami were discussing inside. She observed them closely and realized they were standing very close to each other. Suddenly, the saleswoman from the jewelry shop approached Ikikami and Ruka and offered to assist them in mistaking them for a couple. Ikikami quickly clarified to the saleswoman that Ruka wasn't his girlfriend. But before he could explain further, Ruka jumped in with a sassy and somewhat intimidating attitude to emphasize that they were definitely not a couple. Her strong response caught the sales lady off guard and made her feel uneasy. Recognizing that she might have overreacted, Ruka soon realized her behavior might have been too intense after she saw the saleswoman's discomfort. Ikikami let out a sigh and came to the understanding that his friend Ruka had a naturally intimidating presence, even if it was unintentional. After a long day of searching for items, Ruka and Ikikami decided to take a break in a cozy cafe. Ikikami started to reconsider his criteria for the items he needed, as his initial search had proven fruitless. However, during their break, Ikikami noticed something was bothering Ruka. He observed her for a while, and eventually, she opened up about her difficulty in showing affection. Ruka hoped Ikikami understood her personality, but Ikikami seemed to know her a bit well. Ruka also explained that her reserved nature had unintentionally caused distress to her younger sister, Yuika, due to Ruka's difficulty in interacting and showing affection. Ruka suggested that it might be a better idea for Ikikami to go shopping with Yuika, given her friendly and outgoing personality. However, Ikikami objected to the notion, stating that he didn't want Ruka to feel like she wasn't being helpful. He realized that Ruka had put in effort before their shopping trip, researching where to find the items they needed. With a reassuring smile, Ikikami expressed his gratitude to Ruka and told her that she was indeed a big help. Ikikami's words had a profound effect on Ruka, and her eyes sparkled with appreciation and warmth, knowing that her efforts were recognized and valued by her friend. While Ikikami and Ruka enjoyed their time together, Yuika couldn't help but feel guilty about spying on them because it was the first time she had seen Ruka genuinely happy. She came to the realization that spying on others was silly, especially when they were just trying to have a good time. Feeling regretful, Yuika decided it was best to head home. Later that day, Ikikami couldn't contain his excitement since they had finally found the rings he had been searching for. Curious about why Ikikami had purchased 5 rings, Ikikami revealed that he had bought the rings for each member of the special magic team. His thoughtful approach touched Ruka's heart, and she couldn't help but smile warmly. Ruka expressed her genuine admiration for his gesture, and she was certain that the team members would truly appreciate his gift. Akami then shared that these rings were not just for adornment but also served as equipment. Ruka acknowledged how wholesome and kind Akami was for thinking of his team in such a considerate manner. Grateful for all the help and companionship Ruka had provided throughout their shopping journey, Akami expressed his thanks. He wanted to repay Ruka's support and kindness right away, showing just how much her friendship meant to him. Ruka was taken aback when Akami revealed a special ring designed to be an anti-monster equipment. Akami asked for her hand, wanting to place the ring on her finger, and while Ruka found it a bit cheesy, she couldn't help but be touched by his thoughtfulness. With a mix of emotions, she allowed Akami to place the ring on her finger. Akami then shared that this ring was the very first one he had ever made, and he hoped that Ruka would take good care of it. However, the situation became too overwhelming for Ruka, and she decided it was best to head home, feeling embarrassed. On the other hand, Akami was left deeply confused since he had intended to explain that the ring had anti-monster properties. As Ruka hastily made her way home, her emotions were in turmoil. She wanted to put some distance between herself and the overwhelming situation, but something made her stop abruptly. Ruka took a quick glance on the ring that Akami gave her. In that moment, she realized that the ring held a special place in her heart, and she made a silent promise to cherish it for the rest of her life. The next day, Akami distributed the rings he had crafted to his team members, including the police officer, Karin, and her colleagues, and as they received the rings, they were all astonished by the quality and the anti-monster properties of the rings. Akami took a moment to explain that he had crafted these rings as anti-monster equipment, imbued with wind magic, and when infused with magic power, the rings had the ability to unleash level 1 wind magic. Xiaogo couldn't hide his shock when he saw the anti-monster equipment, and asked Akami where he had managed to obtain such extraordinary items. But to Xiaogo's amazement, Akami confessed that he had actually made these remarkable pieces himself. Xiaogo was left in awe, considering that skilled craftsmen were a rare find in the modern world, and the fact that Akami had crafted these anti-monster items with such ease and expertise left Xiaogo deeply impressed. He had come to accept that Akami would always find ways to amaze him with his exceptional talents and abilities. After distributing the rings, Akami gathered his team and explained that they lacked swift transportation and couldn't always rely on cars for their missions. His statement resonated with Xiaogo, who understood how the police force often had to rely on vehicles, making them late on various missions. Akami then demonstrated the use of his anti-monster equipment, explaining that it could allow them to ascend and significantly reduce their travel time. Both Ryuji and Yuika paid close attention to Akami's words, where he emphasized that the power of these rings was not meant for fighting but for enhancing their mobility. Akami provided some guidance and advised them to visualize themselves as if they were jumping, but Karin and Xiaogo found it challenging to grasp this new ability. Meanwhile, Yuika appeared to have mastered it effortlessly, and made Akami compliment Yuika on her quick understanding and control of the power. In response, Yuika proudly informed Akami that she had been practicing magic manipulation, which made it easier for her to adapt to the new power. As Yuika's eyes met Akami, she couldn't help but feel a wave of awkwardness wash over her. The memory of her past actions, spying on him and Ruka, weighed on her conscience, and the guilt of having invaded her friend's privacy became palpable. Akami then asked Yuika about Akami, the great sage from before he was reincarnated. Yuika replied that Akami was the great sage she admired the most. Akami's curiosity led him to inquire about his previous life, which Yuika responded, explaining that Akami had been a formidable figure with a power level of about 1,000,000 points and had perished during the Great Calamity. Next, Akami asked about the fate of mages after the Great Calamity, where Yuika proudly shared that her Miza family had made significant contributions to society in the aftermath since majority of mages died. She explained that after the calamity, almost no documents or data about magic remained, and mages were forced to start from scratch, rebuilding their knowledge and power. Akami, however, couldn't shake the feeling that he had left behind a wealth of magical knowledge in his previous life, stored in various places for the future. The fact that the mages appeared to have low mana, and that his stored knowledge hadn't been utilized, raised suspicions in his mind. He began to entertain the idea that someone might have sabotaged his stored knowledge in his previous life, intentionally preventing it from being accessed or used effectively. Concerned by Akami's overthinking and the troubled expression on his face, Yuika decided to address the matter. She urged him to share his worries with her, offering a listening ear and her support. Akami appreciated her concern and assured her with a warm smile that everything was fine. As Akami walked away, he knew deeply that Yuika was a trustworthy person, but Ikikami just didn't want Yuika to be involved in his reincarnation incident. Ikikami couldn't help but think about how Yuika would react if she ever discovered his true identity as Ikikami. He imagined that she would be overwhelmed and likely faint from the revelation. On the other hand, Yuika believed that Ikikami's hesitation to share his secret was because she was perceived as unreliable. Determined to prove her worth, she resolved to get stronger and make herself someone Ikikami could trust. A week had passed. Ikikami's efforts to strengthen the police force and his friends were proving successful. Karin, the once fearful and cowardly police officer, had found newfound confidence and was using overwhelming magic with control. Xiaogo had learned to intensify his magic, making him a more potent force. Ryuji, in particular, had made astonishing strides in a mere week, revealing a natural talent for magic. And so as the Mizuha sisters, Yuika and Ruka has the ability to join their magic since it's the same water attribute. With a satisfied grin on his face, Ikikami saw the people he was leading growing and evolving, becoming formidable mages in their own right. What intrigued Ikikami the most were the Mizuha sisters. Their water attributes allowed them to join their magic, creating a harmonious and powerful combination. Yuika's determination to become as strong as Ruka and Ryuji was unwavering. She pushed herself to her limits, practicing relentlessly until she could match Ruka's power. It was a significant milestone for Yuika, who couldn't help but reminisce about the times when Ruka had always been ahead of her. Now, they stood as equals in terms of magical strength. Ikikami, who had been closely watching Yuika's progress, couldn't hide his admiration. Ikikami congratulated his team for their incredible progress in just 1 week, but he reminded them not to become complacent just because they had grown stronger. Ikikami wanted to give another demonstration as he called upon Ruka to demonstrate her level 4 magic on him. Ruka summoned a massive and overwhelming level 4 spell, releasing it towards Ikikami. Despite the incredible power of the magic, Ikikami remained calm and focused. Ikikami attempted to deflect Ruka's level 4 magic using his own level 1 spell called the Wood Spear. Surprisingly, Ikikami's level 1 magic was able to deflect Ruka's level 4 magic. The special magic team was left in shock since they had never expected that a lower level spell could neutralize a higher level one. Ikikami seized this moment to impart a valuable lesson to his team. He explained that a spell's level didn't always dictate its strength, since what truly mattered was the mage's ability to infuse their magic with their maximum power. He explained that, to neutralize a higher level magic, they needed to consider the attributes involved, like how he neutralized Ruka's water magic with his earth magic by exploiting the elemental relationship. Ikikami's friends were delighted to learn more valuable information from him as he emphasized that they should not become too fixated on levels alone. Even the police officers listened attentively to Ikikami as he reminded them that mastery of their magic powers was essential. Ikikami gave them a reminder where he emphasized the importance of having companions, and whenever they are together, they would become stronger and more formidable as a team. His words resonated deeply with his friends and colleagues, fueling their determination to continue growing and working together as the special magic team. While the team was engrossed in their training and self-improvement, an arrogant magic noble, Shu, appeared all of a sudden. Xiaogo was curious about his unexpected presence, and Shu explained that he was merely bored, as the next calamity had yet to occur. Xiaogo suggested that Shu could run some errands to pass the time, but Shu dismissed the idea, firmly believing that all monster termination responsibilities should be left to the police force. Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji were thoroughly irritated by Shu's attitude and presence, finding it insufferable. However, Ikikami remained unbothered. Shu pretended like he wishes there was a calamity already so he could prove his strength. As Shu expressed his desire for a calamity to occur, the sky suddenly turned a foreboding shade of red, signaling the impending arrival of a calamity. The rest of the team became highly alert, one that would likely terrorize the civilians once again. Xiao couldn't contain his excitement, hopping around like a child, thrilled by the prospect of the imminent calamity since he believed that if he were to defeat the boss monster, he could become the team's captain. Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika were determined not to let Shu take over Ikikami's role as the captain. Their competitive spirit fueled their resolve, and they were all pumped up. Shu wasted no time, treating the crisis like a race game as he immediately headed out, eager to prove himself. Meanwhile, Ikikami called out to his team and reminded them not to forget their wireless earpieces for communication. The team sprang into action, ready to protect the innocent civilians from the approaching monsters. However, some of the police officers had yet to master the art of ascending, leaving them with no choice but to rely on their cars for mobility. On the other hand, Shu took a different approach, treating the crisis like a game. He flaunted his flying ability and teased a police officer who was simply doing his job, mocking him for being too slow. Ryuji reported back to the team, expressing his astonishment at how fast Shu and his team were. This left Yuika wondering how Shu managed to be so agile with his considerable weight. Akami recognized Shu's skill in wind magic and how it gave him a significant advantage in speed. He also knew that he could leave his team behind and focus on the mission, but he understood the importance of teamwork and that the safety of civilians should be their top priority. As the team, including Akami, was engaged in the main mission to protect the civilians from the Calamity, Shu continued to taunt and mock them for their inability to catch up with him. Shu continued to taunt and belittle Akami's friends, calling them a bunch of losers. While Yuika couldn't hear Shu's words, she was certain that he was mocking them. Shu and his team finally arrived in the city where chaos reigned, with people running for their lives from the advancing monsters. Shu's excitement was palpable, and he was eager to eliminate the monsters, displaying the enthusiasm of a child in a candy store. Shu and his team displayed their formidable powers as they slaughtered monsters with ease. Their combined strength made quick work of the creatures, effectively annihilating them. However, amid the chaos, some civilians remained in a state of panic, desperate for a hero to save them. When they spotted Shu, they hoped for his help, placing their faith in him. But Shu's reckless and careless approach to using his magic became apparent as he fired without considering the consequences. Shu's reckless magic was deflected, leaving the civilians in shock, and a sense of relief washed over them. Luckily, Akami arrived just in time to prevent a potential disaster. Akami was visibly displeased with Shu's foolish and careless actions. Shu and his team could feel the weight of Akami's disapproval. With Akami's commanding aura, he conveyed his anger without words. Shu, suddenly feeling paralyzed, was left to wonder about the cause of his condition. As he struggled to move, Yuika, Xiaogo, and Karin finally arrived at the scene to check on the civilians who had almost been affected by Shu's reckless action. Yuika, turning her attention to Shu, confronted him about how his behavior could have put ordinary people in grave danger. Shu was eventually released from his paralyzed state, and couldn't help but wonder if Akami was responsible for it. Shu's audacity reached new heights when he had the nerve to blame the civilians for getting in the way, further angering Yuika with his callous attitude. Shu and his team made the decision to leave the scene and ordered Akami and his team to handle the civilians instead. Akami briefly considered incapacitating Shu to prevent his reckless behavior, but he thought better of it, wanting to maintain the fairness of their challenge. Instead, he allowed Shu to continue his actions to see if he truly had what it took to handle the situation. Akami made the decision to focus on caring for the citizens, while Yuika and the rest of the team would address the monster threat. Xiaogo couldn't help but worry, wondering if Akami could handle Shu on his own. However, Akami's confidence shone through as he reassured Xiaogo with a smile, reminding him that he was still the captain of the team. Xiaogo sighed, realizing that Akami was far more dependable and level-headed than Shu. Meanwhile, Yuika gathered the rest of the team and reminded them that they couldn't always rely on Akami. Akami called out to them, urging them to go and giving them his support, hoping for their success. With determination and a shared purpose, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji were all fired up and ready to face the monsters. They fell into formation and, working together, they annihilated the monsters with ease. Yuika was now able to summon 3 magic rings, a testament to her growth. With a newfound level of confidence, she unleashed a level 3 magic called Azure Splash, instantly annihilating the demon captain. Yuika had come a long way since the time she was scared and unable to do anything, but now she was able to defeat even the demon soldiers. The transformation from fear to strength was a realization that left her blushing. Surprised by her newfound power, she had evolved into a formidable and capable mage. Meanwhile, Akami focused on sensing everyone's mana, and he was certain that some civilians had failed to escape. Due to the chaotic mix of monster and ally mana, it made it challenging to locate and rescue these people. Akami understood that this task would not be easy, and that it was crucial to prioritize the safety of every civilian, no matter how challenging the circumstances. Akami remained determined to rescue the citizens, believing that he had the skills and strength to bring peace and safety to the city. He was unwavering in his commitment to protect the innocent. As Shu and his team continued their efforts to eliminate the monster, they were equally engaged in the battle against the Calamity. Ruka, Ryuji, and Yuika, in the midst of the action, were reminded to stay sharp and not become complacent in their formation. They knew that vigilance was crucial in the ongoing battle against the monsters. All of a sudden, Yuika felt a heavy atmosphere, a sensation that filled the air with tension. To Yuika's surprise, a formidable boss monster suddenly appeared right in front of her. Shu, ever the overconfident rival, was excited, believing that eliminating this boss monster would make him the star of the battle. However, Shu's allies were quick to caution him, warning that the boss monster was far too powerful for him to handle. They advised him to reconsider his approach. Still, Shu's arrogance knew no bounds. He boldly declared himself a mage noble and unstoppable, summoning his overwhelming level 4 magic known as Wind Magic Tempest. Despite Shu's display of power, the boss monster remained strangely calm. Shu's overconfidence led to a humbling defeat when the boss monster unleashed its own overwhelming level 4 magic, Fire Magic Flare, releasing a torrent of fire and flames. The boss monster's power instantly neutralized Shu's Wind Magic Tempest. Shu and his team were left dumbfounded, realizing that the boss monster was indeed far more powerful than they had anticipated. The stark contrast between Shu's arrogance and the boss monster's might left them with no choice but to retreat. Their hasty withdrawal had consequences, as some civilians found themselves dangerously close to the boss monster's overwhelming power. He used his magic, combining earth and water attributes, to deflect the boss monster's magic and protect the civilians from harm. The combined power of water and earth was intensified, as if someone were giving a helping hand. It turned out to be Ruka, Ryuji, and Yuika, who had joined forces with Akami to deflect the boss monster's magic. Akami felt immense pride in seeing the trio grow stronger than ever before, showing their unity and determination in the face of danger. Meanwhile, Yuika approached Shu, who was now feeling a bit ashamed of his reckless actions. Shu was glad that he was alive. Yuika badly wanted to confront Shu, who almost got ordinary people killed. He tried to reason that it was the civilians' fault for not running away, a statement that only triggered Yuika further. With frustration and anger rising, Yuika raised her hand, ready to confront Shu. In a defining moment, Yuika gave Shu a resounding slap across the face. She called him out for his audacity and pride, especially just because he was a mage noble. Shu, who had been trembling with fear, was left stunned by the slap and Yuika's words. Seeing the situation unfold, Yuika quickly rallied her friends and advised them to move forward. Leaving Shu behind, they were focused on their mission to defeat the remaining monsters and protect the civilians. Akami, who had been rescuing citizens, was relieved to see that Yuika had handled Shu effectively, restoring their unity and focus on the mission. Akami decided to keep an eye on the boss monster as the battle against the Calamity raged on. In the midst of the battlefield, the boss monster stood as a formidable opponent, awaiting a worthy adversary. Meanwhile, Shu, unwilling to accept his loss, had retreated to an abandoned house. His servant wisely advised him to stay away from the boss monster, recognizing the futility of their chances against such a powerful foe. Shu, still desperate for recognition and credit, hatched a new plan. Shu's idea was to let Akami and the rest of the team battle the boss monster, and then he would swoop in to deliver the final blow, claiming all the credit for himself. His underlings cheered for this idea, seeing it as an opportunity to turn the situation to their advantage. Meanwhile, Yuika, Ruka, Ryuji, and Xiaogo faces the boss monster. Yuika couldn't help but wonder if they could handle such a powerful adversary. Ryuji, recognizing the urgency of the situation, signaled his team to launch an immediate attack on the boss monster. Yuika and Ruka swiftly summoned their powers, and Karin and Xiaogo did the same. Their combined efforts were aimed at defeating the boss monster, and they released an incredible display of magical power. After releasing such incredible power, Ryuji hoped they defeated the boss monster. However, to their astonishment, the boss monster remained unscathed, not even stumbling from the immense power unleashed upon it. It became clear that they would need an even more powerful and decisive magic to defeat this formidable adversary. In a sudden turn of events, the boss monster began to summon its own powerful fire attribute magic, adding to the intensity of the battle. The team found themselves facing a fierce and challenging opponent, and they needed to strategize quickly to overcome this formidable foe. Yuika, ever the observant and quick-thinking member of the team, noticed that the boss monster's power had intensified, becoming even more formidable than before. She understood that they couldn't win with their current approach and began to think of a quick and effective strategy. In the midst of the intense battle, Akami reached out to them through their earpieces, offering valuable advice. He urged them to work together. Yuika informed Akami that they were already working together, but Akami offered a crucial tip. They needed to combine their powers in the truest sense, uniting their magic and abilities as a team. Akami's words had left Yuika bewildered, as he had suggested that the key to victory relied on both her and Ruka. As the two of them tried to make sense of this cryptic message, the boss monster unleashed another powerful attack that came dangerously close to hitting Yuika. Thankfully, she managed to dodge the attack just in time. Ruka, always thoughtful and analytical, was certain that Akami's words held a deeper meaning. She urged the team to put their heads together and figure it out. As they contemplated Akami's message, Yuika suddenly realized the significance of his words. Yuika, with a newfound determination and a clear plan in mind, addressed the team. She emphasized that the boss monster's casting time for its magic was somewhat lengthy. Her plan was for the team to focus on defeating the other monsters, while strategically avoiding the boss monster's power. She then instructed Karin and Xiaogo to prepare to attack from the west as soon as she signaled them. With her determination and a well-thought-out strategy, Yuika led the team. Yuika counts down for the team to unleash their powerful magic. As the boss monster unleashed its power, Yuika yelled at her team to quickly dodge. Yuika's command to quickly dodge ensured that everyone was kept safe, and their coordination in avoiding the boss monster's attack was spot on. Akami, who had expected one of the others to step up as a leader, was surprised by Yuika's decisive action. Her leadership was proving effective, and her quick thinking had saved them from the boss monster's destructive magic. Still, Yuika couldn't help but wonder if her strategy was the right one to secure victory. She recalled Ikikami's enigmatic advice and pondered its deeper meaning, until she realized that she might have misunderstood Ikikami's advice. Yuika wondered if her method will work since she thought her common sense was shattered a long time ago. Slowly, she began to approach her team and requested their support in a unified effort. Meanwhile, Shu remained on the sidelines, biding his time and waiting for what he saw as the perfect opportunity to seize the spotlight for himself. With their formation set and determination in their hearts, Yuika and her team were prepared to face the formidable boss monster. Xiaogo couldn't help but ask Yuika if she was absolutely certain about their plan, as it carried its own risks. However, Yuika remained resolute, believing that their approach was their best chance for success. Ryuji and Karin echoed their sentiment, recognizing that they needed to take calculated risks rather than doing nothing. As the boss monster observed their unity and resolve, it retaliated with a level 5 magic known as Fire Magic, Blazing Pillar. The immense power of the spell threatened to engulf them, but Yuika and her team remained remarkably composed. As the boss monster unleashed its devastating magic, targeting Yuika and her friends, Shu believed their defeat was imminent. However, to his astonishment, it became evident that Yuika's team had developed a unique and calculated strategy to confront the powerful foe. What caught Shu by surprise was the pivotal role played by the Mizuha sisters. They were at the forefront of the battle, ready to take on the boss monster. Karin, with her healing abilities, provided crucial support to the team, ensuring they remained in fighting condition. By incorporating Karin's healing magic, the team managed to withstand the damage inflicted by the boss monster. Ikikami recognized the wisdom in this strategy, as it allowed them to endure the boss monster's onslaught. But Ikikami was particularly eager to see how the Mizuha sisters would employ their ability, as their unique talents held the potential to be a game-changer in this fierce battle. Yuika and Ruka combined their abilities. In a surprising turn of events, Yuika and Ruka managed to combine their magical abilities to create a total of 6 magic rings. Ikikami watched with satisfaction as Yuika finally grasped the essence of his earlier advice, and that is to unite their powers and create an overwhelming magic to face their formidable opponent. The Mizuha sisters, thanks to their combined abilities, unleashed a level 6 magic known as Grand Water Magic, Burst Stream. This powerful spell hit the boss monster with incredible force, causing it to experience pain and suffering for the first time in the battle. Ryuji, Karin, and Xiaogo were all left in awe as they witnessed the Mizuha sisters' astonishing display of magical prowess. However, despite the boss monster's weakened state, it still clung to life, presenting a new challenge for the team. As the boss monster found itself in a weakened state, Shu saw an opportunity to swoop in and claim the glory for himself. However, his ambitions were swiftly thwarted as strange vines wrapped around him, draining his magic power. It became clear that Ikikami had intervened to prevent Shu from interfering with the team's hard-fought battle. Ikikami couldn't allow someone to take credit for their collective effort. Amidst the chaos, the boss monster came to a sudden halt and began to fade away. The sky, once ominous and red, returned to its natural blue hue, signaling the end of the calamity. The team couldn't contain their joy as they realized they had emerged victorious. Ryuji hurried over to check on them, finding Ruka and Yuika deeply fatigued from their monumental effort. The Mizuha sisters, however, had exhausted themselves in their final, powerful act. It was a heartwarming moment as the team celebrated their hard-earned win, with Ruka and Yuika sharing a moment of unity and victory as they held hands. The following day, Ikikami gathered his team to offer his sincere congratulations and praise for their outstanding performance during the recent calamity. Smiles brightened the faces of his teammates as they received Ikikami's words of acknowledgement and appreciation. Even the Mizuha sisters were elated to be recognized by Ikikami, whom they held in high regard. Ikikami couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of pride as he looked at the incredible progress his team had made. Among them, Yuika stood out for her remarkable growth and her role as a leader during the critical battle. Ikikami took a moment to praise Yuika's leadership, impressed with her clear and effective instructions during the battle. However, his astonishment grew when Yuika admitted with confidence that she didn't actually understand what he meant by his advice. Ikikami was taken aback, realizing that Yuika had successfully led their team despite not fully grasping the meaning of his previous guidance. Yuika thought that Ikikami was just giving a hint, and the rest of her action was just mere intuitions. Ikikami couldn't help but admire Yuika's remarkable talent and ability to lead their team effectively based on her instincts. Despite the initial surprise, Ikikami continued to praise his team for their exemplary performance in defeating the Calamity. He also highlighted the essential role played by the Mizuha sisters' harmony in the success of their mission. As Ikikami and his team were in the middle of their meeting, he glanced at the clock and decided to take a short break. He turned on the television to catch up on the latest news, unaware of the unexpected revelation they were about to witness. On the screen, Xiaogo was holding a press conference, discussing the establishment of the special magic team that aimed to strengthen the response to the Calamity. People wondered if a student was truly capable of shouldering such responsibility. Xiaogo, undeterred by the doubts of the audience, decided to address the question. He affirmed that the leader of the special magic team was indeed a student, Ikikami. This revelation raised eyebrows and generated waves of astonishment throughout the conference. Xiaogo explained his unwavering faith in Ikikami's ability, emphasizing that Ikikami possessed a power even mightier than that of the mage nobles. Xiaogo didn't hold back as he criticized the mage nobles, pointing out that they had often failed to provide adequate assistance during past crises, leaving innocent citizens in danger. Xiaogo, however, stood his ground, emphasizing the importance of Ikikami's presence during critical moments. Xiaogo was resolute as he endorses Ikikami as the hero they needed during times of crisis. Ikikami, on the other hand, appreciated Xiaogo, but he was nervous since Xiaogo seemed to have high hopes to him. The conference wanted to debate Xiaogo since Xiaogo pointed out that mage nobles are completely useless. But one of the people in the conference believed that Xiaogo had a point since mage nobles usually disappear when they are needed, especially the Fuka clan who's no help at all. Xiaogo's superior got nervous since Xiaogo's bold statement sparked the room. Shu, the magic noble who had previously challenged Ikikami, stormed into the room, creating a scene. He boldly declared that Ikikami was completely incompetent, and that he, Shu, was the perfect fit to lead the special magic team. Shu was offended by the fact that he wasn't invited in the press conference. Xiaogo quickly confronted Shu, reminding him that he had already lost the challenge they had previously engaged in. In the midst of the escalating tension in the conference, Shu and his underlings attempted to play ignorant, as if they had never issued any challenges or made any claims in the first place. Shu, who had initially declared his superiority as a mage noble, seemed to expect that his words alone should carry weight, regardless of past events. As the room filled with voices and arguments, a journalist took the opportunity to confront Shu. They revealed that Shu had never been of any help during the Calamity, and had even put a citizen at risk due to his recklessness. Shu was caught off guard and desperately tried to deny the allegations. However, the journalists had undeniable proof to substantiate their claims, turning the spotlight onto Shu's irresponsible behavior. Amid the mounting pressure and scrutiny, Shu struggled to come up with a convincing response to the journalists' accusations. They continued to press him, emphasizing that his reckless behavior should not be tolerated, especially during such critical times. As the tension rose, Shu eventually lost his composure and threw a tantrum. He shifted the blame onto the civilians for supposedly obstructing him and disdainfully referred to the reporters as peasants. Seizing the moment, Xiaogo spoke up and agreed with the sentiment that many mage nobles were indeed corrupt and self-serving. Xiaogo's bold words resonated with the audience as he emphasized the need for selfless heroes in society. He directly confronted Shu, highlighting the lack of concern for people's lives that some mage nobles displayed. Xiaogo's courage in challenging Shu and speaking out against mage nobles left a lasting impression on everyone present. Shu and his entourage, now aware of the damage to their reputation, decided to make a hasty exit from the scene. Ikikami watched in astonishment, deeply impressed by Xiaogo's bravery and commitment to the cause. After watching the intense press conference, Yuika calls for their attention since there has been a viral video of them in the Calamity. Ikikami listened to Yuika as she mentioned the viral video and the growing disdain towards mage nobles, particularly the Fuka clan due to Shu's actions. Ikikami realized that the internet could be really scary since things spread so quickly. Seeing Yuika's shocked expression, Ikikami became worried and asked her what had surprised her so much. Yuika was so nervous as she turned to Ikikami regarding their reputation. Ikikami watched the video that Yuika showed him, realizing that they were indeed quite prominent in it. He felt the stress of the situation as he understood that their actions during the Calamity had been captured on video, potentially making them more widely recognized. 1 week later, Ikikami returned to the police headquarters for their usual day at the special magic team. As Ikikami opened the door, was met with quite a surprise. The room was filled with people who seemed eager to join the special magic team led by Ikikami. He was taken aback by the commotion, and it was evident that Xiaogo's speech during the press conference had generated a significant response. Xiaogo, somewhat bashful, approached Ikikami and apologized for drawing so much attention to their unit. Despite the unexpected popularity, Ikikami's primary focus remained on training mages to become stronger as he accepted the situation with a sigh. Yuika couldn't help but find amusement in Ikikami's sudden popularity and the stress that came with it. She chuckled as she watched him manage the influx of new volunteers and navigate the challenges that came with his newfound fame. Later that night, somewhere in the city, there was a red-haired man held captive. The captive man, bruised and battered, seemed to being interrogated in a harsh way. The captor suddenly pointed a knife at this red-haired man to ask him about someone they wished to know. The captor was revealed to be Shuji, the branch manager of the Black Rebellion who seeks for Ikikami. Shuji was growing increasingly frustrated with the red-haired man's lack of information about the Black Mage. Shuji, in his determination to find Ikikami, resorted to violence and threatened the man with a knife. Shuji's frustration continued to mount as he sought answers from his captive. But the red-haired man could only provide limited information as he mentioned that the police were also on the hunt for the Black Mage. Shuji, growing increasingly convinced that the red-haired man was genuinely ignorant about the Black Mage's identity, felt a sense of frustration. Meanwhile, the captive red-haired man, desperately hoping for mercy, believed that he had given all the information and would be released. But Shuji's ruthless nature became all too apparent when he took the life of the red-haired man, showing no mercy. With a callous act, Shuji ended the man's life, caring only for the state of his clothes as blood stained them. Shuji seemed to be a clean freak as he tried to wipe the blood off of his clothes. After a while he pondered about the red-haired man's statement about the Black Mage being a student. With a sinister smile on his face with the thought of a young, unsuspecting student getting entangled in the Black Rebellion's sinister plans seemed to excite him. He couldn't wait to meet this supposed Black Mage in person. In the dimly lit streets of Shinjuku, Ikikami continued his nightly patrol. Monsters had roamed the city, but with his powers, he swiftly annihilated the threats, ensuring the safety of the citizens. However, on this particular night, Ikikami found himself surprised. Ikikami witnessed these two youngsters treating the dangerous area as a tourist attraction. They were vlogging the aftermath of the monster encounters, capturing the destruction as if it were a thrilling spectacle, all while attributing it to the Black Mage's actions. Despite Ikikami's efforts to stay hidden and out of the spotlight, his persona as the Black Mage had gained even more fame and attention. As he watched from the shadows, he couldn't believe that so many people and fans were actively seeking his presence, eager to witness his heroic deeds. However, he was relieved to see that the police officers had become more competent in dealing with the monsters, handling the situations efficiently. It was a reassuring sight for Ikikami, knowing that the citizens and the police force were becoming more self-sufficient in keeping the city safe. As Ikikami continued to observe the city, his keen senses picked up on something unsettling. Approaching the scene, he witnessed a distressing situation, a poor man cornered by two thugs who were trying to force him to repay a debt. The man was clearly confused and terrified, as he only owed the thugs 200,000 yen, yet they were insisting on an additional 10 million yen. The two thugs resorted to violence, making baseless claims about interest. The two thugs were about to physically harm the man until Ikikami intervened. With a swift and precise motion, he conjured a magical barrier to shield the man from harm. The poor man took the advantage to run away from a terrifying experience. Frustrated and angered by Ikikami's intervention, the two thugs foolishly attempted to confront him. However, their bravado quickly faded as Ikikami. He managed to subdue the thugs, leaving them bruised and battered. Ikikami couldn't help but wonder if the local police were neglecting the issue of illegal magic users in the city, as this was not the first instance he had come across. In their minds, there was no doubt that they had encountered the elusive and infamous Black Mage, a figure known far and wide within the realm of ground syndicates. As Ikikami stood there, his piercing gaze focused on the two trembling thugs, he overheard their furtive conversation. In their fear-stricken state, the two men inadvertently revealed the name of the famous underground organization, the Black Rebellion. Ikikami offered the two thugs a deal. They'd be set free if they spilled everything they knew about the Black Rebellion. The thugs spilled the beans to Ikikami, sharing that the Black Rebellion was a well-known underground organization infamous for committing various crimes in exchange for a lot of money. The thug's friend had a theory that the Black Rebellion could possibly be connected to the Yakuza since the Black Rebellion seemed to operate with impunity, doing as they pleased, and had established connections within the worlds of politics and media. The two thugs gazed at Akami with a glimmer of hope, secretly desiring to be recruited into the Black Rebellion, as they believed it was a ticket to power and riches. Despite their hopes, the two thugs were swiftly defeated and knocked unconscious by Akami, unaware that he had no intention of joining any criminal organization. Akami found the information provided by the thug intriguing, especially because the police had been actively pursuing illegal organizations in recent times. Feeling a sense of duty, Akami decided to embark on a new mission that very night. He made a firm choice to entrust the task of dealing with the monsters to the capable police force while focusing his efforts on rooting out the illegal mages hidden within the city. With his determination set, Akami embarked on a journey to Kabukicho, where he believed he could find one of the branches of the notorious Black Rebellion organization. In Kabukicho, the city's nightlife was in full swing, with revelers enjoying themselves and reveling in the city's vibrant nightlife. The streets were dotted with beautiful women, adding to the lively atmosphere of Kabukicho. Amid the hustle and bustle of Kabukicho, some individuals were engaged in entrepreneurial endeavors, attempting to sell a wide array of items to passers-by. The vibrant and lively atmosphere of the city's nightlife overwhelmed Akami as he navigated through Kabukicho's streets. Akami keenly sensed various magical energy, making it challenging to discern which ones might be connected to the organization he was seeking. Akami decided to apprehend individuals engaging in suspicious and questionable activity. He believed this might lead him to the information he sought. Akami unexpectedly stumbled upon a narrow alley where two suspicious-looking thugs seemed to have just profited from illicit activity. Startled by Akami's presence, the two thugs swiftly reacted, their faces contorting into expressions of concern and unease. Despite his reluctance to use force, the two individuals left him with little choice. Regrettably, after a fierce altercation, the thugs proved uncooperative and failed to provide any information about the Black Rebellion. Frustrated with the uncooperative thugs, Akami decided to report the incident and the individuals involved to the local authorities. After a while, some caught the attention of passers-by, who were startled to witness another confrontation as Akami took down the violent thugs. Akami continued his patrol through the lively streets of Kabukicho, taking down any thugs he encountered and promptly reporting their activities to the police. After a while, Akami got a lead at the west. Akami gathered information from the thugs he had encountered, and they pointed him west, indicating that the Black Rebellion was known to gather in that direction. Akami wasted no time and made his way towards the west, determined to find the Black Rebellion's hideout and put an end to their illegal activity. The place that the thug was talking about turns out to be a bar named Bar Western, and there was a purple-haired girl at the bar who seemed to share his interest in underground organizations. The bar fell silent as all eyes turned toward the purple-haired girl, intrigued by her presence, which seemed a bit out of place for a potential thug. The girl confidently approached the bartender, leaning on the counter trying to extract information that piqued her interest. The bartender, still eyeing her with a hint of suspicion, asked the girl about her intentions. The girl discreetly passed a significant amount of money to the bartender, hoping to coax out the information she sought. However, the bartender appeared genuinely clueless about the information the girl was seeking. It wasn't until she explicitly mentioned that she was interested in finding out the hideout of the Black Rebellion. The bartender, now looking more serious, gazed at the girl and warned her that seeking information about the Black Rebellion's hideout could lead her into a world of danger. The girl appeared confused, as if she was unfamiliar with the complexities of the underground world. To her surprise, the thugs inside the bar began to rise from their seats, eyeing her with suspicion. These thugs seemed to be affiliated with the Black Rebellion, and they had sinister intentions toward the girl who was prying into their affairs. The girl came to the realization that she might have been misled by the informant, possibly being lured into a dangerous situation. The thugs, with their sinister intent to keep the girl alive for further punishment, advanced towards her, ready to resort to violence. Desperate to save her life, the girl fought back with all her strength, determined to defend herself against the menacing thugs. Realizing that the odds were stacked against her, the girl made a quick decision to flee the bar in an attempt to escape the dangerous situation. As the girl tried to escape, she was struck by the thugs' magic before she could get away. The thugs were delighted to have caught the girl, and had intentions of keeping her captive. The girl, realizing the dire situation, began to accept her fate and sent her apologies to her little brother, Kai, whom she was seeking revenge for against the Black Rebellion. Overwhelmed by her failure and the impending danger, the girl closed her eyes, unable to face the reality before her. Just as the thugs were about to harm the girl, Ikikami swiftly arrived at the bar. The sudden appearance of Ikikami caught the thugs by surprise, distracting them from their intended harm towards the girl. The bartender, along with others in the bar, was puzzled by Ikikami's calm demeanor in the midst of the commotion. The people in the bar were taken aback when Ikikami confidently approached the bartender, inquiring about the location of the Black Rebellion. As Ikikami remained unfazed, one of the thugs approached him, eager to confront this bold newcomer. The thug, seeking to assert his dominance as a member of the Black Rebellion, reached out and grabbed Ikikami without hesitation. To the thug's surprise, as Ikikami raised his fist, the thug felt a sudden, powerful force resembling a punch land squarely on his face. The thug was sent hurtling towards the wall, nearly demolishing it, thanks to the sheer force of Ikikami's strength. Instantly, the thug found himself drained of all energy, making it impossible for him to mount any resistance. All the patrons and thugs inside the bar were astonished by the incredible display of Ikikami's strength. The girl, who had been in distress moments ago, was now in awe of Ikikami's apparent physical prowess, especially since he hadn't used any magic to overpower the thug. Ikikami considered this encounter a stroke of luck, as he believed it might provide him with valuable information about the Black Rebellion's hideout. Ikikami berated the thugs for their actions, condemning them as despicable for ganging up on a woman. The thugs, though uneasy, decided to press on and fight back, relying on their superior numbers to take on Ikikami. The bar erupted in chaos as Ikikami engaged in a fierce battle with the thugs, while the bartender cowered behind the counter to avoid the turmoil. The girl watched Ikikami closely, curious to see how the outnumbered hero would fare in the midst of this brawl. Out of concern, the girl advised Ikikami to run, thinking that he might lose. Despite the growing number of thugs and their combined magical assault, Ikikami maintained his composure. Ikikami's patience started to wear thin as he regarded the thugs as mere nuisances. With his patience running thin, Ikikami decided to close the distance between himself and the thugs, opting to engage them in close quarters combat. Ikikami's incredible speed left the thug in shock as he suddenly found Ikikami standing right in front of him. As Ikikami got closer, he made sure to land a powerful punch right on the thug's jaw. With that single punch, Ikikami managed to knock out all his opponents simultaneously, leaving them unconscious on the floor. Despite the odds against him, Ikikami's sheer physical prowess and combat skills allowed him to overpower the thugs, demonstrating his incredible strength without relying on magic. The thugs were left stunned, unable to mount any defense as Ikikami's incredible speed and precision left them with no opportunity to retaliate. The purple-haired girl watched in astonishment, speechless as she realized that her initial doubts about Ikikami's chances were completely unfounded. As the last thug fell to the ground, the girl couldn't help but admit that she had been completely wrong about Ikikami's abilities. With a mix of awe and disbelief, the girl gazed at Ikikami, who remained standing unscathed amidst the fallen thugs, and some of the remaining thugs were trembling in fear. The girl couldn't help but wonder if Ikikami had used some kind of extraordinary magic to overpower the bad guy. Tears welled up in the thug's eyes as he trembled in terror, watching Ikikami slowly approaching him. With an air of confidence, Ikikami proudly introduced himself as the Black Mage on a mission to dismantle the Black Rebellion. After making his introduction, Ikikami swiftly knocked out the remaining thug, leaving him unconscious like his comrades. After dealing with the thugs at the bar, Ikikami chose to walk away, leaving the girl in awe of his abilities. With Ikikami's decisive victory, the girl couldn't help but wonder if he was an incredibly powerful mage, given how effortlessly he handled the thugs. But then the girl was taken aback as Ikikami approached her. Upon closer inspection, the girl realized that Ikikami appeared to be a high school student. But Ikikami was just relieved to see that the girl was unharmed. Ikikami approached the counter and decided to have a chat with the bartender, and the girl followed him. Ikikami found the bartender cowering in fear, and he decided to inquire about his knowledge regarding the Black Rebellion. The bartender, trembling with fear, was reluctant to divulge any information about the Black Rebellion. He knew how notorious and dangerous the organization was, and he feared for his life if he were to snitch on them. Ikikami, frustrated by the bartender's silence, slammed his hand on the counter with a forceful thud, asserting his dominance and demanding answers. Ikikami, his patience running thin, gave the bartender one last chance to spill all the information he had about the Black Rebellion, making it clear that he could be much scarier if necessary. Terrified and desperate to save his own life, the bartender screamed his agreement, promising to share the information Ikikami wanted in exchange for his safety. The bartender explained that the Black Rebellion's organization was headquartered in Tokyo, with branches throughout the city, including in Kabukicho. He mentioned their notorious leader and the fear he had of betraying the organization due to its ruthless reputation. The bartender warned Ikikami that the leader, Akuto, was a powerful mage with significant influence in the criminal underworld. He explained that Akuto was rumored to be one of the key figures in various underground syndicates that manipulated Japan from behind the scenes. Ikikami asked the bartender about the location of Akuto's main branch, but the bartender honestly admitted that low-level members like him in the organization were only assigned to menial tasks and weren't privy to the details of the major operations or the location of the main branch. Ikikami decided to let the bartender go, realizing that the bartender genuinely didn't have the information about Akuto's main branch. With no leads about the Black Rebellion's main branch in the bar, Ikikami decided to resume his mission of hunting down illegal mages in the city. The girl, still intrigued by Ikikami, stopped him before he could leave and expressed her desire to get to know him better. The girl began by thanking Ikikami profusely for saving her life and being her hero when she was in dire need. Ikikami humbly responded to the girl, insisting that he was just passing by. However, the girl firmly believed that Ikikami was a true hero who had courageously intervened in a dangerous situation. The girl noticed that Ikikami was quite reserved and didn't seem to want to be seen as a hero, which she found a bit off-putting. The girl didn't beat around the bush and asked Ikikami about his intentions to hunt down the Black Rebellion. Ikikami replied straightforwardly, telling the girl that he desired to destroy the organization. The girl was left speechless, seeing the determination in Ikikami's eyes. The girl, while acknowledging Ikikami's powers, believed that he needed a companion for his mission. The girl proposed that she and Ikikami should join forces. Ikikami hesitated for a moment, unsure of whether to accept the girl's proposal. The girl revealed that she was a detective and had access to a wealth of resources and information. However, she admitted that she lacked the physical strength and abilities that Ikikami possessed. The girl saw Ikikami as her ticket to take down the Black Rebellion. Ikikami realized that their partnership could work well, with the girl providing intelligence and information while he offered strength and power. The girl extended her hand hoping for Ikikami to accept her proposal, but Ikikami hesitated for a moment. He considered the advantages of teaming up with someone who had knowledge and resources to take down the Black Rebellion. However, he also had reservations, wondering if he could trust her completely with his mission. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ikikami decided to accept the girl's proposal. Plus, he reassured himself that if things turned sour, he could always cut ties and continue on his own. With their partnership now established, the girl extended her hand and introduced herself as Leona. Ikikami decided to maintain his black mage persona for the time being and introduced himself as such to Leona, who found the name a bit long to address him but accepted it nonetheless. Ikikami advised her to address him in whatever way she felt comfortable. Leona, considering a shorter and more informal name, decided to call Ikikami Chrono. Before they get down to business, Ikikami's curiosity led him to inquire about the thugs' motives behind their attack on Leona. Leona explained that she had been investigating the Black Rebellion independently and had gotten close to discovering their hideout, but things took a dangerous turn when the thugs confronted her. Ikikami expressed his concern about Leona's approach, considering it risky, especially since she lacked the means to defend herself adequately. Leona acknowledged her own vulnerabilities, but emphasized her determination to confront the Black Rebellion, a feared organization. She displayed her courage and commitment to this dangerous mission. Leona highlighted the issue of unchecked illegal mages who operated freely, as the police were primarily occupied with handling the Calamity and monsters. This created a void in dealing with the underground world of magic users. Leona's words triggered Ikikami's memory, reminding him of Karen's concerns, and this was why they had reached out to Ikikami for assistance. While discussing the Black Rebellion, Ikikami couldn't help but notice that Leona was trembling. Ikikami began to suspect that Leona's determination to hunt down the Black Rebellion might have a more personal dimension to it. Leona couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disgust when thinking about the ruthless actions of illegal mages. Leona's spirit burned with vengeance as she revealed that her baby brother, Kai, had been attacked by illegal mages. Ever since their parents died, Leona had taken on the role of being the parent for her baby brother, Kai. Leona had been working tirelessly to provide for Kai. Leona had been extremely busy, and she sometimes worried that her brother, Kai, might feel lonely. However, to her surprise, Kai never once complained about her hectic schedule. One day, a tragic event occurred when a burglar broke into their home, and Kai was alone. The burglars were merciless as they attacked Kai. Kai was so helpless that he desperately tried to escape, but the burglars' magic caught him. Kai's horrible experience deeply affected Leona. It made her want to make those who hurt her little brother pay for what they did. Ikikami was curious if Kai was badly hurt, and luckily, Leona assured Ikikami that her brother Kai survived the ordeal, but he was in a coma. Ikikami was saddened to learn that being a mage couldn't help heal someone in a coma. Leona was furious that her 9-year-old brother had to suffer, that even doctors are not sure when he will wake up. Leona's discovery that the attackers were associated with the Black Rebellion and had been arrested didn't provide her with the closure she sought. She desired more than just their arrest as punishment for what they had done to her little brother. Ikikami understood that Leona was driven by a desire for revenge, but Leona wanted to reform the system, ensuring that illegal mages wouldn't harm innocent people like her brother in the future. Leona admitted that she lacked the power and strength to take down the Black Rebellion, but she hoped that Ikikami, with his abilities, would be willing to step up and help them in their mission. Ikikami acknowledged Leona for her straightforward and bold attitude. Despite Leona's vengeful spirit, Ikikami admired her ideology. Ikikami hoped that Leona would be useful on their mission, but as a detective, she had useful connections and tools that could be beneficial in their mission. Ikikami and Leona were determined to find and expose all of the Black Rebellion's hideouts. However, Leona was cautious because she suspected that the Black Rebellion might have connections with the Yakuza. Despite the potential danger, Ikikami was confident and encouraged Leona to share the hideout locations, leaving her impressed by his determination and fearlessness. Ikikami, showing no fear, confidently declared that he would take the direct approach and storm the Black Rebellion's hideout. However, Leona objected to Ikikami's plan, considering it reckless and potentially fatal. Ikikami assured Leona that he would never die because he's the Black Mage, after all. Leona decided to let Ikikami do as he pleased, but she insisted on going with him. Ikikami strongly objected to the idea of dragging Leona with him, fearing that Kai could lose both his sister and his parents, but Leona, however, believed that Kai would be fine with her life insurance money. But Ikikami knew the feeling of losing a loved one. He gave Leona a piece of advice, emphasizing that money is insignificant compared to having a loving family by one's side. Leona's determination burned bright, and she refused to accept a life where she felt weak and powerless. She despised being a victim, oppressed by wicked individuals without having the power to fight back. Her anger only intensified when she thought about innocent children like Kai who didn't deserve to go through such tragic experience. After her outburst in front of Ikikami, Leona took a deep breath to collect herself and regain her composure. Ikikami looked at her and tried to offer his sympathy, understanding the pain and anger she felt. Leona, with tears in her eyes, tried to convince Ikikami to let her join the mission, but he remained concerned about her safety. With a heavy heart, Ikikami left the bar, hoping that Leona would eventually provide him with the locations of the Black Rebellion's hideouts. As Ikikami walked away, he looked back at Leona and offered her reassuring words that they would definitely give the Black Rebellions the beating of their lifetime. Leona wiped her tears and came to the realization that she and Ikikami were indeed a team. They walked out of the bar and got straight to business, but Leona wondered if they would have a long journey to reach the locations. Ikikami approached Leona, mentioning that he had the magic to make their transportation faster. Ikikami reached out to Leona, telling her to hold on tightly as they were about to take off into the air. Leona felt a bit puzzled since flying with magic was something she had never experienced before. Meanwhile, in one of the Black Rebellion's branches, the thugs were relaxing in their office. However, one thug looking out the window noticed something unusual in the sky, as if something was approaching their location. Much to their shock, Ikikami and Leona crashed through the window, with Ikikami's foot landing squarely on the face of one of the thugs. The other thugs were taken completely by surprise at the sudden entrance, and their comrades' unexpected defeat. As Ikikami observed the hideout, the remaining thugs in the office quickly prepared for a fight. Leona, on the other hand, was still in shock from their unconventional mode of transportation. Two of them armed themselves with katanas and guns, recognizing Ikikami as a significant threat. As Ikikami assessed the situation, he recognized that they were in the Yakuza's hideout and that their behavior hadn't changed over the years. One of the Yakuza bosses approached Ikikami, annoyed by his flashy entrance, and referred to him as a punk. Undeterred, Ikikami proudly introduced himself as the Black Mage. This further angered the Yakuza boss, who promptly ordered his men to attack both Ikikami and Leona. Ikikami and Leona stood together, ready to defend themselves, and Ikikami warned Leona to stay close. One of the Yakuzas wielded his katana to initiate an attack. But as he launched an attack, Ikikami quickly deflected him using his magic, preventing the assault from landing. The Yakuza member was bewildered as his katana was effortlessly shattered. Frustrated and desperate, they switched to their firearms. But their bullets were futile against Ikikami's powerful magic barrier. Panic spread among the Yakuza members as they realized that their usual tactics were useless against Ikikami. Ikikami and the Yakuza boss locked eyes in a tense standoff. Ikikami couldn't help but wonder if he was truly face to face with the leader as he decided to ask the Yakuza boss if their organization had any ties to the Black Rebellion. Due to Ikikami's question, the Yakuza boss's face to contort with fear. The Yakuza boss hesitated, trembling in the face of Ikikami's question. Still, the Yakuza boss clung to his pride and seethed with anger at being underestimated by a teenager. The Yakuzas pulled out their firearms once again and unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Ikikami. Even though the Yakuza fired their guns relentlessly, Ikikami's magic barrier remained impenetrable. He couldn't help but think that these Yakuza members didn't possess any magical abilities. Realizing this, he decided it was time to swiftly end the confrontation. The Yakuzas were mad and told Ikikami that he will be the one dying in their hands. In a swift and powerful move, Ikikami unleashed a single kick. The Yakuza members flew into the wall, rendering them unconscious. The Yakuzas were swiftly defeated by Ikikami, leaving them unconscious on the ground. Leona was amazed by the quick resolution of the confrontation. Ikikami urged Leona to proceed to the next hideout of the Black Rebellion, signaling the continuation of their mission. Leona came to understand Ikikami's remarkable ability, realizing that he was more than capable of confronting the Black Rebellion by himself. She was taken aback as Ikikami lifted her, preparing for another flight to their next destination. Leona felt a deep sense of nervousness about flying with Ikikami once more. However, Ikikami didn't hesitate and leaped out of the window, ready to guide them to their next destination. Ikikami and Leona made another dramatic entrance at their next location, crashing through a window and startling the thugs inside. As usual, the thugs found themselves swiftly defeated by Ikikami's prowess, ultimately submitting to his power. Ikikami and Leona took a moment to discuss the recurring situation where gangsters always seemed to attack them as soon as they entered. Ikikami was curious about this, but Leona explained that it was simply the gangsters' instincts to be hostile and not listen to reason. Leona suggested to Ikikami that they should stop crashing through the hideout's windows, as it gave the impression of an ambush rather than an inquiry about Akuto. However, Ikikami had his own unique logic and felt that making a flashy entrance was just a normal thing for gangsters. Ikikami decided to follow Leona's advice and opt for a more conventional approach. Later on, they arrived at another location of the Black Rebellion's hideout, and this time, they didn't crash through a window. Instead, they knocked on the door, and a thug greeted them. Ikikami straightforwardly asked the thug about the Black Rebellion, which made Leona think that his partner in the mission isn't wise at all. But their question was met with a door slammed in their faces. Despite the cold response, Ikikami simply smiled. Leona, however, felt that their mission might be more challenging than they had initially thought. Since Ikikami didn't appreciate the thug's rude behavior, he decided to take matters into his own hands and ambush the hideout once again by forcefully kicking the door open. The thugs got the wrong idea, thinking they were under attack by another criminal group when Ikikami forcefully entered. However, Ikikami had no ill intentions as he simply wanted to inquire about the Black Rebellion. Despite this, the thug chose to attack Ikikami instead of giving him the information he needed. Ikikami, growing frustrated, warned the thug to pay attention when someone is speaking. In response, Ikikami used a defensive move and punched the thug in the face. The thugs were in shock as they witnessed their comrade's head crashing through the wall because of the sheer force behind Ikikami's punch. However, Ikikami had no intention of causing such harm. He was simply seeking to locate the leader of the Black Rebellion. To his surprise, the branch manager of the hideout introduced himself as the boss, Ushiro. Ikikami directly questioned Ushiro about whether he had just ambushed a group connected to the Black Rebellion. While this conversation was ongoing, one of the thugs impulsively decided to attack Ikikami with his katana. However, Ushiro was quick to intervene, advising his subordinates not to resort to violence. This thug was taken aback, but Ushiro recognized that Ikikami was a formidable opponent, not to be trifled with. Ushiro confidently assured Ikikami that his organization had no connections with the nefarious Black Rebellion, emphasizing the importance of honor within his clan. In response, Ikikami directly inquired whether Ushiro had any information about the whereabouts of the Black Rebellion's hideout, but Ushiro expressed his hope that, upon providing this information, Ikikami would leave his clan be. To foster a more civil conversation, Ushiro arranged tea for them to enjoy. Ushiro's clan members wondered how things turned out to be calm after they were just ambushed. Amidst the confusion of Ushiro's clan members, the three individuals introduced themselves formally. Ushiro kindly offered a map, enhancing Leona and Ikikami's understanding of the Black Rebellion's potential hideout locations. Ushiro candidly admitted that he could only provide information about the location he pointed out, expressing his ignorance about the Black Rebellion's other branches. Upon comparing the locations on the map to the information Leona had provided, Ikikami was genuinely surprised to find that they matched. This revelation led him to fully acknowledge Leona's reliability in their mission. Ikikami inquired further, seeking to understand Ushiro's place in the criminal world, which Ushiro took pride in clarifying that his clan was in an entirely different industry than the Black Rebellion, and in fact, they considered the Black Rebellion to be their enemies. This declaration prompted Ikikami to express their honorable intentions, but Ushiro countered, pointing out that honorable individuals typically wouldn't ambush a Yakuza office. Ushiro took the opportunity to explain that some Yakuza clans still adhered to their principles, expressing his offense at Ikikami's initial assumption that his organization had connections to the Black Rebellion. Despite their differences and the initial tension, Ikikami couldn't help but admire Ushiro for being a man of true dignity and principles. Their conversation came to a close, and Ikikami kept his promise to leave, having obtained the information he sought. Ushiro, as they were about to leave, offered a final piece of advice. He warned them that the Black Rebellion had extensive connections and that their mission wouldn't be a simple task. Ikikami, confident as ever, assured Ushiro that he was more than capable of handling the Black Rebellion. As they departed from Ushiro's office, Ikikami couldn't help but assert his confidence, stating that dealing with the Black Rebellion was a walk in the park compared to the other ruthless individuals he had faced. Once again, Ikikami and Leona took flight, ready to tackle the challenges that awaited them in their mission to dismantle the Black Rebellion. Ushiro, in turn, developed a newfound respect for Ikikami's capabilities. Indeed, Ushiro saw potential in Ikikami and believed that he had a real chance to bring down the Black Rebellion. In the Black Rebellion's hideout, a deal was unfolding with a mafia organization. It appeared that their business dealings were progressing smoothly. The Black Rebellion had a deal going on, and it turned out they were selling high-quality firearms, and the mafia representatives were pleased with the quality of the guns. They were ready to make the payment as the mafias handed a suitcase to the thugs. They handed over a suitcase filled with a substantial amount of money with the sight of the overflowing cash in the suitcase. The mafia representatives were clearly satisfied with their purchase, considering the high quality of the weapons. Both sides shook hands, signifying the successful completion of their deal. The mafia members even expressed admiration for the way illegal activities were conducted in Japan, noting the country's reputation for its hospitable criminal enterprises. The Black Rebellion thug took pride in their homeland, highlighting that Japan was generally a peaceful nation. The atmosphere between the two parties was relaxed, and they shared a moment of laughter, content with the smooth progress of their business. The sudden intrusion of Ikikami and Leona through the window brought a swift end to the relaxed atmosphere in the room. Both the mafia members and the Black Rebellion thugs were taken aback by their arrival. Recognizing Ikikami as a threat, they swiftly drew their magical powers, ready for confrontation. Despite the tension, Ikikami seemed pleased to have finally encountered a member of the Black Rebellion. While Ikikami was pleased to finally encounter a member of the Black Rebellion, he noticed that Leona had nearly passed out from the flying. Ikikami carefully surveyed the situation and wondered how many of them were magic users. He couldn't help but notice that most of them were skilled magic users and furious at his sudden appearance. Meanwhile, the mafias who were conducting business with the Black Rebellion quickly shifted into defense mode, fearing the potential conflict. On the other hand, Leona took cover behind a large container and let Ikikami handle all the physical fights. She began recording with her phone, determined to expose the Black Rebellion's criminal activities and share their downfall with the world. The confrontation with the Black Rebellion thugs and mafias was heating up. But for Ikikami, he felt like it was cliché to meet a thug who always calls him out for being flashy. Once more, he proclaimed himself as the Black Mage, declaring his unwavering commitment to dismantle the Black Rebellion. However, Ikikami's determination took the criminals by surprise. They couldn't comprehend why a young man was so resolute in his mission to take down their notorious organization. Laughter filled the room as both the mafias and thugs found Ikikami's audacity ridiculous. They thought he must have lost his mind and couldn't fathom how he, alone, could possibly handle their combined force. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful fire attribute magic against the mafias and the thug, ending their laughter abruptly. The room was filled with astonishment as they all felt the raw power of Ikikami's magic. They were stunned and silenced as they gaped at him. Ikikami locked eyes with them, and, his tone unwavering, assured them that he was fully capable of bringing them down. The thug and the mafia, once amused, now seethed with anger at having underestimated Ikikami. The thugs and the mafias unleashed their magic attacks on Ikikami, but to their astonishment, he stood there unharmed, seemingly unfazed. Ikikami carefully assessed the situation, weighing the consequences of using a potentially destructive power indoors as they continued their relentless assault. The Black Rebellion thugs and mafias were utterly astounded as they witnessed their attacks having absolutely no effect on Akami. The mafias, being foreigners, were baffled by the situation and wanted an explanation from the Black Rebellion members as to why their attacks had no effect on Akami. However, the thugs were equally clueless. Akami, on the other hand, was a bit disappointed to be facing such low-level magic users, and he realized that his defense wasn't even magic-related. The thug and the mafia exchanged glances, slyly smirking as they believed they had a trick up their sleeves. Their intention was to taunt Akami, hoping to break his confidence and prove that he was not as invincible as he appeared. All of a sudden, the thug and the mafia swiftly put on gas masks and revealed their hidden gas bombs. In response, Akami urgently turned to Leona, warning her to flee the room and escape the toxic fumes. Leona wasted no time and quickly made her way outside to relieve Akami of the added burden. They hurled the gas bombs at Akami instantly. Miraculously, Akami used his magic to intercept the gas bomb midair, preventing it from landing and spreading its toxic fumes. However, the bomb still released thick smoke into the air. The thug and the mafia, momentarily relieved, thought they had finally managed to outsmart Akami. As they leaned closer, their astonishment grew. To their shock, Akami was still standing, completely unharmed. The thug, Akami, and the mafia exchanged bewildered glances as they struggled to comprehend how Akami had emerged unscathed. They were utterly shocked and couldn't fathom how Akami had managed to survive. Akami calmly explained that he had employed a wind attribute magic to deflect and disperse all the gas around him, leaving him unaffected. Akami glared at them and reassured that a superior mage like him wouldn't be easily defeated. The mafias felt deeply intimidated as they realized they were facing a formidable adversary. The thugs were no longer underestimating Akami, and the thugs tried to call for Black Rebellion backup, but no one was answering their calls. Akami approached the thug and revealed that no one would come to their aid. He explained that he had already dealt with all the thugs and taken down all the hideouts, including those outside of Kabukicho. As Akami grew increasingly intimidating, he revealed that the hideout they were in was the last one left. He warned them to be prepared, and a sense of impending defeat sent shivers down their spines. They realized they were in a dire situation. After a few moments, Akami successfully subdued all of his opponents, leaving them unconscious. With victory on his side, he decided to call for Leona. Akami was taken aback when he realized that someone was still in the room. To his surprise, one thug had taken Leona hostage. He was holding a knife to her throat and proposed a negotiation with Akami. The thug who held Leona captive was revealed to be the psychopath, Black Rebellion, Shuji. Akami felt helpless because he was too far from Shuji to save Leona. He tried using a simple magic spell to make Shuji drop the knife, but Shuji was quick to bring the knife closer to Leona and warned Akami not to try anything foolish. Akami faced a tough challenge because Shuji could detect his magic power. When Akami looked at Shuji, he realized that Shuji was a powerful mage with around 40,000 points, making him a high-level mage. Leona apologized as she felt like she was slowing them down, but Akami reassured her that he would rescue her no matter what. Shuji was incredibly stubborn and yelled at Akami for ignoring him. He insisted that he was like a god in the room and threatened to end Leona's life if Akami acted recklessly. In a desperate attempt to save Leona, Akami tried to appease Shuji, promising to follow his orders. Shuji had a disturbing smile on his face, clearly enjoying the situation since Akami had agreed to obey him. Shuji, while holding Leona captive, introduced himself as Kaga Shuji, the leader of the Black Rebellion Kabukicho branch. He explained that his boss, Akuto, had instructed him to befriend Akami, who was known as the Black Mage. However, if Akami refused to cooperate, Shuji had been given the order to eliminate him. Shuji went on to reveal that he had tortured numerous individuals connected to Akami, or those who had information about him. He expressed his satisfaction at having gathered valuable information, but he didn't seem pleased to finally meet Akami face to face. Shuji's emotions got the better of him as he expressed his displeasure about Akami destroying several of his branches. In the heat of the moment, Shuji made a small cut on Leona's neck, putting her life in danger. Akami was deeply concerned, knowing that Leona's life was hanging by a thread. Shuji, realizing his mistake, offered a reluctant apology for allowing his emotions to get the best of him. Shuji, in a twisted way, apologized for losing his temper and decided that killing Leona would be pointless. He took a moment to revel in the sight of Leona's blood on his knife, displaying his psychopathic tendencies. Shuji appeared to be enjoying the aesthetics of human blood, especially when it didn't belong to him. However, Akami cut to the chase and asked Shuji about his intentions. Shuji disclosed his sinister intentions, expressing his desire to torture and eliminate Akami. He presented a macabre choice to Akami where he could run away to save his own life, but at the cost of Leona's safety. Shuji challenged Akami to make a decision, forcing him to choose between his life and Leona's. Without hesitation, Akami selflessly decided to save his own life, surprising Shuji with his choice. Shuji found Akami's decision admirable, but it left Leona feeling increasingly uneasy. In contrast, Akami remained confident, knowing that torture would have no impact on him given his considerable power. Shuji, however, warned Akami against using magic, particularly his magic barrier. Leona was shocked by Shuji's revelation, realizing that Akami's magic barrier had been their primary defense all along. Akami came to the realization that he had underestimated his adversary, particularly when he noticed that Shuji had been closely observing his recent battles against the Black Rebellion and the Mafia. To comply with Shuji's demand, Akami chose to temporarily suppress his magical abilities. He then questioned Shuji if he was now content. In response, Shuji swiftly launched an attack against Akami using his own power. Shuji, in his maniacal state, dared Akami not to move as he unleashed his relentless attack. Akami struggled to remain on his feet, enduring the relentless assault. Leona pleaded with Shuji to stop, but Shuji was reveling in the violence. After enduring the barrage, Akami finally collapsed to the ground, leaving Leona deeply concerned for his well-being. Leona blamed herself, feeling responsible for their predicament and thinking she had slowed them down. Shuji prepared for a final, devastating attack on Akami as he bid his farewell. However, Leona couldn't bear to see Akami die. She recognized that Akami was her only hope in her mission for revenge. All of a sudden, Shuji let go of Leona and blamed her for not understanding her place. He accused her of being the reason for Akami's possible death. Shuji raised his knife, threatening to hurt Leona. Luckily, Akami managed to get back on his feet and stepped in just in time to stop Shuji. Akami used all his strength to give Shuji a severe beating. Shuji was knocked away by the force of Akami's powerful punch. Akami stood tall, victorious, and told Shuji he was the foolish one. Leona, amazed at how Akami could still stand after taking all those hits without his magic barrier, asked how he did it. Akami explained that right before Shuji's magic hit him, he secretly activated his magic. He created a small magic barrier to protect himself, making sure Shuji wouldn't notice. Leona felt relieved to see Akami perfectly fine because of his clever trick. Akami then used his magic to heal Leona's minor injury and expressed his happiness that she was safe. Leona sat down on the ground, sharing her relief with Akami. Shuji, despite getting knocked down, stood up and seemed ready for another fight. Akami noticed that Shuji might be a very skilled mage, considering how he could recover quickly after being punched. Shuji's pride was hurt from the previous beating, so he unleashed a powerful fire-based magic, vowing to incinerate Akami. Akami realized that Shuji had been hiding his true strength all this time, and now they were about to witness its full force. Shuji was extremely determined to defeat Akami and summon 3 magic rings. Fueled by his anger, he cast a level 4 magic spell called Fire Lightning Compound Magic, Fire Spark, which unleashed a massive burst of flames and lightning. Leona was very concerned, recognizing Shuji's spell. She sought refuge behind Akami since he remained untaunted. She clung to him, trembling and screaming in fear. However, to their surprise, Shuji's powerful magic didn't harm them. They remained unscathed. Akami quickly raised his arm, preparing to cast a protective spell to shield them from harm. Just in time, he managed to create a magic barrier. Leona was puzzled by this, wondering why Akami used a level 1 spell to counter a level 4 spell. It seemed illogical. Leona carefully watched Akami, trying to understand the mysterious way he made the impossible happen. While she remained sheltered behind him, she started to see that Akami was truly reliable. Deep inside, she had faith that Akami would emerge victorious in this battle. Leona couldn't help but wonder about Akami's existence, and how he had become so incredibly powerful. Shuji, on the other hand, was having a blast to see Akami's capabilities. While Shuji was clearly enjoying the display of Akami's ability, he also mentioned that he had a hidden trick, believing that it would lead to Akami's downfall. Leona, on the other hand, couldn't help but wonder how Akami could maintain his magic, especially when it should have been depleted by Shuji's powerful level 4 spell. To her surprise, Akami explained that he had been using a sustainable magic. Akami clarified that while logically a mage couldn't use different types of magic simultaneously, but they could reuse a specific spell continuously. He also mentioned that the same principle applied during their flight using wind magic. Leona, although furious that Akami was explaining his magic during a critical battle, but she was amazed to see that his magic barrier remained intact, defying her expectations. Leona realized that Ikikami's confidence was a bit cringy. Meanwhile, Shuji was shocked to see Ikikami using a sustainable magic. Leona, now getting how strong Ikikami, told Shuji to just give up since he couldn't beat Ikikami. Shuji, however, was trembling like a sore loser who couldn't accept his defeat. Shuji's eyes gleamed with a manic determination, a fire of refusal to yield burning within him. Leona, caught off guard by the sudden change, could feel the weight of the atmosphere intensifying around her. As Shuji openly acknowledged Ikikami's strength, there was an air of stubborn confidence about him. As Shuji unleashed his mysterious power, Leona, standing beside Ikikami, found herself struggling to breathe, the air thickening with an oppressive heat. Shuji unveiled the method behind his madness with the protective confines of their magic barrier. He aimed to exploit a vulnerability by increasing the heat within the barrier, a calculated move to deplete the oxygen and intensify the temperature. As the oppressive heat pressed down on them, Leona struggled to draw breath. Shuji, reveling in the challenge, threw down the gauntlet whether the two of them could withstand the onslaught, or abandon the safety of the barrier, and face the searing flames of his intense fire attribute magic or endure the suffocating heat within. A challenge hung in the air, an invitation to choose from the repertoire of Shuji's supposed horrors. However, much to their surprise, Ikikami seemed unimpressed, an air of boredom settling over him as if Shuji's attempts at intimidation were nothing. The revelation left Shuji feeling not only defeated but humiliated, a stark contrast to the grandiosity he aimed to project. He questioned whether Ikikami comprehended the gravity of the situation, but in response, Ikikami, still seemingly unfazed, declared that he understood the situation far better than Shuji himself. Shuji's agitation reached its peak, but his focus shifted as he pointed accusingly at Leona, who moments ago was on the brink of succumbing to the oppressive heat. Yet, in a twist of fate, Leona's condition miraculously reversed, the threat of suffocation vanishing as she was unexpectedly healed. Shuji's annoyance deepened as his attempts to inflict suffering fell flat, his clever trick thwarted by an unforeseen resilience. Ikikami, with a hint of amusement, elucidated a fundamental truth where magic wasn't just confined to the caster's will but intertwined with the very essence of the atmosphere. He trembled, grappling with the realization that Ikikami's intelligence surpassed his own comprehension. The complexity of magic, the fusion of both the caster's power and the ambient forces of nature, became clearer as Ikikami shed light on the intricacies of a magic barrier. In a surprising turn, Ikikami disclosed his strategic use of wind magic, subtly deflecting the flames that sought to breach the barrier. In the heart of the magical tempest, Ikikami stood firm within the protective confines of the barrier. With Leona by his side, he channeled the very essence of the wind, unleashing a cascade of wind magics that danced around them like ethereal guardians. The night erupted in a dazzling display of power as Ikikami's wind magic, a colossal explosion echoed through the battleground, marking the culmination of Ikikami's calculated prowess. In a final act of defiance, he delivered a piece of advice, declaring that magic was not merely a tool but a fusion of both air and shield. Shuji, sprawled on the ground, struggled to come to terms with the fact that he had been outsmarted. Ikikami, holding the reins of power, stood over Shuji with an intimidating presence. In the palm of his hand, 6 magic rings gleamed ominously, and with a resolute gaze, Ikikami vowed to make Shuji taste the pain he had inflicted on countless others. The tables turned as Shuji, now broken and on the verge of tears, faced the consequences of his actions. Ikikami's demeanor shifted, a seriousness settling over him as he harnessed a formidable power, the Dark Zone. In an instant, the world around Shuji dissolved into an abyss of pitch black, a void devoid of sound, sight, and sensation. Panicking, Shuji found himself trapped in this surreal darkness, his own voice swallowed by the all-encompassing void. In his disorientation, he began to run aimlessly, desperate cries for help escaping his lips, echoes lost in the silent abyss. Unbeknownst to Shuji, his physical form lay on the ground, while his consciousness wandered in this mysterious dimension created by Ikikami's Dark Zone. Ikikami, having cast his judgment on Shuji, walked away with an air of finality, leaving the once powerful antagonist trapped in the depths of darkness-induced coma. As the battle concluded, Leona, attuned to the outside world, heard the distant wails of sirens, assuming that someone had reported the location. However, her assumptions were swiftly challenged as Ikikami lifted her off the ground. Panic flashed across Leona's face as the realization dawned that they were about to take flight again. Clutching onto Ikikami, Leona braced herself as he propelled them into the night sky. Meanwhile, outside the remnants of the Black Rebellion's hideout in Kabukicho, police officers arrived to handle the aftermath. Leona found the courage to make a proposition. With hope radiating from her, she approached Ikikami, expressing her desire to be his ally. Leona acknowledged her own limitations, fearing she might slow them down, but she vowed to contribute by providing crucial information about their missions. Leona stood there with full hope in her heart and hoped that Akami would agree to her proposal. Akami, recognizing the sincerity in Leona's eyes and the potential for a formidable partnership, agreed to her proposal. Leona's delight mirrored her anticipation for the future collaborations with Akami as they stood united against the shadows that threatened the world. Leona's unexpected proposal to take charge of public relations and ally recruitment left Akami momentarily puzzled. The following day, a surprising turn unfolded as a news flash hit the airwaves where the reporter announced the successful dismantling of one of the Black Rebellion's hideouts in Kabukicho, attributing the feat to the Black Mage, also known as Akami. The citizens were informed that the incident was under investigation, leaving a shroud of mystery around the actions of the Black Mage. The newsroom buzzed with excitement as the unexpected declaration message from the anti-illegal mage organization sent them a video. In the anonymous message, Akami stood resolute, introducing his group as the Shadowbringer. With a determined tone, he declared that any injustices or illegal activities would be met with the swift hand of his organization. As the news disseminated, a different scene played out in the shadows, and there was Akuto, the furious leader of the Black Rebellion, watched the broadcast. The realization that they had lost Akami's Shadowbringer filled him with frustration. Akuto's curses echoed in the underground lair, resentment bubbling within him for the humiliation inflicted upon his notorious organization by the Black Mage. Amidst the bitterness, an ally stepped in to offer words of comfort, dismissing the significance of their opponent. Akuto, reluctantly conceding, glanced at his companion, a member of his own faction named the Black Rebel Lion. The ally, revealed to be Fuka Jin from the esteemed Fuka clan, bore the weight of noble lineage. Later on, Jin watched the news, casting a critical light on the mage noble. The reporters were fueled by recent events, openly criticized the supposed incompetence and corruption within their ranks. The press conference video featuring Jin's son, Shu, throwing a tantrum only served to deepen the skepticism about the mage noble's capabilities. The reporters minced no words, expressing disdain for the mage noble's perceived failure to respond during the calamity. Instead, they lauded the competence of the special magic unit, led by Akami and his group of students as more effective protectors than the established mage nobles. As Jin absorbed the scathing commentary, the tarnishing of his image fueled his fury. Jin's fury erupted, manifested through his magical prowess as he shattered the television with a burst of unrestrained power. Jin called for his butler, commanding the summoning of his son, Shu, to assert dominance and remind everyone of the power wielded by the magic nobility. Meanwhile, across the globe in New York, chaos unfolded as a calamity struck the city. Civilians scrambled desperately to escape the impending horrors. But all of a sudden, the monsters began to appear and terrorize the civilians. A ray of hope appeared in the form of police officers who arrived promptly at the scene. In the face of adversity, the officers stood ready to protect and serve. The dire situation escalated as the police officers found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of monsters and wondered why the SWAT team had not yet arrived to reinforce their efforts. Frustration mounted as they struggled against the tide of creatures, grappling with the realization that some of their allies proved to be inadequate for the task at hand. As if things couldn't get any worse, the cityscape was marred by exploding vehicles. As despair hung heavy in the air, the situation took a drastic turn with the sudden appearance of the demon captain. The police officers, already feeling overwhelmed, faced a new level of hopelessness in the presence of this formidable foe. The demon captain, with an ominous air, raised its hand, summoning 5 magic rings. With a decisive motion, the demon captain unleashed its devastating level 5 magic, the blazing column. A colossal flame tornado erupted, threatening to engulf the city in its fiery embrace. The police officers, prepared for defense, braced themselves for the impending disaster, but miraculously, just as the flames were about to consume them, a mysterious force intervened. In the midst of chaos, a mysterious mage emerged, wielding the power of the Titanic Bubble, a level 5 magic that defied the flames of the demon captain. A cascade of bubbles formed an impervious barrier, miraculously deflecting the destructive force aimed at the police officers. As the flames dissipated harmlessly, a collective sense of bewilderment and relief washed over the officers who had resigned themselves to their fate just moments before. In a surprising twist, the police officers received a transmission in their earpieces. The voice of their superior informed them that a calamity specialist had arrived on the scene. The man's name resonated through the air, Miza Taoshiru, the father of Yuika and Ruka, and a Japanese magic noble. The battlefield became a stage for an intense showdown as Miza Taoshiru confronted the formidable demon captain. With fearless determination, Taoshiru summoned 6 magic rings, a display of his formidable capabilities. Sensing the impending clash, the demon captain responded by summoning its own set of 6 magic rings. As the two forces faced off, the air crackled with anticipation. Taoshiru unleashed a torrent of water attribute magic, its intensity overpowering the fiery onslaught from the demon captain's fire attribute magic. The elements clashed in a dazzling display of power, but Taoshiru's mastery over water proved to be too overwhelming for the demon captain. The tide turned in favor of Taoshiru, his magic dominating the battlefield as he faced the monstrous adversary with unwavering resolve. Amidst the echoes of victory, Miza Taoshiru stood unscathed, a beacon of triumph in the aftermath of the intense battle. The police officers were astonished by his heroic deeds. They all expressed gratitude for the miraculous intervention that had saved the day. Despite the officers' attempts to infuse positivity into the atmosphere, Taoshiru remained nonchalant, his demeanor unfazed by their admiration. The following day, Miza Taoshiru made his way to the airport, ready to depart from the foreign land where he had showcased his heroic abilities. The Americans greeted him warmly, expressing gratitude for his outstanding performance in battling the demon captain. Some officials went a step further, offering heartfelt thanks, however, remained humble, brushing off the compliments as if it were a mere part of his duty. Despite the admiration he received, there were some foreigners who, perhaps blinded by their own prejudices, considered Taoshiru's level to be lacking, casting doubt on the capabilities of Japanese mage nobles. Unfazed by the harsh comments, Taoshiru maintained his professional demeanor. He bid farewell to the Americans, acknowledging the issues awaiting his attention back in Japan. News of the tarnished reputation of mage nobles in Japan and the fact that his daughters, Yuika and Ruka, were associated with the special magic unit reached Taoshiru. Taoshiru seemed to be not delighted to have his reputation dirted, and especially the fact that his daughters were a part of a unit that seemingly portrayed mage nobles as incompetent and corrupt. Back in Japan, Ryuji immersed himself in rigorous training and was certain that Akami was indeed strong. During a conversation with Yuika and Ruka, the trio contemplated the strength of Akami. Ryuji, confident in Akami's prowess, considered him to be the strongest mage in Japan. Amidst their sparring training, Xiaogo and Karin cheered enthusiastically for the trio, encouraging them to give their all against Akami. The trio, inspired not by a desire to surpass Akami, but to catch up with his strength through collective effort, poured their energy into the training. However, their focused atmosphere took an unexpected turn when Akami approached them. Startled, the trio suddenly found themselves sweating, hoping that Akami hadn't overheard their plans to defeat him in the sparring training. To boost their confidence, Akami playfully teased his friends, suggesting that they were too intimidated by his mere presence. After a short break, Akami gathered their attention, revealing the special magic unit's main objective, and that is to defeat him without any limits, showcasing their capabilities. The announcement ignited a spark within Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji, who were now pumped up to give their best shot. Karin and Xiaogo, along with the trio, could now summon 3 to 4 magic rings, a testament to their great progress. The training commenced, with Akami using his magic barrier to gauge the strength of their attacks. Confidence radiated from Yuika, as she and the trio prepared to break through Akami's magic barrier. To intensify the training, Akami didn't hold back. Instead, he elevated the challenge by incorporating a level 4 magic to thicken the layers of his barrier. The trio felt challenged, but they still convinced themselves to try their best and focus with their might. With a collective surge of power, they unleashed their most potent magic against Akami. Each member focused on breaking through the formidable barrier. However, no matter how hard they tried, Akami, along with his reinforced magic barrier, stood resilient against their combined forces. The trio, along with Karin and Xiaogo, stood in shock and disbelief as their collective effort failed to breach Akami's magic barrier during the intense training. As the barrier was lifted, they awaited an explanation. The trio, having used a formidable level 6 magic against his level 4 magic barrier, wanted an explanation. Akami acknowledged their capabilities, which made it clear that, in order to foster growth, he couldn't afford to hold back, as it was now his turn to unleash his full power against them. The trio, including Karin and Xiaogo, knew they are in a face of defeat, and that Akami would definitely take them down. In the aftermath of the hardcore training, Akami called it a day for their intensive training, but the realization dawned upon them that Akami was indeed a force to be reckoned with and seemingly an unstoppable monster. As they caught their breaths, the Miza sisters received a call on their phones. Akami observed the change in demeanor of Yuika and Ruka as they checked their phones, their expressions shifting to a more serious tone. With a solemn look, the Miza sisters revealed the reason behind their change in expression was that their father had returned home. The Miza sisters, Yuika and Ruka, arrived home after the intense training session to meet their father. They immediately sat down, showing respect and manners as they were face to face with their father. Taoshiru, with a thoughtful expression, contemplated how to approach the conversation, aware of the rumors and information circulating in Japan. Aoshiru's face carried a hint of displeasure as he confronted his daughters about the news he had heard where his daughters had joined the special magic unit. Amidst the tension, Aoshiru decided to hear directly from his daughters about their experiences in the special magic unit. The shift in the conversation brought a spark of enthusiasm to Yuika and Ruka's faces. Yuika's excitement was like a child recounting thrilling adventures and began sharing their contributions to society, highlighting the special magic unit's role in resolving numerous calamities. Ruka, equally proud, informed their father about their personal growth within the unit. She emphasized that their time in the special magic unit had transformed them into strong mages, now capable of using high-level magic with confidence. As Yuika and Ruka continued to share their experiences, they placed a particular emphasis on Akami's role as their leader and friend, highlighting his influence in their personal growth and maturity. Aoshiru, observing the genuine admiration in his daughter's expressions, couldn't help but acknowledge that Akami must be an incredible individual. However, the atmosphere shifted as Aoshiru became displeased upon hearing his daughters hint at the idea that Akami might be on the same level as him. Sensing the tension, he took a sip of his tea, a moment of contemplation before he decided to break some potentially challenging news to his daughters. With a firm resolve, Aoshiru set down his tea and dropped the unexpected bombshell. He insisted that Yuika and Ruka must leave the special magic unit. The shock on the faces of the Miza sisters mirrored their disbelief, unable to comprehend why their father, whom they admired, would not support their passion. Aoshiru's primary concern was the tarnishing reputation of the mage nobility, as negative comments about their status had reached his ears. In his eyes, the association with the special magic unit could only bring harm to their esteemed lineage. He went further, issuing a stern order for his daughters to strictly stay away from Akami, viewing him as a serious threat to their well-being. As Aoshiru stood firm in his decision, Yuika and Ruka, against their father's ideology, mustered the courage to object. Aoshiru, displeased to see his daughters protesting against his orders, observed their defiance with a stern expression. In an unprecedented move, Yuika, feeling a bit nervous yet empowered by her growth, refused to be oppressed. She spoke up, asserting that Akami was not a threat but a great friend and mage with the potential to save the world. Yuika boldly pointed out that the special magic unit was consistently doing the job that mage nobles were meant to do, challenging the one-sided perspective her father held. In a moment of intense confrontation, Aoshiru, unable to tolerate Yuika's defiance, declared that he disowned her. Despite the weight of her father's disapproval, Yuika held her pride high, convinced that she stood on the right side of the argument. Unwavering, she confidently walked away, declaring her independence and expressing her intent to cooperate with the special magic unit on her terms, free from the constraints of being a mage noble. Aoshiru, seemingly immobilized by disbelief, watched as his daughter walked away, unable to comprehend the depth of the rift that had formed. Ruka informed her father that Yuika had changed, but so was she. In a display of unwavering loyalty, Ruka chose to stand by Yuika's side, disregarding their father's disownment. Despite the harshness of Aoshiru's decision, Ruka bowed her head respectfully, expressing gratitude for everything he had provided. As Yuika and Ruka walked away, Aoshiru remained an observer, grappling with the belief that his daughters had failed to recognize the importance he placed on being a mage noble. But deep down, he was saddened to lose both of his daughters. As the Miza sisters embarked on a journey to find shelter, Yuika couldn't help but express her frustration and disappointment with their father's actions as she vented about the perceived unfairness. Amidst the uncertainty, Yuika pondered whether Ruka was sure about leaving the family behind. In response, Ruka reassured her sister that they shared the same sentiments and convictions. However, what mattered most to Ruka was her inability to leave her baby sister behind. The acknowledgement of their shared bond and the commitment to supporting each other brought a sense of happiness to Yuika. As the Miza sisters faced the challenges of their newfound independence, the strength of their sisterly connection became a source of solace in the midst of uncertainty. Later on, Yuika and Ruka looked for a hotel suite to stay in. Facing the challenges of finding a place to stay, Yuika and Ruka encountered difficulties negotiating with hotel receptionists. Despite their predicament, the sisters took a break at a coffee shop to regroup and ponder their next steps. The realization that, as minors, they were limited in their options left them feeling somewhat hopeless. Ruka found a silver lining in Yuika's inability to lie about their age, finding it cute. As they sat in the coffee shop, the sisters turned their attention to the financial aspect of their journey since they are unable to use the allowance from the special magic unit. As Yuika and Ruka relaxed in the coffee shop, they caught the attention of two young men who found them cute. However, the approach of these individuals was rather intrusive, as they forced themselves to sit down with the sisters, making Yuika uncomfortable. Sensing her sister's discomfort, Ruka, acting as the protective big sister, stepped in with a stern demeanor. She warned the young men to stay away from them. The two young men, taken aback and intimidated by Ruka's assertiveness, quickly apologized for any inconvenience and retreated, leaving the sisters to continue their time at the coffee shop in peace. Despite the earlier encounter with the flirty men, Ruka couldn't help but notice a peculiar expression on Yuika's face. Curious about what was going through her younger sister's mind, Yuika finds Ruka's protective nature endearing and cute, which brought a smile to Yuika's face. Deciding to take a break from the stress of finding a place to stay, Yuika suggested they spend some time having fun together. Their first order of business was finding a place to store their luggage temporarily, so they looked for locker. The sisters headed to the mall and excitement filled the air as Yuika and Ruka browsed through stores, ultimately deciding to buy cute dresses. Their day of fun continued as Yuika and Ruka explored a store and indulged in buying cute plushies. The joy didn't stop there. They decided to unwind at a karaoke joint, singing their hearts out and creating lasting memories. As the day of leisure came to an end, Yuika expressed her certainty that she had thoroughly enjoyed their time together, while Ruka admitted that she had never experienced such carefree and enjoyable moments before. The genuine smile on Yuika's face caught Ruka off guard. With sincerity, Yuika turned to Ruka and, beaming with happiness, she conveyed how glad she was to have Ruka by her side. Touched by the newfound comfort and connection with her baby sister, Ruka felt a warmth in her heart. However, the practical question of where to stay still lingered in their minds until Yuika received a text message. The text was from Akami, who was seeking help with some technical matters. Intrigued by the idea, the sisters exchanged glances, realizing that staying at Akami's place might just be the solution to their current predicament. Surprised to see the Mizuha sisters at his door, Akami greeted them with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. Yuika, feeling a bit shy, mustered the courage to ask for a favor if they could stay at Akami's place for a while. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Akami welcomed the Mizuha sisters into his home, recognizing them not just as friends but as individuals he cared about. As they settled in, Akami couldn't help but feel a sense of worry, knowing that Yuika and Ruka had run away from home. The sisters felt a bit ashamed about their rebellious act, but they have limited choices they believed they had. Deep down, he felt a sense of pride witnessing the growth of the Mizuha sisters, acknowledging their honesty with their feelings and the close bond they had developed. Cutting straight to the point, Yuika and Ruka expressed their hope that Akami would agree to let them stay at his place. Akami, understanding the Mizuha sisters not just as friends but also as individuals, and that he didn't harbor any romantic interest in them, making the decision more about friendship. With this in mind, he decided to allow the Mizuha sisters to stay at his place for a while. Upon receiving Akami's approval, Yuika and Ruka were overjoyed to have found a welcoming refuge at their friend's home. Akami, giving them a heads up about the simplicity of his living arrangements. However, the Mizuha sisters were unfazed by this, expressing their gratitude and contentment. Akami appreciated their humility and was glad to have such humble friends by his side. As Akami expressed his gratefulness, the Mizuha sisters, harboring a crush on him, couldn't help but blush at the realization that they would now be living with him. Yuika, aware of her feelings for Akami, felt a mix of excitement and nervousness about the prospect of being close to him on a daily basis. Ruka, who shared a similar sentiment with her sister, but was still processing the intensity of her emotions, found her heart racing without a clear understanding of why. In the midst of their internal contemplations, the sisters were startled when Akami, in a casual manner, asked if they wanted to take a bath. Observing the sisters' initial reaction, Akami jokingly thought they might be lacking in hygiene. However, the atmosphere lightened as Yuika took the initiative to enjoy a hot and steamy bath. She was relishing in the refreshing experience. While Ruka patiently waited for her turn, Akami commended both Yuika and Ruka for their bravery in standing up for themselves. Ruka, despite the praise, couldn't help but express her disappointment since she had always looked up to her father as a hero. But his narrow perspective and close-mindedness had significantly impacted them, leading to their current situation. In Akami's perspective, concerns lingered about the potential consequences of Taoshiru's disapproval. He worried that Taoshiru might use his influence and fortune to take actions against the special magic unit. After a while, Yuika emerged from the bathroom, expressing a sense of freshness and contentment. Ruka, happy that it was now her turn to take a bath. Ruka enjoyed her hot and steamy bath, relishing the soothing sensation that seemed to relieve her stress. Meanwhile, Yuika initiated a conversation and confessed that being in his home felt a bit strange to her, but Akami revealed that the Mizuha sisters were his very first visitors. Yuika took the opportunity to express her heartfelt gratitude, she acknowledged that Ikikami taking them in was a considerable act of kindness, sparing them from the uncertainties of being on the streets. The closeness they felt to Ikikami made the situation more comfortable, and he reassured them that he didn't mind at all. Ikikami's humble response to Yuika's gratitude elicited a chuckle from her. Intrigued by her amusement, in response, Yuika playfully remarked that Ikikami seemed to always downplay his kindness. However, for Ikikami, the Mizuha sisters weren't just comrades in the special magic unit, they had become his friends, and he emphasized that he wouldn't abandon them. Ikikami's heartfelt statement struck a chord with Yuika, causing her cheeks to flush with a deep blush. As Yuika tried to comprehend the rapid pounding of her heart, still overwhelmed by Ikikami's sincere words, Ruka emerged from her relaxing bath. She felt thoroughly therapized. With Ruka now finished, it was Ikikami's turn to take a bath. As Ikikami left the room, Ruka, observant as always, noticed Yuika's blushing demeanor. In that moment, a realization dawned upon Ruka. Perhaps Yuika shared the same feelings for Ikikami. The next day, Ikikami engaged in a conversation with Xiaogo, discussing the training schedules and other matters related to the special magic unit. Despite the seemingly routine nature of their conversation, there was an underlying sense that Ikikami had something important to report or discuss. Ikikami dropped the bombshell on Xiaogo, revealing that the Mizuha sisters had started living with him. This revelation left Xiaogo in a state of shock, his eyes widening at the unexpected news. The idea of Ikikami calmly cohabiting with two young women seemed to baffle Xiaogo, who was quick to express his bewilderment. Misinterpreting Ikikami's situation, Xiaogo, with a puzzled expression, assumed that Ikikami might be participating in a form of polygamy and informed Ikikami that such arrangements weren't normalized in Japan. Following this conversation with Xiaogo, Ikikami found himself contemplating the need to move to a larger apartment, perhaps driven by the complexities arising from the unexpected living arrangement with the Mizuha sisters. Ikikami walked past the hall and spotted Karin through the window, diligently engaged in solo training. Karin, fatigued from her solo training, caught Ikikami's attention. He approached her to assess her progress, and in response, Karin confessed that she had initially felt left behind but had achieved significant growth, now possessing the ability to wield offensive magic spells. Karin took the initiative to confront Ikikami. She expressed that he didn't need to maintain a formal demeanor around his colleagues just because he was a student, emphasizing that she considered him on the same level as them. Ikikami, reciprocating her sentiment, agreed to be less formal from that point onward and puts a smile on Karin's face. Seizing the opportunity, Ikikami swiftly asked Karin to demonstrate her offensive spell. With anticipation, Ikikami waited for Karin to showcase her offensive spells, promising to provide tips and advice in return. Karin, in serious mode, demonstrated her magical prowess, determined not to disappoint Ikikami. After the demonstration, Ikikami praised Karin for her improvement. Acknowledging her growing strength, he encouraged her to maintain consistency in her efforts, fostering her development as a mage. But Karin's insecurity about being the perceived weakest member of the team weighed heavily on her. Ikikami, however, objected to Karin's self-deprecating thoughts, advising her to stop underestimating herself given the hard work she had put in. Despite Ikikami's encouragement, she revealed that she believed the only reason she was accepted into the police force was due to the rarity of holy mages in the present day. The idea of being the weakest tormented her, and she expressed a profound dislike for the emotions it stirred within her. Feeling that she may have overshared, Karin apologized, concerned that she might have made Ikikami uncomfortable. In response, Ikikami asked Karin about her motivation for becoming a police officer. Karin began by revealing that her grandmother was a holy mage. Inspired by her grandmother's altruism, Karin chose to join the police force in the hopes of emulating her grandmother's impactful legacy, who helped a lot of people back then. Karin, feeling ashamed and holding a low opinion of herself, struggled to express her vulnerability and perceived lack of significant ambitions compared to others. Overwhelmed with tears, she believed herself to be inferior. Witnessing Karin's emotional turmoil, Ikikami became deeply concerned about her well-being. Ikikami acknowledged and praised her hard work, emphasizing that her efforts to become a strong mage were commendable and valid. Ikikami approached Karin, encouraging her to appreciate the progress she had made. Touched by Ikikami's supportive words, Karin couldn't hold back her emotions and broke down into tears. In the quiet of the evening, as they sat down, Karin, a bit embarrassed for having shown vulnerability in front of a teenager, she expressed her gratitude to Ikikami for lifting her spirits. The two engaged in a wholesome conversation, during which Karin came to the realization that Ikikami was, indeed, a true hero in her eyes. Under the veil of the night, Ikikami took to the city's skyline. He was in his black mage persona, vigilant and watchful. Black mage persona, vigilant and watchful. Leona had gathered new intelligence, suggesting the involvement of certain mage nobles with illegal mages and underground organizations. This revelation piqued Ikikami's interest, setting the stage for a new and potentially challenging mission. Ikikami expressed gratitude for her impressive investigative work. But first, Leona insisted that Ikikami wear his Shadowbringer uniform for their anti-illegal mage organization, even though Ikikami felt uncomfortable with the idea. Leona continued to divulge the information she had gathered through her media contacts. She explained that the illegal activities of the magic nobles, including money laundering, collusion, and embezzlement, were well documented, and the Fuka clan, led by Jin, seemed deeply involved in these criminal operations. Ikikami inquired of Leona the leader of the Black Rebellion, to which she disclosed that it was Kuroi Akuto, a former magic noble. Leona went on to reveal that Akuto had a history of causing trouble, leading to his expulsion, and the details had even made their way into the media. Leona's revelation about Akuto and the questionable activities of mage nobles, Ikikami found himself navigating a complex web of suspicions, but the absence of concrete evidence posed a significant challenge. Leona, acting as the bearer of unsettling truths, informed Ikikami that the low-level thugs were even reluctant to share information meant that they had to tread carefully in their quest for the truth. Undeterred by the lack of cooperation from potential informants, Ikikami, with unwavering determination, requested Leona to share all the information she had gathered directly to his phone. Leona, curious about the motivations driving Ikikami, in response, Ikikami's words were simple yet resolute that justice must be served. In the aftermath of his conversation with Leona, Ikikami embarked on a solo mission with a determination to mete out justice without compromise. His flight through the skies mirrored the unwavering resolve that burned within him, as he sought to confront the villains responsible for the shadowy dealings within the magical society. Returning home after his mission, Ikikami found solace in the familiar presence of Ruka and Yuika. The three of them were occupied like Ruka engaged in meditative practices, and Yuika, on the other hand, was delved into the world of study, further honing her knowledge and skills. Meanwhile, Ikikami, determined to unravel the mysteries of his past and the history that shaped his present self, turned his attention to his smartphone. Although Ikikami initially struggled with using the smartphone, he eventually got the hang of it. As he scrolled through articles, he came across one about himself, and the article mentioned that he was recognized as a great sage but had dropped out of college. As Ikikami delved deeper into the articles, he encountered various pieces, including some containing fake news suggesting that the ancestors of magic nobles were still active, implying the present-day incompetence. This raised suspicions in Ikikami's mind regarding the well-being of the mage nobles, since he couldn't find any information about how they gained their strength or details about their training methods. This mystery led Ikikami to speculate that someone might have intentionally erased records about magical practices from history, potentially weakening the current generation of mages. As Ikikami delved into his investigation about the weakened state of mages, he harbored suspicions that Taoshiro, the father of Yuika and Ruka, might possess crucial information. While Ikikami immersed himself in the investigation of the weakened state of modern mages, a more pressing mystery occupied his thoughts, like the reappearance of the Calamity shortly after his past demise and the origins of its inception. These unanswered questions left Ikikami deep in contemplation, until Yuika began to perceive his growing discomfort, sensing that something weighed heavily on his mind. The next day, the Special Magic Unit were at their usual training, where everyone had progressed to be much stronger mages. As the Special Magic Unit geared up for their routine training, an unexpected warning disrupted their plans. News of an impending calamity reached their ears, prompting an immediate response. Determined, Ikikami and his comrades swiftly mobilized to confront the looming threat. Amidst the urgency, Ikikami's keen eyes spotted a familiar figure in the distance. To his surprise, he witnessed Shu's unexpected arrival in the city. Shu, seemingly eager to prove a point, had already taken down a demon captain and made a grand entrance. His intention was to taunt Ikikami and challenge the competence of the Special Magic Unit, insinuating that he arrived early to showcase their supposed inadequacy. Shu tried to brag to Ikikami that he doesn't have to worry since he didn't harm any civilians like the last time. Shu boasted about his unit's competence and emphasized that he prioritized dealing with threats over protecting civilians. Despite Shu's attempts to provoke a reaction, both Ikikami and Yuika remained calm, appearing unfazed by his demeanor. The following day, another calamity struck the city, posing a significant threat. Strangely, Shu was once again among the first responders, seizing the opportunity to taunt the Special Magic Unit for their apparent tardiness and incompetence. Shu's immature behavior triggered a response from Yuika and Ryuji, who were visibly irritated by his antics. Shu confidently walked away from the scene, mocking the special magic unit for their perceived incompetence and urging them to become more competent like him. Yuika couldn't shake off the feeling that Shu seemed to predict the calamity, raising suspicions that the events were somehow customized or manipulated. Xiaogo, on the other hand, believed that the unit might be facing sabotage, considering the delayed and compromised intel they were receiving. Ikikami found it unfortunate that his senses were slowing down, making it harder for him to respond quickly to the approaching calamity. Meanwhile, Yuika grew increasingly frustrated with Shu's behavior, like defeating lower-level monsters but fleeing when faced with the demon boss. Adding to the unit's suspicions, the Fukas, who had previously faced criticism for their incompetence, were now receiving positive feedback online. Karin, checking her phone, brought attention to the fact that the Fukas had arranged a press conference. The team watched the press conference, hoping to get some answers from their suspicions. Jin, the head of the Fukas clan, arranged the conference to salvage the reputation of magic nobles who had been facing public backlash. During the conference, Jin pretended to be a concerned father, expressing sadness at the negative comments his son Shu had received due to his past actions. However, the journalists present saw through Jin's facade since they have evidence that magic nobles had indeed endangered innocent lives, undermining Jin's attempt to clear their name. Jin, in a surprising turn of events, bowed his head and sincerely apologized during the press conference. The journalists, taken aback by the rare sight of a magic noble lowering their pride to apologize, couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Jin, raising his voice, admitted that his son Shu's actions were a reflection of his own shortcomings as a parent. He vowed to make amends for their behavior. Surprisingly, the journalists seemed to buy into Jin's act, relying on the narrative that Shu had been handling all the calamities by himself. Deep down, Jin was delighted that he had successfully manipulated everyone in the conference, restoring the image of mage nobles to a good reputation. He also aimed to clear the names of his fellow magic nobles, emphasizing that some were handling calamities worldwide to extend help to other countries. However, the special magic unit wasn't amused. They saw through the Fuka's manipulation of the media and felt the weight of the mystery deepening. The special magic unit couldn't believe how people had started sympathizing with Shu, casting doubts on their unit's competency. Yuika was frustrated by how easily people were manipulated by the media, given the team's dedication and hard work. Ikikami approached Yuika, advising her to stay calm and reminding her that, despite the harsh words from others, they must continue to be heroes. Ikikami glanced at his team and assured them that he would take care of the situation. Meanwhile, Xiaogo had a meeting with his superior regarding the special magic unit he had established. Xiaogo's superior apologized, hinting at the possibility of terminating the special magic unit due to the recent public backlash. Xiaogo's boss thought that the unit received complaints from mage nobles themselves, which could lead to more trouble since they could make enemies with powerful people. Xiaogo tried to reason, admitting that Shu's actions caused the negative image, but his boss believed it was Xiaogo's fault for provoking the mage nobles. Xiaogo, trying to clarify, acknowledged that Shu's behavior caused problems but sought a more constructive solution. Unfortunately, his boss became defensive, insisting that Xiaogo was blaming him. In a stern directive, the boss ordered the special magic unit to bow down to the mage noble's demands or face immediate termination. This put Xiaogo in a tough spot, torn between standing up for his unit and complying with the powerful mage nobles. Jin, observing the success of his manipulations, reveled in the public's gullibility. He considered them fools for easily believing the orchestrated narrative. Convinced that public support was crucial, Jin believed it would be the key to dismantling the special magic unit and furthering his own agenda. Jin laughed hysterically, considering himself unstoppable, while Ikikami remained deep in thought about maintaining the unity of his team. The frustration lingered among Ikikami, Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji as they attended school for a week without being summoned to work at the police department. Ruka and Ryuji shared her frustration knowing that the Fuka's clan was likely sabotaging their team. Ikikami joined the conversation, revealing that some members in the police department were closely aligned with the magic noble, making it challenging for them to operate independently. Yuika struggled to comprehend how their team's actions were perceived as obstacles, prompting Ikikami to clarify that their efforts had resulted in negative feedback for the mage nobles from the public. Despite their success in exposing the mage nobles, Ikikami realized that their team was at a disadvantage, lacking the influence enjoyed by the Fukas who were connected with the Black Rebellion. Expressing her frustration, Yuika confronted Ikikami, asserting that the mage nobles should be striving to improve rather than undermining their team. As the discussion grew more intense regarding the mage nobles, Yuika put forward a theory implicating their father might be connected to the problem, but Ruka expressed skepticism about Yuika's theory. The mention of their father triggered an idea in Ryuji and Akami to talk to Taoshiro. Despite feeling a bit embarrassed due to the strained relationship with their father, Yuika, and Ruka, Akami reassured them that it was okay not to get along if they felt uncomfortable. In the end, Ruka and Yuika decided to come along with Akami and Ryuji to talk with their father Taoshiro. After school, they arrived at Taoshiro's place, but the servants didn't allow them to enter. Yuika and Ruka tried to negotiate, hoping the servants could make an exception. Unfortunately, the servants were just doing their jobs and following Taoshiro's strict orders to ban his disowned daughters. Yuika and Ruka were left speechless, unable to comprehend the extent to which their father had gone. Akami intervened. Introducing himself to the servants as the leader of the special magic unit, he expressed his intention to engage in a respectful conversation with Taoshiro, hoping to find common ground. But the servants insisted that he should schedule an appointment if he desired a conversation with Taoshiro. Despite the irritation building within him, Akami maintained his composure. All of a sudden, Taoshiro, noticing the commotion outside his home, appeared with his usual intimidating presence. He awaited an explanation for the disturbance, his stern gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. The servants detailed to Taoshiro that Akami and his companions sought a respectful conversation with him. Taoshiro, in his contemplation, weighed the decision of whether to grant them entry or not. Akami, in anticipation, hoped for Taoshiro's approval. After a tense stare down, Taoshiro eventually granted them permission for a meeting. Guided by the servants, Taoshiro, Akami, and his friends made their way to the meeting room. While walking, Akami quietly speculated to the Manhwa sisters that Taoshiro seemed young to be a middle-aged man with 2 daughters. As they walked down the hall, Taoshiro couldn't stop looking at Akami, skeptical about his influence on his daughters. Once inside Taoshiro's room, the atmosphere tensed as everyone took their seats. The tension was palpable as he stared at them disapprovingly. Ruka and Yuika, visibly uncomfortable, couldn't meet their father's stern gaze. Taoshiro, taking the lead in the conversation, accused Akami of leading his daughters astray. In response, Akami maintained a smile and calmly highlighted the importance of fostering independence in one's children, subtly pointing out Taoshiro's parenting choices. Taoshiro, although visibly triggered, managed to maintain his composure. On the other hand, Akami continued to approach the conversation with utmost respect and consideration. Akami, opting for directness, asked Taoshiro point-blank if he had any involvement in sabotaging the special magic unit. The question hung in the air, awaiting Taoshiro's response. But then Taoshiro truthfully informed Akami that he had no involvement in sabotaging the special magic unit. He made it clear that he wouldn't collaborate with the Fuka's clan, emphasizing that they operated independently. Akami, taken aback by Taoshiro's direct response, expected the meeting to unfold differently since he had thought there might be more to discuss. After exchanging some information, Taoshiro began to ask Akami if he really has the power of a magic noble since he heard that he had stopped the Calamity multiple times. Upon Taoshiro's inquiry, Akami proudly answered that he was indeed the person behind all the rumors and speculations. He confidently dared Taoshiro to challenge him, making it clear that he was more than willing to prove himself. In response to Taoshiro's challenge, he unleashed his full magical potential, attempting to intimidate Akami with his power. However, to Taoshiro's surprise, Akami stood his ground and, with determination, unleashed his own formidable magic in return. During their intense face-off, the sheer power displayed by Taoshiro and Akami overwhelmed Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji. The magic they wielded was so potent that it collided with the atmosphere, creating a palpable and electrifying tension in the air. Having showcased their formidable magical ability, Akami and Taoshiro seemed to acknowledge each other's strength. The tension in the room gradually subsided as they both calmed their powers. Taoshiro, breaking the silence, acknowledged Akami's prowess, affirming that he had indeed proven his worth, demonstrating magic power comparable to that of a magic noble. Akami humbly acknowledged Taoshiro's strength, expressing appreciation for his efforts in the magical face-off. He suggested that Taoshiro might have been holding back during the confrontation. Taoshiro developed a sense of respect for Akami, recognizing that despite his confident demeanor, Akami had the power to back up his words. Witnessing Taoshiro's formidable magic, Akami felt a sense of satisfaction at encountering a mage with abilities surpassing those of others in the current era. As Akami sensed the mysterious aura surrounding Taoshiro, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the mage than meets the eye. With a lingering curiosity, Akami posed a final question, pondering why mages seemed to have diminished in power compared to their past strength. Taoshiru, intrigued by Ikikami's bold inquiry, demanded strong evidence to support such a controversial question. However, Ikikami, maintaining a calm demeanor, simply stated that his knowledge extended back 50 years. Taoshiru, deeming the reason too personal and restricted, assured Ikikami that he would discover the truth in due time. In response to Ikikami's skepticism about the necessity of magic nobles, Taoshiru offered a clue. He hinted that there might be a crucial role that magic nobles play. Ikikami, however, remained unconvinced and continued to question the integrity of mage nobles, especially the existence of corrupt mage nobles like the Fuka clan. Taoshiru was speechless, knowing Ikikami made a point. Recognizing that the conversation was becoming intense, and that Taoshiru had truthfully addressed his inquiry, Ikikami decided to ease the tension and, along with his friends, excuse themselves to leave. But before they could leave, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji seemed overwhelmed by the intense magical display between Taoshiru and Ikikami. The latter recognized their struggle to move. Acknowledging the situation, Ikikami felt compelled to assist Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji, understanding that the encounter had left them temporarily paralyzed. Leaving a message for Taoshiru as they exited, Ikikami expressed gratitude for Taoshiru's innocence because he might restrain his magical abilities out of consideration for the fact that he was the father of Ikikami's friends. Ikikami looked back with a genuine smile, expressing his sincere feelings. He reminded Taoshiru that he cherished Ruka and Yuika as his friends. Despite Ikikami's wholesomeness, Taoshiru remained deeply confused by the encounter. With excitement filling the air, the police officers of the Special Magic Unit gathered at the headquarters, delighted as their newly designed uniforms arrived. Xiaogo expressed his satisfaction, seeing the uniforms as a tangible symbol of their unit's preparedness for active duty. While the police officers were reveling in the arrival of their uniforms, Xiaogo noticed that Ikikami seemed to have finished his tasks as well, sparking his curiosity about what Ikikami had been up to. Ikikami gathered his team for a new and exciting mission, ready to embark on their next adventure. Meanwhile, at Fuka-jin's residence, he was filled with satisfaction, believing that his manipulation tactics were successfully working to his advantage. In the midst of their celebration, Shu, Jin's son, enthusiastically joined in, convinced that their corrupt schemes were invincible. However, their jubilation quickly turned into panic as authorities abruptly raided Jin's mansion. The police forcefully entered, demanding Jin and his son, Shu, to freeze as they prepared to make the arrests. Jin and Shu, caught off guard, tried to use their influence and reputation to argue against the arrest, attempting to leverage their standing in society. The arrest unfolded with media presence, creating a significant spectacle. A reporter announced to the world that it marked the first time a mage noble was being arrested. The police officer then showcased a document outlining Jin's guilt, listing charges such as bribery, intimidation, and misuse of special authority. Jin argued with the police officer, demanding more evidence and refusing to accept the criminal accusations. The police surprised the Fuka clan by presenting concrete evidence to support the criminal accusation. Ikikami, with an air of confidence, presented irrefutable evidence. He stood firmly with his friends and their new unit's uniform. The tables had turned, and Ikikami stood as a symbol of resistance against corruption. The evidence presented by Ikikami was damning. The footage showcased Jin engaging in bribery, exchanging cash for nefarious deeds. Another clip exposed collusion with illegal mages, and revealed acts of threats and intimidation, displaying the lengths Jin would go to achieve his goals, even at the cost of harming others. Jin attempted to deflect blame, claiming that the presented evidence could be fabricated in the age of technological manipulation. However, his defense crumbled as Ikikami unveiled another piece of evidence, further exposing Jin's questionable actions and leaving him momentarily speechless. Ikikami presented another damning footage to Jin, revealing a moment where Jin's butler alerted him about the calamity, urging him to demonstrate his magical prowess to the public. However, the footage showcased Jin's incompetence and lack of concern for innocent civilians, shattering the facade he had carefully crafted. Jin and his son Shu felt a profound discomfort as they listened to the verbatim conversation between Jin and his butler in the recording. Jin expressed his belief that crises like calamities should be left to the police, exposing his lack of commitment to protecting the public. This revelation left Jin questioning the trustworthiness of those residing in his mansion, angrily accusing them of spying and planting cameras in his room. The once confident mage now faced the consequences of his own words and actions. Jin's astonishment grew when he realized that the betrayal came from his trusted butler. In a fit of anger, he shouted at the butler, demeaning both his position and career. Despite the verbal onslaught, the butler maintained his composure. In a reflective moment, he recalled a night where he initially resisted betraying the Fuka clan when approached by Ikikami in secret. Ikikami's probing words lingered in the air, challenging the butler's sense of morality and questioned him about serving increasingly corrupt mages. The butler, torn between loyalty and morality, remained silent as he contemplated the impact of his decisions. The tension escalated as Akami posed a crucial question to the butler, challenging his stance on whether to allow the Fuka clan's corruption to persist or to endure the consequences and salvage the reputation of magic nobles. In the present moment, the butler found the courage to defy Jin, boldly declaring that he was unworthy of being a mage noble. The confrontation reached a pivotal moment as the butler took a stand against the oppressive forces within the Fuka clan. The butler boldly declared that mages like him must be eradicated and made Jin's anger reached its boiling point. Faced with the imminent threat to his reputation and power, Jin chose the path of violence, determined to eliminate those who dared to oppose him. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as Jin prepared to unleash the full extent of his magical prowess. Caught off guard by Ikikami's overwhelming power, Jin was forced to abandon his violent intentions. Ikikami, with a stern gaze, made it clear that there was no escape for Jin, and his corrupt deeds had been unequivocally exposed. The room, once filled with tension, now stood as a testament to Jin's downfall. He felt a profound sense of hopelessness, insulted that his years of hard work were summarily dismissed. Ikikami, however, remained steadfast, making it clear that Jin's actions and decisions had paved the way for his inevitable downfall. In a fit of rage, Jin erupted into maniacal laughter, a stark contrast to the dignified mage he once presented himself to be. Despite his spiraling downfall, Jin clung to a sliver of hope, believing that he could escape justice by fleeing overseas. Before making his escape, he harbored a vengeful desire to obliterate anyone who stood against him, a final act of defiance fueled by his crumbling empire. In the face of Jin's desperate assault, Ikikami swiftly conjured a magic barrier to shield his allies from the impending danger. Recognizing the formidable strength of Jin's magic, Ikikami cautioned the police officers to step back, assuring them that the special magic unit was well equipped to confront this formidable opponent. Outside Jin's mansion, the reporter seized the opportunity to broadcast the unfolding chaos, revealing the intense resistance Jin was putting up against his arrest. She used the occasion to express her own views, suggesting that the actions of mage nobles demonstrated a self-centered and corrupt nature focused solely on personal gain. As the news broadcast continued to captivate the audience, civilians became increasingly intrigued and concerned. Many began questioning the reliability of mage nobles and pondered whether there would be someone genuinely committed to protecting them, unlike the questionable actions of the mage nobles. The reporter, in an attempt to offer hope to the civilians, highlighted the special magic unit as true heroes with pure intention. As the battle unfolded, Yuika, Ruka, Ryuji, Xiaogo, and Karin proved to be formidable opponents against Shu and his men. Xiaogo and Karin, undeterred, confronted the arrogant Shu. The reporter then emphasized Ikikami, the leader of the special magic unit, who had repeatedly demonstrated his capabilities and worth. Ikikami stood prepared to face Jin, the leader of the Fuka clan. He remained steadfast and ready to fight for his freedom. Shu, fueled by arrogance, initiated the attack along with his underlings. He boasted that Yuika and the rest were no match for a mage of his caliber. Yuika, proud and assertive, declared that their unit was nothing like the lazy mage nobles, always ready to help in times of need. However, her words only fueled Shu's disdain, convinced that the special magic unit was just an obstacle in his path. As the battle unfolded, Yuika voiced her belief that corrupt mage nobles, like the Fuka clan, were the cause of the negative reputation surrounding magic nobles. Meanwhile, on the other side of the conflict, Jin underestimated Ikikami, thinking he lacked the ability to defeat a mage noble. Suddenly, Jin resorted to dirty tactics, targeting the media's helicopter with his powers. However, Ikikami swiftly responded, using his magic barrier to protect the helicopter. Ikikami, witnessing Jin's blatant disregard for the well-being of others, couldn't contain his disgust. Jin, on the other hand, seemed to revel in his own greed, proudly admitting that he would stoop to any level as long as it served his desire for wealth and power. As the intense battle unfolded between Shu and his men against Yuika and her friends, the odds were turning against Shu. One of his men had been defeated, creating a setback in their attempt to overpower the special magic unit. Shu, accustomed to being the one in control, found himself caught off guard as his men were taken down by Yuika's team. But to his surprise, another one of his men was down in front of him. His disbelief grew as the battle unfolded, and it became evident that Yuika and her team were a force to be reckoned with. Shu's arrogance took a hit as he witnessed 4 of his underlings fall to the special magic unit. The reality that someone could overpower a mage noble like him seemed to shatter his ego. Sorely unable to accept defeat, Shu struggled to comprehend a world where he wasn't the strongest. In a desperate attempt to turn the tides, Shu, following his father's footsteps, resorted to playing dirty and commanded his men to employ any means necessary to eliminate Yuika and her team. Shu's remaining two underlings, fueled by their leader's desperation, unleashed their magic to its full potential, determined to secure victory by any means necessary. Feeling the imminent threat of Shu's powerful magic, Yuika and Ruka decided to join forces, combining their magic to counteract Shu's underhanded tactics. The Manhwa sisters unleashed their level 6 magic, known as the Grand Water Magic, Burst Stream, creating a colossal water-based magical attack. Shu and his remaining men endured the brunt of the Manhwa sisters' powerful magic, letting out agonizing screams as they felt the impact. Defeated and incapacitated, Shu and his underlings lay on the ground, unable to continue the battle. Yuika and Ruka stood before the defeated Shu, who was now trembling in fear. The Manhwa sisters, after defeating Shu and his underling, approached them with a determined expression, ready to confront the consequences of their actions. The once arrogant Shu, now humbled and scared, knelt before the Manhwa sisters, pleading for forgiveness and expressing a desire to change his ways. Yuika, showing a sense of mercy, decided to walk away, offering Shu a chance for redemption and a path to change for the better. As Yuika walked away, Shu, driven by deceit, pretended to cry crocodile tears, planning to launch a surprise attack on her while she was distracted. Shu's attempt at deception fell flat as the members of the Special Magic Unit remained vigilant, seeing through his ruse. Despite Shu's dramatic display, the Special Magic Unit remained steadfast, refusing to be swayed by his manipulative tactics. With resolve in her voice, Yuika made it clear that forgiveness must be earned through genuine actions and not mere theatrics. The cries of Shu and his underlings echoed through the battlefield, signifying the weight of their actions and the impending consequences they would face. Akami nodded in approval, recognizing that Yuika and her team handled Shu's arrogance effectively. But the battle against the Fuka clan was far from over. Akami, seizing the opportunity, turned to Jin and provocatively informed him that his prideful and joyful son had been defeated by the hands of Akami's team. The taunt aimed to add more pressure to Jin, and now grappled with the frustration of knowing that his son had been defeated. Akami readied himself for the impending battle against Jin, anticipating a showdown between their powers and determination. The tension in the air grew thicker as Akami and Jin stood facing each other, both prepared for the fierce confrontation that was about to unfold. Jin unleashed his level 1 aerial magic, creating a whirlwind around Akami. But Akami swiftly evaded the swirling winds of Jin's aerial magic, demonstrating agility and quick reflexes. Jin unleashed his level 2 wind spear, aiming it directly at Akami. As usual, Akami's agility allowed him to swiftly evade Jin's attack, continuing to demonstrate his remarkable speed and agility in the battle. Jin, frustrated by his inability to strike Akami, escalated his tactics by employing a level 3 magic spell known as the Wind Cutter. Akami's agility and skill allowed him to evade Jin's spells, regardless of Jin's efforts to heighten the level of his magic. The media reporter, deeply engrossed in the battle, took on the role of an announcer, fervently narrating that Jin was now in a defensive position, expressing concern for Akami's well-being. Jin, escalating the intensity, unleashed a level 4 spell named the Tempest in an attempt to overpower Akami. Akami stood steadfast, preparing to counter Jin's powerful spell by closely studying its trajectory. But Jin was determined to solidify his attack. His focus was solely on landing a damaging blow on his opponent. As his desperation grew, Jin combined another magic, the level 5 Grand Typhoon, in the hopes of overpowering Akami and securing victory. Akami stood resolute, seemingly observing the nature of Jin's magic as it closed in on him, not showing any signs of faltering despite the approaching magical force. But Akami's friends looked concerned, fearing that the powerful magic might harm Akami. Akami surprisingly absorbed the impact of Jin's magic as if he was drawing it into himself. Akami absorbed the tornado's power, causing it to dissipate, but he himself was no longer visible. To everyone's relief, Akami emerged unharmed, his layered magic barrier proving to be an impenetrable defense against Jin's overwhelming force. Akami, harnessing the power of his magic barrier, fixed his gaze upon Jin. His eyes conveyed a silent message, warning Jin not to underestimate his own capabilities. His survival astonished everyone, displaying the strength and resilience of his protective magic. The viewers who tuned into the live broadcast of Akami and Jin's battle found Jin's utilization of a level 5 magic quite impressive. The viewers were further astonished by Akami's ability to effortlessly block such a powerful attack, left them in awe of Akami's strength and proficiency in combat. The reporter in the helicopter was amazed, acknowledging that the intense battle between Akami and Jin was a rare spectacle, showcasing their incredible powers in an extraordinary fight. In Jin's mind, he pondered why Akami hadn't unleashed a more overpowering magic yet, He speculated that Ikikami might be deliberately stalling for time, leading Jin to remain cautious about his opponent's strategy. Jin attempted to taunt Ikikami, insinuating that Ikikami was at a disadvantage in their confrontation. Ikikami stood tall and confidently asserted that defeating Jin would be an easy task for him, but there was no thrill in doing so. Ikikami smirked and confidently challenged Jin, stating that regardless of the tactics they employed in battle, he was assured of his victory. In the heat of their trash-talking, Jin found himself provoked, growing increasingly irritated by Ikikami's unwavering confidence. Jin persistently attempted to taunt Ikikami, seemingly aiming to get under his skin and disrupt his focus. Jin loudly proclaimed his magic power to be over 200,000 points, seemingly in an attempt to intimidate Ikikami. Ikikami's friends were deeply concerned upon learning about Jin's exceptionally high magic power, which was quite rare among mages in the present time. Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji decided to assist Ikikami, even if their help might be minimal, driven by their deep concern for their friends' well-being. However, Ikikami seemed concerned, worried that their intervention might disrupt the ongoing battle, and their sudden interference might have been a mistake that could affect the battle's outcome. Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji hastened to the battlefield. To their astonishment, upon their arrival, they encountered 3 magical rings that rendered them motionless, abruptly suspending their movements. Understandably frightened, the trio watched in horror as Jin effortlessly restricted their movements with the magical rings. Jin taunted them, asserting that any attempt to approach him would result in their swift demise. The Miza siblings and Ryuji were left shaken by Jin's disturbing demeanor, feeling deeply unsettled by his unpredictability. Jin suddenly released a surge of mana, showcasing his immense power, purportedly over 200,000 points. His display of overwhelming energy was intended to prove his might to those present. The trio, after witnessing Jin's incredible display of mana, feared that Ikikami wouldn't be able to withstand Jin's formidable power. It seemed that unlike Yuika and the others, Ikikami was rather bored with Jin's show of power. Jin continued to be arrogant, boasting about the magnificence of his power, and even warning Ikikami that he might be overwhelmed by it. Jin then displayed 6 magic rings he referred to as the neon magic to exhibit his strength. Jin utilized his magic to generate a massive, green-colored whirlwind. But Ikikami didn't flinch. Instead of showing intimidation, there was a glimmer of admiration in Ikikami's eyes that seemed to be the first time he had witnessed such a display of magic. Jin's magic possessed an overwhelming destructive force that threatened to obliterate and level everything it touched. Jin took immense pride in his creation, a magical force so formidable that even humans couldn't withstand its power. In a tense showdown between Ikikami and Jin, Ikikami, unafraid despite Jin's attempts to intimidate him, boldly challenged Jin to a no-holds-barred duel, urging him to use his full power. Frustrated by his inability to rattle Ikikami, Jin's anger surged. His anger leads him to use his extra level 6 atmosphere magic. With this, Jin attempted to exert immense pressure on Ikikami's body, driven by his desperate need to overpower his opponent and claim victory. Despite the overwhelming display of Jin's magic, Ikikami maintained his composure and unwavering resolve. As Jin's powerful magic made contact with Ikikami, Jin erupted into a maniacal laughter, believing he had finally eliminated Ikikami from the battle, his confidence soaring. The Miza sisters, along with Ryuji, vehemently opposed Jin's belief that Ikikami could be defeated, fully aware of Ikikami's immense strength and resilience. As tension mounted and Jin gloated over his assumed victory, Yuika, in a desperate plea, yelled out Ikikami's name, hoping against hope for a response. In a desperate attempt, Yuika yelled Ikikami's name once more, her voice filled with urgency and hope as she longed to hear any sign of Ikikami's presence. To everyone's astonishment, Ikikami stood unharmed, despite the overwhelming force of Jin's magic. Yuika, filled with a mix of relief and curiosity, wondered aloud how Ikikami managed to endure Jin's powerful attack. But Ikikami, with a calm demeanor, gently advised Yuika to refrain from prematurely declaring someone's defeat on her own. Meanwhile, Jin, consumed by his own pride and unable to accept defeat, displayed a sore loser's attitude, his inability to comprehend Ikikami's strength, which surpassed the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Ikikami, aiming to calm the situation with reason, explained to Jin about the external and internal pressures being much like the principles governing deep-sea creatures, that as long as these forces balanced out, there should be no issue. However, Jin, still fixated on his own power and seeking answers, questioned Ikikami about his use of atmosphere magic, since Jin had always believed that atmosphere magic was his exclusive trademark. With a composed demeanor, Ikikami calmly explained to Jin that he had simply observed and learned from Jin's magic to adapt and comprehend. Jin, taken aback and utterly surprised, couldn't comprehend how a teenage mage like Ikikami could swiftly grasp and adapt his intricate magic just by observation. With a hint of acknowledgement, Ikikami conceded that Jin's formidable power might have caused some discomfort. However, he pointed out that Jin's penchant for flaunting his abilities provided Ikikami with a brief window to study the specifics and attributes of Jin's magic. Utilizing this acquired knowledge, Ikikami demonstrated his adaptability by showcasing a variant of atmosphere magic, infused with a different attribute than what Jin had displayed. During Ikikami's demonstration of his magic, Jin experienced an overwhelming pressure that seemed to compress his head, leaving him staggered and taken aback by the sheer force. Ikikami then unveiled the true nature of his magic, disclosing that it was a form of sound pressure magic, an innovative adaptation of wind magic. Observing the intense battle between Ikikami and Jin, Yuika couldn't help but feel surprised by Ikikami's perpetual readiness and adaptability in combat situations, just like her past experiences alongside Ikikami in various battles. On the other hand, Jin, growing increasingly frustrated and irritated, struggled to comprehend the rapid growth and intelligence displayed by Ikikami. Consumed by a sense of humiliation and unwilling to accept defeat, Jin's pride fueled his determination to continue the battle. He declared that he would no longer hold back while unleashing an overwhelming surge of magic. As Jin boasted about his staggering power reaching 200,000 points, the true extent of his strength was revealed when he unleashed an even more formidable force, skyrocketing to an astonishing 500,000 points. This immense surge of magical energy was beyond what anyone had anticipated, causing Karin and Xiaogo to struggle in withstanding its overwhelming intensity. Driven by his desperation to make Ikikami suffer, Jin appeared to lose touch with sanity. His demeanor became erratic, and an air of madness enveloped him. As Jin tapped into his absolute maximum potential, an overwhelming surge of mana enveloped his entire being, creating a formidable aura that radiated immense power. Expressing his rage and fury, Jin let out a deafening scream that reverberated throughout the area, signifying his overwhelming anger to everyone in his vicinity. The intensity of Jin's magic was so immense that his mana enveloped the entire vicinity, creating an aura of overwhelming power that seemed to shroud the entire area in its intensity. Having unleashed his full potential, and wrapped in this overwhelming manifestation of mana, Jin stood prepared for the upcoming confrontation with Ikikami. As Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji bore witness to the overwhelming might displayed by Jin, they came to acknowledge that they were not adequately equipped or prepared to confront an opponent of Jin's caliber. Similarly, Xiaogo and Karin, sensing the tremendous force of Jin's magic, were overcome by a feeling of helplessness. They regretted underestimating the capabilities of mage nobles, recognizing their oversight in assessing the true potential and strength. In a display of arrogance and bravado, Jin attempted to taunt Ikikami by boasting about his unleashed magic power, hoping to intimidate or provoke a reaction from his opponent. However, much to Jin's surprise and dismay, Ikikami's response was unexpected. Rather than showing any signs of fear or intimidation, Ikikami remained composed and unimpressed. Jin, driven by a strong determination to assert his dominance, and belittling Ikikami's survival against his atmosphere magic as mere luck, aimed to appear more intimidating. With unwavering resolve, Jin vowed to eliminate Ikikami, firmly believing that his ultimate power would inevitably secure victory. Jin's attempt to showcase his overwhelming strength by gathering all of his immense power into the palm of his hands. But Jin failed to elicit any visible reaction from Ikikami, who remained steadfast and unperturbed by Jin's display of power. Jin's frustration heightened as Ikikami continued to remain unfazed by his efforts to evoke fear or intimidation. Desperate to elicit a reaction from Ikikami and validate his own power, Jin reached a breaking point by summoning 6 of his powerful magic rings. As Jin cast his spell, a confident and almost triumphant expression adorned his face, radiating an air of assurance that his magic would command respect and awe from everyone present. However, amidst Jin's confidence, Ikikami's team appeared to remain somewhat dismissive or underestimating of their leader's capabilities after witnessing Jin's formidable magic reaching the level of a 7-tier spell. But Yuika was different from others in Ikikami's team. Despite acknowledging Jin's strength, Yuika's unwavering trust in Ikikami's abilities led her to firmly believe that Ikikami would ultimately emerge victorious. On the other hand, Jin, driven by a sense of desperation and determination to prove his dominance, he declared that his final move would mark the end for Ikikami, signaling his belief that this ultimate maneuver would secure his victory. Ikikami's composure remained unshaken, yet an air of impatience and frustration began to surface within him, eager to engage in the battle and resolve the confrontation. Jin, undeterred by Ikikami's demeanor, doubled down on his resolve. With unwavering confidence, he proclaimed that his highest-tier magic spell would bring an end to Ikikami and his companions once and for all. As Jin unleashed his atmosphere magic, specifically the level 7 spell known as Plasma Break, a colossal green-colored whirlwind erupted forth, The intensity of Jin's magic was so profound that its radiant aura extended beyond the immediate vicinity, catching the attention of even the media's helicopter hovering above. In the face of Jin's overwhelming and intense magic, Karin and Xiaogo found themselves certain that they wouldn't be able to withstand such incredible power. The radiance emitted by Jin's spell made it challenging for them to see. Ruka, observing the majesty and sheer force of Jin's power, led her to believe that Jin's magical might was too immense and perilous to confront directly, and advised Akami to consider to retreat. Despite the overwhelming force of Jin's magic, Yuika's unwavering belief in Akami's strength persisted. She remained resolute in her conviction that Akami possessed the fortitude to withstand Jin. Jin, consumed by his desire to intimidate and provoke Akami, resorted to threats. He vowed that once Akami was defeated, he would target Yuika and the rest of their companions. In a confrontation filled with tension and threats, Jin presented Akami with an ultimatum: run and live, or stay and face certain defeat. Jin's warning, Akami stood resolute, unwavering in his decision to confront Jin head-on, refusing to back down or retreat. In a bold declaration, Akami defied Jin's warning, stating his determination to confront and absorb Jin's powerful magic, showing unwavering confidence in his own abilities to withstand the impending attack. As the confrontation reached a critical point, Akami responded by invoking a level 4 magic spell known as the Core Amethyst. However, Jin laughed heartily, belittling the Core Amethyst's appearance as a mere stone and underestimating its defensive capabilities. In the midst of their confrontation, Jin, driven by his arrogance and desire for domination, yelled at Akami, assuming that Akami's perceived ignorance would lead to his inevitable annihilation. However, to Jin's astonishment, Akami initiated a countermove, allowing his magic to penetrate through Jin's level 7 spell. As Akami's level 4 magic pierced through the center of Jin's corresponding spell, Jin waited for what's coming next since he underestimated Akami's level 4 magic. The unexpected turn of events left everyone astonished, as Akami's level 4 magic not only penetrated but also caused Jin's formidable level 7 magic to dissipate into thin air. Jin, in particular, was deeply taken aback and embarrassed by the turn of events. The sudden turn of events left Akami's friends in complete disbelief. Their initial doubts about Akami's ability to withstand Jin's magic were shattered as they stood in speechless. On the other hand, Jin, who had been boasting and exuding confidence throughout the battle, was now visibly shaken. Trembling with a mix of disbelief and fear, Jin was at a loss, unable to comprehend how his potent magic had disappeared. In a moment of clarification, Akami calmly explained the fundamental principles of magic to Jin. He pointed out that wind, being an attribute associated with air, is inherently weaker when countered by the earth attribute. In a taunting manner, Akami remarked that someone of Jin's stature as a magic noble should possess a fundamental understanding of these basic principles of magic. As Jin grappled with the shock of his magic being deflected by Akami's seemingly lower-level spell, a sense of bewilderment and frustration consumed him by questioning the very foundation of his knowledge as a mage. On the other hand, Akami sought to clarify the situation. He emphasized that appearances could be deceiving, but the Core Amethyst possessed a high-density power, showcasing that the strength of a spell doesn't always correlate directly with its apparent level or appearance. Indeed, Akami's level 4 magic's ability to neutralize Jin's level 7 spell stood as a testament to the nuanced dynamics and capabilities within the realm of magic. Curious about Akami's spellcasting prowess and understanding, Jin questioned Akami on how he could wield such a spell effectively. Akami's surprising revelation about the Core Amethyst being his original creation for entertainment. Jin grappled with a sense of loss and confusion, feeling defeated despite his years of devotion to mastering magic and the fact that Akami had developed such a formidable spell seemingly effortlessly. In the aftermath of the battle, and with Akami emerging as the clear victor, Akami made the decision to impart important lessons to Jin. Feeling the weight of his defeat and understanding the implications of Akami's teachings, Jin, similar to his son Shu, exhibited a fear of facing the consequences of his actions, knowing Akami's capability and realizing the potential repercussions. Despite Jin's surrender, Akami opted for a fair and non-confrontational approach. He expressed his intent not to dwell on the victory or rub salt in Jin's wounds. However, Jin's reaction conveyed a lack of understanding or learning from the situation. Even after Akami's display of mercy and fairness, Jin appeared to persist in underestimating Akami. The unexpected strength behind Akami's single flick that carried the impact and force equivalent to a powerful punch Jin off guard. The sheer impact of Akami's flick rendered Jin unconscious in a single swift motion, stunning everyone present. As Jin remained dazed and incapacitated from Akami's unexpected flick, the police officers swiftly took advantage of the situation, seizing the opportunity to arrest him without much resistance. Observing the scene from above, the media reporter in the helicopter seized the moment to report the turn of events. Gleefully announcing Ikikami's victory and Jin's subsequent arrest, the reporter relayed the unfolding events to the public. The news of Jin's arrest and Ikikami's victory resonated strongly with the civilians who had been following the intense battle. Filled with relief and a sense of justice prevailing, the civilians couldn't contain their elation upon hearing that Jin had been apprehended. Yuika, Ruka, and Ryuji cheered and celebrated their friend Ikikami's triumph in the battle. But deep down, Ikikami carried a profound sorrow witnessing how even some mage noble, who were entrusted with the duty of protecting the people, appeared to exhibit weaknesses despite their perceived strength. Before Jin was taken into custody, Ikikami seized the moment to inquire and seek answers. Ikikami's inquiry into the decline of mage's abilities after his passing 50 years ago aimed to uncover the reasons behind this unexpected weakening, and was hoping for insight into the impact of his teachings through the magic books left behind. However, rather than providing a direct answer to Ikikami's question, Jin responded by emphasizing the necessity of having mage nobles in society. Jin, feeling defeated and perhaps unwilling to disclose any further information, offered no concrete explanation. Instead, Jin cryptically advised Ikikami to discover the answers on his own. The interaction concluded without a clear resolution to Ikikami's inquiry, leaving him to contemplate and seek answers to this puzzling mystery on his own. Following the intense battle with Jin, Ikikami found himself thrust into the spotlight, gaining widespread attention and becoming a prominent figure in the public eye. This newfound fame and popularity led to heightened interest from the media and the general public, resulting in a press conference organized by Xiaogo to address the growing curiosity surrounding Ikikami. Amidst Ikikami's recognition as the leader of the Special Magic Unit, his widespread fame extended beyond professional circles and into the media and social media platforms, and people expressed overwhelmingly positive opinions about him. In an effort to unwind and recharge from their intense endeavors, Ikikami and the members of the Special Magic Unit, including Ryuji, Yuika, Ruka, Karin, and others, decided for a getaway to Hawaii. As Ikikami attempted to unwind and find solace during the team's retreat in Hawaii, the whirlwind pace of events left him bewildered. In the midst of his contemplation, Yuika approached Ikikami, sensing his unease and confusion. Yuika, dressed in a cute swimsuit, approached Ikikami with a curious expression, noticing his lack of relaxation despite the serene setting of their Hawaiian retreat. In the past, Xiaogo, recognizing the immense popularity and attention the Special Magic Unit received, suggested the idea of a retreat to Hawaii for the team. Understanding the team's relentless efforts and the overwhelming spotlight they faced due to their recent exploits, Xiaogo believed that everyone deserved a well-earned break. The scenario depicts Ikikami being secretly recorded in school by his enthusiastic fan group, resulting in numerous videos circulating across various social media platforms. These videos contributed to a surge in the team's popularity, causing the Special Magic Unit to trend as the #1 topic across social media platforms. As the members of the Special Magic Unit scrolled through their phones, they were bombarded with a constant stream of posts showcasing their heroic deeds, videos depicting their valiant efforts in combating crimes, and an influx of admiration and praise from their supporters. Sensing the overwhelming impact this constant attention was having on the team, Xiaogo, in a bid to alleviate the pressure, suggested that they take a much-needed break. Amidst the overwhelming responsibilities and the team's constant efforts in managing the aftermath of the calamity, Xiaogo held immense gratitude towards Ikikami's exemplary leadership and the unwavering support from the Miza clan. With a sense of pride in his team's dedication and hard work, Xiaogo firmly believed that each member deserved a well-deserved and much-needed vacation. In the present moment, Ikikami struggled with the idea of relaxation as it contradicted his long-standing identity as a hero. Despite attempting to unwind, Yuika, displaying her caring nature, approached Ikikami out of genuine concern. Yuika, dressed in a cute swimsuit, approached Ikikami with a caring expression, expressing her concern about his apparent dissatisfaction with the current situation. Ikikami, acknowledging Yuika's gesture, stood up and, with a calm demeanor, explained that he was lost in his thoughts. In a sudden shift of conversation, Yuika, perhaps aiming to break the tension or engage in a lighter topic, asked Ikikami for his opinion on her swimsuit choice. Ikikami, appreciating the change in subject, responded with a precise and affirmative judgment, acknowledging that Yuika's swimsuit indeed looked cute on her. Upon receiving the compliment from Ikikami, Yuika, who harbored feelings for him, was taken aback by his words, feeling a mix of surprise and possibly delight at his acknowledgement. Noticing her reaction, Ikikami, becoming more expressive, offered a more detailed assessment of Yuika's swimsuit. He observed that the swimsuit complemented her hair color and overall style, enhancing her appearance. After Ikikami's compliment, Yuika felt a bit shy but grateful for his kind words. As their conversation continued, Ruka arrived at their spot on the beach, catching their attention with her stunning swimsuit. Upon Ruka's arrival and sensing Ikikami's focused attention, she inquired if he had something to express, noticing his gaze fixed upon her. Ikikami, known for his straightforward nature, didn't hesitate to respond. He complimented Ruka without hesitation, acknowledging her stunning appearance by telling her that she looked absolutely gorgeous. Ruka, taken aback by Ikikami's compliment, was evidently surprised by his unexpected praise. Ikikami, continuing his sincere appreciation for Ruka's appearance, expressed that she resembled a model. He also praised her pale and clear skin, noting how it made the swimsuit stand out, emphasizing that, in his eyes, she was the most beautiful woman at the beach. However, instead of basking in the compliment, Ruka, feeling overwhelmed by Ikikami's genuine words of praise, became visibly moved. Ryuji admired Ikikami's ability to express genuine compliments towards women without any underlying motives, finding it remarkable and sincere. Amidst their conversation, Karin entered the scene, wearing a cute swimsuit. Ryuji was nervous knowing that Ikikami would definitely compliment her, but it seems like there might be an uncomfortable situation arising regarding Ryuji's observation. Karin asked Ikikami about her swimsuit in a sweet manner. Ryuji was deeply nervous for Ikikami, assuming that Ikikami would compliment Karin's bust. But to Ryuji's surprise, Ikikami was a decent man and complimented Karin for having a nice style. Ryuji realized how foolish he was and glad that Ikikami has more proper phrasing. His choice of words surprised Karin. In his compliment, Ikikami noted Karin's usual modesty, appreciating this aspect of her personality. He further emphasized that her swimsuit suited her exceptionally well, drawing attention from a distance and accentuating her beauty. Karin, similar to Yuika and Ruka, felt deeply overwhelmed by Ikikami's genuine and expressive compliments. As Ikikami's words had a noticeable effect on those around him, Ryuji took a moment to express his admiration for Ikikami's ability to offer heartfelt praise to others. Ikikami held a humble perspective on his compliments, believing that he simply acknowledged qualities deserving of praise in Yuika, Ruka, and Karin. To him, expressing admiration for their beauty or attributes was a natural response, as he genuinely saw each of them as equally beautiful in their own way. Ryuji, feeling a bit awkward observing the discomfort of the three girls after receiving compliments. Ikikami teased Ryuji by complimenting his body being well proportioned. Even though Ikikami was genuine, Ryuji couldn't help but cringe so hard. Ryuji then yells at Ikikami that he should start refraining from praising too much. The group managed to regain their positive spirits, and one of the first activities they engaged in was a lively game of volleyball. To further amplify their thrill, they embarked on an exhilarating adventure riding a jet ski at full throttle. After a day filled with energetic beach activity, the group decided to take a relaxing break, sipping on refreshing cold juices as they captured some memorable moments through photographs, etching the day's experiences into lasting memory. As the night descended, Ikikami felt a mild thirst and decided to venture out in search of a convenience store. As Ikikami walked alone through the quiet streets, his attention was drawn to a familiar figure in the distance. Ikikami's surprise turned to delight as he realized that the familiar figure he spotted was Yuika. As they meandered through the quiet streets, the two friends engaged in cheerful conversation, reminiscing about the day's beach activities and sharing their enjoyment of the vacation. As they walked side by side, Yuika found herself stealing glances at Ikikami, unable to conceal her admiration for him. Yuika's mind wandered to a moment from the past when Ikikami had given Ruka a magic ring, wondering if this gesture held a deeper meaning and pondering the nature of their relationship. However, Yuika swiftly reminded herself of Ikikami's earlier clarification that he wasn't dating anyone. Yuika, mustering her courage, decided to initiate a conversation with Ikikami, seeking to understand him better. However, as she began to speak, Ikikami preemptively anticipated that she might inquire about his powers once more. Yuika's direct question and her attempt to provide an example, like if Ikikami has any type between her, Ruka, and Karin. Ikikami maintained a composed and platonic stance regarding his feelings towards Yuika, Ruka, and Karin and responded with an emphasis on his appreciation for their collective friendship. Ikikami's response, while acknowledging the admirable qualities of Yuika, Ruka, and Karin, such as their diligence, kindness, and beauty, seemed to avoid a romantic context. Yuika, seeking a more personal or romantic response, felt a bit puzzled or confused by Ikikami's answer. Ikikami, possibly sensing Yuika's desire for a more personal response, took a moment to reconsider his previous answer. He then expressed to her that he liked her the most among their group. Upon hearing Ikikami's unexpected declaration, Yuika was left momentarily speechless. He expressed that he liked Yuika the most because of her consistent honesty and kindness ever since they first met. Seeking to ensure clarity, Ikikami reaffirmed his sentiment, reiterating that among their group, he held the strongest preference for Yuika. Yuika, taken aback and deeply moved by Ikikami's heartfelt admission, found herself blushing uncontrollably in response to his words. All of a sudden, Yuika mysteriously took a seat, causing immediate concern and worry in Ikikami. Deep down, she grappled with the understanding that Ikikami's sentiments might not have been expressed in a romantic context, realizing that his affectionate words were more rooted in kindness and genuine appreciation for her character. While a part of her heart longed for a romantic connection and felt a pang of disappointment at the possibility of not receiving, Yuika found solace in knowing that the person she admired and cherished held genuine regard for her as a person. Meanwhile in Japan, Xiaogo noticed that the situation surrounding their team's reputation was still a prevalent topic in the media. Xiaogo expressed concerns that the overwhelming negative criticism directed at the mage nobles by the public might escalate the situation further. This surge in dissatisfaction among civilians could potentially result in increased expectations for the special magic unit to handle any future crises. As Xiaogo browsed through the internet, he discovered that Ikikami had become an immensely popular figure, and surprisingly, Ikikami's popularity rivaled with his alter ego, the Black Mage. Meanwhile, at the airport somewhere in Japan, there was a woman who exuded an air of authority and refinement, hinting that she's an esteemed mage noble due to her displeased from the tarnished reputation of the mage nobles in Japan. As the displeased woman stood contemplating the situation, another figure, a man of similar stature and bearing, approached her with the same concern about their reputation. The woman was revealed to be Hamurai Hinata, the head of the prestigious Hamurai family within the mage noble community. Along with her was Kaichai Riki, the head of the revered Kaichai clan.
If you want the next part of this manhwa recap, please comment your opinion and don't forget to like and subscribe our channel for support.